trees. Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it... Kalea!
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the great serpent's name.
Oh, the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
but a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
Though your ancestor was the great serpent of the sea, your destiny lies elsewhere.
Your feeble human form shall never wield the great serpent's power.
Why can't I? The great serpent's power. Only weaklings live on land. Born with this awesome tail, but stuck in this plain body. That's me, the great serpent's heir, Kalea. Figures.
Hello everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail and jumps into the air before slamming down in the chosen direction, dealing physical damage to the target and nearby enemies upon impact. While ganking with Kalea, use her second skill to close in and CC the target. Then use her first skill to activate her enhanced basic attacks and unleash them on the target. In teamfights, Kalea should prioritize enemy mages or marksmen. Use her second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to launch her into the air. Then dive down to CC them. Follow up with her ultimate to slam them into your team, and use her first skill to trigger her passive before finishing them off with her enhanced basic attacks. Kalea excels at single target CC, making her a highly effective ganker when coordinating with teammates. However, Kalea's short attack range and lack of poke means she needs to end fights quickly, or she'll end up being kited by ranged enemies. At level 1, upgrade Kalea's first skill to help allies clear creeps and minion waves, but prioritize upgrading her second skill afterward to reduce its cooldown for more CC during teamfights so your teammates can focus on dealing damage. If a target is too far away, use Kalea's second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to trigger the second part of the skill. Then dive into the target to inflict damage and CC. Kalea's first skill can be used right after another skill, or her third enhanced basic attacks to trigger her passive and boost her sustain in combat. We recommend the Tank emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora, Harley, and Clint. In the early game, use Kalea's excellent support capabilities to assist the side lanes lock down targets for kills while using her passive to heal allies. In mid to late game teamfights, Kalea and her team should avoid poking with the enemy team, especially against supports like Florin and Rafaela. Kalea can initiate by diving into the enemy team and using her ultimate to slam key enemy damage dealers into your team for a quick kill and numbers advantage. Kalea, the Surging Wave, will be arriving on March 19th. Participate in the limited time event to get Kalea for as low as 0 diamonds. Pick up her Shimmering Wave skin for just 51 diamonds in the first 14 days. Come, break some waves with Kalea. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
When energy, youth, strength, fighting spirit, a great serpent, and the cultures of Southeast Asia come together, what kind of splash will it make? A girl born with the power of the great serpent and an indomitable fighting spirit. How will we bring to life this vibrant, strong island girl who's still discovering the world?
Kalea's personal story is very much based on Southeast Asian cultures and myths, where nature plays an important role. The ocean is an inseparable part of life and an important element in local beliefs. And among them, sea serpents or dragons stand as a symbol of the ocean's might. With Kalea's story, we aim to incorporate more local folklore. As an islander, Kalea loves everything about her island home, especially fresh coconuts.
To emphasize Kalea's connection to the Great Serpent, we used S-shaped designs in her overall appearance. In terms of Kalea's color palette, after exploring various options, instead of deep ocean blues, we went with aquamarine to capture Southeast Asia's vibrant coastal waters.
For the overall music arrangement, we used a percussion ensemble called a gamelan to capture the island atmosphere with bonin gongs to simulate the sound of water. Other instruments like the angklung, bass drums, slit drums, and woodblocks set the rhythm, creating vibrant beats that bring out Kalea's lively and playful spirit.
Kalea hails from the Vonatus Sea, where functionality meets nature. Weapons crafted from fish bones, clothing woven from cotton, and patterns of ocean waves and serpentine curves are prominent. For the village on Solari Isle, we aimed to recreate Southeast Asia's floating markets, while the sea creatures were made to reflect the vibrant colors of the Vonatus Sea.
give a 16-year-old girl a sense of strength in her splash art? That question stumped me for a long time. Then I realized Klea's power comes from her Great Serpent ancestry, not from external forces or weapons. So it should be reflected on her body. I settled on metal accents on her arms and water patterns to highlight her hand-to-hand combat style and water abilities. Her main scream pose also conveys her strength and readiness to fight.
She may only be 159 centimeters tall, but she holds power far beyond her stature. Kalea excels in close combat and can heal just by attacking, but this mechanic proved challenging to implement. Her kit had to be designed to flow seamlessly. Her passive works by creating and absorbing water zones to enhance her attacks with the power of the Great Serpent, allowing her to heal herself or ally with the lowest HP for self-sustain and team support.
Kalea is a straightforward girl, and that trait is evident in her fighting style. She uses her fists and tail head-on without tricks or deceit. Her animations and effects emphasize the power of the Great Serpent, such as her healing appearing as little serpents. Her first skill's Water Zone has elements of both rock and water, to highlight her bond with Badang and Kadita.
Since Kalea's ultimate has her body-slamming enemies like a high-flying wrestler, we explored various ways to make the move more impactful and dramatic. In designing Kalea's in-match animations, we used big water splash effects to enhance the impact of her tail strikes and highlight the dynamic motion of her tail and the power of her punches. The scenery in her main interface background visualizes the iconic ocean waves, like giant ocean waves repeatedly crashing into the cliff, carving it over time, as another symbol of Kalea's strength.
We wanted Kalea's healing and power to feel rooted in her island home and her mentors, Badang and Kadita. Though blessed with a lineage of the Great Serpent, Kalea is also a teenager trying to find herself. Her journey includes a rebellious phase, rejecting her human form, followed by a powerful awakening through self-acceptance. In her animated trailer, we highlight her journey of self-discovery with 3 key moments when she looks at her hands, from rejection to acceptance to fully embracing herself to unlock her true power. Throughout the trailer, we used many first-person shots to give players a better sense of immersion. The final scene with the sea monster has multiple layers of significance. Through Kalea's perspective, stylized visuals show that she's not just defeating the sea monster, but also overcoming her nightmare of never becoming the Great Serpent.
For Kalea's theme song, it had to capture her personality. The music arrangement portrays her growth, starting with flowing melodies that depict her carefreeness in the Vonidus Sea. The orchestral section symbolizes her inner development and the harmony she achieves as she masters her power. And that is Kalea's unique charm.
We hope to explore more fascinating cultures in MLBB's future hero designs. We hope you enjoy Kalea, the descendant of the Great Serpent, and use her power to protect your allies just as she does. After all, with the power to smash into enemy lines and peel attackers off your carry, what can't she do?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another patch preview. Today we're thrilled to showcase a ton of new content coming in the new update, so let's jump right in. New hero, Kalea! This descendant of the Great Serpent from the Vonidus Sea is here to make a splash. As a roaming support fighter hybrid, Kalea's core gameplay involves healing her team by attacking enemies and body slamming opponents around to create a unique close combat experience for the support role. We can't wait to see the amazing plays you'll make with her. This patch also includes a number of balance changes, many of which came directly from your feedback. We are committed to listening to our community and will keep fine-tuning game balance in future updates. Also, starting from Season 35, the seasonal settlement will align with Patch Day. During the patch's new event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
My dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
And so far we are okay fine. Okay, we're finally in the
Yeah, I finally can hear you.
Okay, it means that we're getting ready for our 4 matches day. It will be a very, very long day, and it will be a very, very great, amazing day.
Yeah. It's a truly good experience for me to be doing this broadcast in English. As far as you may know, I was last year a broadcaster for the Spanish transmission. So right now it's quite challenging to be here with you. And thanks for the chance to you, to the team, also to all the people there at Muntun. I love the game, and we are going to be watching really interesting teams and players today.
Oh, I'm also new to this for MPL LATAM for first because I'm from Indonesia, and really big thanks to Muntan for this chance and also a great chance to cast with Charity. So, we both will be trying something new here today, and
Yeah,
looking at and looking at 8 of the teams, I think they will get all of the chance to duke it out to meet here in the first day. But let's not forget that, guys, for you guys all are watching our live stream right now, you guys can also recharge your diamonds with a 5% discount on bonds. Ooh, you can also use that code right now on bondx.com.
yeah, Bonus is a great way to have your diamonds in your accounts. So please use the discount code. You won't be regretting about that. And also, you were talking about the teams that we're going to watch today, and the first ones are Corinthians and Entity, and they have a lot of experience. They have a lot of history back there, so it's a good chance to talk about that, especially for Corinthians and Entity, because in the case of Corinthians was a low tier team last year. They did a fine performance, not just they wanted, but they managed to have some interesting games. In the case of NDD7 is a team that have been here in the landscape for a long time, so they maybe should have the stronger hand today.
Oh, okay. So 2 different regions, Entity 7 from Peru and Corinthians from Brazil. And so far, I see a few familiar names here in Corinthians, like Luis, one of the top roamers, and also a GOAT. I hear in the Brazil, hands down the most popular player in Brazil too. And right now he's in the position as a roamer. Is the Cho and the Kufra just as amazing as you've seen before, Jerry?
Yeah. I'm looking around for the information about the teams that are going to be watching today, because they managed to have a little changes between the teams. After the last year, a lot of players look for better roads for their careers, so they changed the teams, and maybe we have some names that we used to be in another team, but with very good results or with bad results, and they want to change their histories for this year. So let me check a little bit about what are the players that were changing their destinies, so we can discuss about it. And also, as you said, there are some familiar faces, because last year there were some players out of the region playing with us. Right now, we only have players from South America, but last year we have some Philippines players playing here in the region. So there was some interesting to be commented about it. In the case of NDD7, they have 2 players from Brazil, 3 players for 2 players for Argentina, and 1 from Uruguay. Now we're watching right now the lineup for Corinthians: Sakashi, Busicio, Frostley, Nate, Luis, Upazzi. Upazzi and Busicio were very talented players last year, despite of the destiny that the team has. The players were doing very good moves there, and it was a fine matches to watch.
Ooh, I would like to see that myself today. And a lot of the research that go into for me to see if they mix and match a lot of teams. Can't wait to see all the compositions that they can go through with to the new players, to their new teams and everything. Also, and for Corinthians, you said before, is it, to clarify, the team that you would say have the upper hand today? How about you, Jerry?
No,
Would it be a 2-0?
No, I believe I believe this match maybe is going to be decided in a 2-1. But I believe more in entity right now. Despite of the game, the team is the origin of the team is Peru. They have two very good players from Argentina, also players from Brazil, and a player from Uruguay. So the thing is, when you mix those nationalities, when you mix those talents, you can't mess up. You can have a bad result about that because you investigate on the whole region to have the best talents on your team, and that's the thing that's going to happen maybe with Entity because despite that they're from Peru, they don't have Peruvian players at all.
Okay, quite interesting to see. So a bit of mix and match here and there, so they can actually learn more, probably from learning from their own regions, and to bring it in and to make a good combination out of all of it. Can't wait to see that also for Entity 7.
Yeah. And I don't know if we're going to be watching right now the lineup of Entity, so we can talk more about that. But the thing is, also, guys, we invite you to watch the broadcast in all the official channels, and also to be commenting on the chat because we want to know what do you think about this region, about the players, and why are you watching the English transmission instead of the Spanish transmission? Also, it's something interesting to know.
They all come here to see Jerry. Familiar face
No,
for
no,
those
no, not
listening.
at all. Maybe you, but then I'm a little. I was talking about. I was talking before in the chat with you. I'm a little bit out of the meta right now because I was last year before the World Cup doing the broadcast. I'm very into the game, and after that, well, I took vacations and I left the game for some time, but not so much has changed between last year and this year. The jungles are very important for the whole gameplay, and also the same champions remain to be important. Hayabusa Sports is one of the top tiers heroes right now, and maybe we are going to be watching something about this, especially on Entity, because the styles of play are different from the teams from Brazil that used to play very strong in the meta, and from the guys from Argentina, Peru, and also Chile, because they want to experiment some things. They want to create little bit different things, not just playing around the meta.
I see. Okay, so talking about the meta for globally wise, I do agree with you for saying that the meta didn't really shift that much because it's still more to the assassin-centric gameplays. But let's see, of course, since we're mixing players here and there, probably they can pull up a few cheese picks or probably some unique heroes that we've never thought that, oh, probably we can use that hero in this role. So probably a experimental phase in the first day too.
Yeah, and you can expect that from the Argentinians and also from the Peruvian teams. The Peruvian players, they want to experiment a lot. Not the case with the Brazilians. They are really stick to the meta. So we can wait to have this show starting. I believe that we're going to be watching the next lineup soon. So what are the other teams you know on this region? Because we have here Corinthians, Entity are as I told you before, teams with that history. Also, Infinity, Malvinas, they have been around for a long time. Also, Alpha 7, but we have new names on the board.
Okay, but for so far, I'm actually quite keen on interested in Alpha 7 Esports and also DreamHack Esports. Because DreamHack is one of the teams that I actually know. They pull out a quite good history, and also I've casted a few ladies tournaments, so I'm actually also very happy to see that they also have a ladies division at that time during that tournament beforehand. And for Alpha 7, I think it's since what you've mentioned before, that a few of the players from bigger teams, they had to go to separate ways and everything. From what I can tell so far is a little fun fact if like from Alpha 7 is mostly consists of RQ, Akira, and Bigatron's Sons players.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
I was watching that information right now. Begatron, he's not on the board right now. So we have two new teams. Influence Rage, that is a it's a new team as far as I can see. But we also have 9Z. And 9Z called 9Z here in Spanish. It's a very strong team from Argentina in a different kind of games on different games, but as far as I know, it's not just the first time on Mobile Legends. They should be there before. Yeah. They are playing also Snapdragon Pro Series, so they have a little bit of practice together, and that's very important. They have Hydon, which is a very strong player on the region. They have also Erwin, a name that has been told before here in the broadcast. So maybe 9Z has a lot of to offer during the whole competition. So it will be interesting to watch those games too. But for us right now, the importance is those two Corinthians and NDT7, the lineup that we're waiting for.
Can't wait to see all of the players' faces, of course, fresh new faces for the new season and season 3 here, other than we've seen before, and we can just jump in to the drafting phase of match 1 in game number 1. Wow, so far, still in the meta, first ban Fanny, close off Jusin.
Yeah, but different styles of game, because Corinthians are up to ban to let out an assassin, as you said, and ND7 goes to block some of the strategies that you can make up in the mid lane. So they are not going to be just focusing only on the guys who are going to be having the killings. And Corinthians also with another block, but in this time goes to the upper line.
I think so far that between these two teams, either from Corinthians and also Entity 7, quite unique because of the meta didn't shift that much, but the first exit out during the game fight for a gameplay usually is executed to the gold lane, right? Now it's just shifting into the EXP laner. So I think it would be a very interesting to see between Akashi and also Markino to duke it out during the EXP lanes in their own lane. And so far we can see that Phoveus is one of the prime heroes that we can pick right now. It's just closed out. No Luoyi also, but so far I can sense from Entity 7 they just want to close out more of the mage heroes. Harith, one of the prior heroes, to also close out. Last ban from Entity 7, I think if they better to close out another jungler or probably a EXP lane, so you can kind of narrow it down a bit before the first picking phase.
Well, the things looks like Corinthians are blocking heroes that are going to be played, that can be played for a specific player, not the whole strategy at all. But ND7 is blocking around the strategy. As you can, as you may watch, because Luigi is a very important role. It's a very important hero if you want to surprise your opponents, and worked very good for the last year. Now they focus around the killers. Again, blocking a hero for the gold line, and trying to ruin the ideas of Corinthians to having easy picks on the first game.
And so far from what you've said before, that Corinthians they would go with the meta, I was thinking of probably a Granger or a Suyo. It's just locked in that easily for the first pick. For Entity 7, I think they can chip down a bit to take the Hayabusa maybe, if they really want to take that chance, or probably they want to go prio on the Granger. Oh, deny.
Yeah, Granger is really it's coming back to the meta. I was watching some information about that before, and it's a very powerful hero right now. So going to be interesting to have it. In the case of Suyu, last year when I was doing some broadcast, Suyu was a hero that wasn't allowed to be played because it was just new. So right now it's going to be very interesting to watch the game with Suyu pick, and also for Corinthians to have a very strong decision on the jungle. Okay, N87 goes to Gato Cat. The thing is, about Gato is was a very important team player last year. I remember some strategies around Gato Attack, like used to look to manage to be doing some kind of desperation influence on the rival game on the rival team. The idea was to borrow the other team at the thing, because Gato doesn't want to doesn't make you play very good. He doesn't offer a lot of damage, but he can ruin your strategies just holding a player.
Yeah, because from the hold up that you can see, going head to head with a Galakacha is just going to be a waste of time if you're just pounding here and there, because you both can have a good trade off, and which Corinthians can cover using the Kali. And the question is, will this Galakacha build be an EXP laner or a roamer later on? But so far, from what I can see, first phase, it will be a very, very good pick for Entity 7 to pick up a Joy for a jungler, just secure it in the first phase. So the second bidding phase, they can just focus more on probably closing down a mage for Corinthians.
Well, the end, anyways, for N87, should be having the Joy given offering damage and moving quickly around the map. Maybe playing with the chances that Corinthians has to catch him. And in the case of Khalid, as you mentioned before, Khalid is a very strong pick against Cat Attack. I believe that maybe it's going to be left into you more freely to going around on the map and maybe surprising the Joy if he can catch it. So very balanced decisions right now between those two teams. And well, we need some surprises for the last two, so we can have something that that can unbalance the game.
So far I can see Entity 7, they opt to close out the Vexana because, well, they're using the Joy. Either that or the Tigreal, if you really just want to get Joy in that area so Corinthians can put up a good gang. I do agree on what you said, that the Khalid would be a very good vision opener because it has high mobility, it has also a high good stun, very good for a semi frontliner, I would say. I wouldn't say it's the first frontliner because you will need somebody who is more tankier than that later on. For Corinthians, probably they can pick up the Hylas if they want. But so far, still on the second betting phase, Entity 7 closed out the Selena. Last ban, probably a good combination between the Gatakacha and Novaria, turns out, because Entity 7 hasn't picked up their mid laner.
Yeah, two strong decisions for the mid lane. As you said, Vexana and also Novaria are strong picks for the mid lane. Well, Valentina is going to be there, but I don't know if Valentina can play with the other heroes on the picks on N87. Maybe something is left there for the last pick, so they can have more some kind of a team plays between Valentina and another hero. Ranger and Joy used to play alone. Also got attack. The idea is to somebody to make some synergies there. That's the word I was looking for. Maybe Valentina's lack of synergies right now in NT7.
I see. Probably can help to burst down and balance out. Going up against the Sicilian in the mid lane would be quite hard, but it would be a good early clear so far. But for range wise, it kind of closed down the idea of there's expensive ultimates that the Valentina can copy. But so far, the only very, very expensive thing that they can get is the Khalid's Raging Sandstorm, even if the Valentina would like to copy it. And last pick, it's a Lucas going on. Okay, so far from both of this draft, I would like to say Corinthians, they would like to go for the brawler type, the early let's go fight, let's get the objectives, let's get this early finish. But in case if there's anything happening in the early phase that we can drag into the late game, there's Sicilian and also Irithel. But for Entity 7, on the other hand, they really need to finish quick. Because they have the Graveyard, they have the Joy. Their power is in the early. But if they drag it into the late game, it would be very, very hard for them.
But the idea for them, and maybe, is going to be adding this game as quick as they can. Well, we're going to about to start to about to jump to the arena, and then the 7 Corinthians are ready to go. So, guys, please enjoy the broadcast, and any comment you can make it there at the chat. Right now, we are going to be starting them. MPL Latin America Season 3, guys.
Okay, first match, game number 1 against Corinthians and also Entity 7. Let's just jump in and enjoy the game, guys. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So far, it's a very good early start that you can see. They try to clear it out. The faster you can clear from the mid, the faster you can rotate out. And so far, both of them are still on equal footing, but I see the Gatot Kacha trying to find a bit of information on the gank, but they're just coming in.
Yeah, keep an eye on Holzillo. Yeah, it's going down, but Sisi just struck the first blood. Corinthians with the first blood on the game. They started to look very good for them because they focused on the mid lane earlier than Entity 7, and the response wasn't quick enough.
I do really agree on that. So leveling wise, it's still higher on Entity 7 for the jungler, but since you got that early first blood, it's a gold gain quite well for the Suyo here for Buzijo. And we're talking about the overall qualities. Our friends from Corinthians, they opted out to help on the bottom lane, on the goat lane, but on the other hand, for Entity 7, I think they tried to wait out on the Hilda. But knowing that it's a Hilda, I think we better not waste time here. Let's just rotate and find some other objectives first.
Well, the thing is, Hilda can't wait for the middle lane to really shine, and they don't need to be part of the battles right now. Well, it's going to be holding the top lane RL, and Khalid is left in the top lane going to be cooperating again in the middle lane. Meanwhile, Patsy at the lower lane, just alone, only farming. Anytime that the first turtle appears, it's going to be first objective to be fighting for.
It's quite also well that Akashi is looking out around for vision, and we are talking about area-wise, Entity 7 still holds to the back line at first, but knowing that Corinthians said they are still trying to clear out the middle lane, I think it will be a bit of a fight here, taking out the turtle.
Watch out to Marquinhos, he jumps ahead. Hey, Garu has slain the first turtle. They got the objectives, but also can pay it with blood because hey, Akashi just appeared on the top lane also. Here he goes down. Keep an eye on Garu. He's also going down. Luis just slain them. And Josinho is trying to run away, but it's going to be catch again. Buzicio with another kill. 3-2-1, Corinthians leading the lead.
Yeah, 3-1, quite well. A great trade-off again and again, and the kill is funneling out to Buzizo. And then another one, they tried to kill it, but even a killing spree in the early stage. You give this much kill for Suyo, wow, it will just be a very smoothing sail for Corinthians here. Even the electrifying beats triggered by Garu, it doesn't really deal a lot of damage between Buzizo and also Akashi trying to just walk into the middle lane. They can still tank all of the damage.
We just watched two bad decisions about ND7 because two players was given there as a gift for the Corinthian guys. They ensured to have the 4th kill on the map on the leaderboard. And watch out here with Luis because he has the brave enough to becoming a solo player. Oh, watch out in the middle lane! It's a complete chaos. Akashi is going down in the hands of Garu. And Entity 7 is looking some pretty skies right now. Patsy had to run. All Entity 7 is going after him. Even Shay
quite well
behind the tower. No, but they're not going to kill him. Patsy just managed to be safe in this early game. Just 4 minutes on the game, and we already have a 4-3 score here.
And looking so far for the game in the mid lane, it was a good trade for Entity 7. They can get the trade, they can get the early start, but right now they even got that early start on that turtle.
Yeah, second turtle now on the hands of Garu for Entity 7. The second one for the team, and Marquillo trying to have even more. Catching Luis over there.
And so far we can see from Entity 7, they tried to invade more because they have that higher power for now. And they took that gold swing, so far Opa getting sandwich play right here. 3-1, and even Shay gets the sandwich gameplay so well, but Bushijo almost taken down with the Death Sonata by Sif, but so far it's just 1 collateral damage.
Yeah, another opportunity for Entity 7 to going down the turret, but right now the damage is bigger than 2 minutes ago, so Entity 7 managed to have the 4th kill on their pocket. 4-4 right now, 6 minutes, and the game's more balanced right now because Entity 7 woke up just a couple of minutes after the match started.
And when they finally woke up, it's a power spike from the Granger, also taking that Hunter Strike, taking a Sky Piercer, but even now here, Marquito, you couldn't really tank all of that damage. 1v3, it is just a risky gameplay. You gotta give it up. But Akashi, on the other hand, is also ganked up out the top. 1v3 again and again, but thank God it's a Hilda. You can still run away and you can still heal in the bushes.
The idea maybe was having the Marquinhos as a sacrifice to get the first and the second tower, but fortunately for Corinthians there was a Akashi over there, so he managed to keep the buildings up and focus Entity 7 in another objective, because in 3 seconds right now it's going to be another turtle on the map here as just spawned, and all the players of Entity 7 are going to be there in a meeting that is not for cookies.
Okay, jumping in with the AOG. Daffy get that part quite well, but Garu gets to take one down and even gets to steal the turtle, and a shutdown for Buzisha. A double kill for just one player. Garu still filing up of that, but Akashi is too tanky. Supa, on the other hand, is just also another one. This Joy is on fire. Getting that turtle and even securing a triple kill in the early, plus invading the purple buff. Entity 7, they're on a streak hot run.
We have potentially MVP here on Garu. He has managed to secure 3 turtles and also 5 kills right now with a triple kill rush just a seconds ago. And Corinthians is going to be having a shorter map in a couple of seconds, because the pressure of Entity is really feeding in the upper and the lower lane. Just need to push on the middle, and that's the job done.
But so far, there you can actually see on the way that Entity 7 is just pushing in and giving up a lot of pressure so far for Corinthians, because they missed that early power spike that they could have got. They actually fulfill it, but they couldn't really committed it, pull it on. But even up now, Garu gets to take a lot of damage here, and even a shutdown. Finally, too greedy in that turret, but a Death Sonata gets to secure, so it's a 1-for-2 trade. So far, it's Corinthians for this one.
Yeah, a bad decision there on Entity. As you said, they went too greedy on the middle lane, and they didn't even bother about taking down the first turret. Just went over there, and well, Corinthians managed to reply that and to get 2 kills. This happens in a moment when Entity needs to be more clear about their strategies and also to put a sign on the on this match. Keep an eye on Bosisio. He took a lot of damage there, but it wasn't enough to have some worries about that.
I think from Entity 7, they already know where their target is. For example, like this now, Luis, too much in the front. Raging Sandstorm popped up defensively. So far for Corinthians, that is one expensive skill right before the Lord. And it will be a very free one so far for Entity. Gyro even gets to secure it with the Retribution. And so far for Corinthians, since they missed that early power spike, the only way that they can win is just buy a lot of time so that Upa and also Frost are able to gain a lot more stacks, able to gain a lot more damages, so they can actually strive later on in the late game. But the question is, how?
Well, in the case of Entity, they have the roles very defined. You may see in the first Lord battle, Marquinho and Joelzinho went as the front lane, keeping Corinthians out of the objective and just making Garo to make it to close the deal and do this business. Right now they are all pushing, but when we need Marquinhos and Joelzinho are ready to jump in and keep Corinthians out of the damage dealers that Entity can protect very well.
And so far, even though the Lord is just marching on top, Entity 7, I think they will try to pick up a fight now.
Yeah, it's gonna be their fights. Well, position of passive taking a lot of damage. The tower is also receiving some, but Entity just keeping the lines up. They don't want to be too greedy right now because just tossing their heroes to the base is a bad idea, and also because they're trying to set a trap over there for Sinio, tempting Akashi and his partners, so Sif can make damage from behind.
Ooh, okay, Marquinhos trying to find a way, but so far it's just baiting out things. But good thing Corinthians, they had the willpower to just, okay, let's not start a fight yet, because we have a almost 5K gold lead from Entity 7. They really need to farm more for Corinthians. And for talking about the overall equipment, so far it's just a Sicilian, just Frost having that more gold for around 1K other than the Valentina. And because of all of that, I can see that even though the Iritel just gets the Great Dragon Sphere, you get the Haas Claws and the Berserkers, it's just not enough knowing that how Shiv is just funneling onto the Hunter Strike and even the Sky Piercer. Plus the penetration, this will kind of melt down a lot from like Akashi or even Lewis.
The thing is, Corinthians knows that the game hasn't been decided at all because, well, the score line is right now is 8-7. Just one, but one mistake from Corinthians, and the things can go all the way around. And in the case of Entity, they have 3 turtles, but they doesn't make a lot of importance right now because Corinthians can have this battle rate very good. So keep an eye on Luis because he's attracting the attention from the Lord. The Lord has reset, and Entity right now have a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, Akashi is looking for the seal.
Oh, okay. Tried to conceal and even got that Lord. Garu just jumping in. Buzisho first popped out, and even that AOG quite on time.
Wow.
For defensive gameplay, but our friends from Entity 7, they still want to continue that team fight, but Upa is just taken down like that. It 2-4-0 trade, and even Entity 7 got that Lord. Wow, I think it would be a very hard push for this one, but knowing that there is a Sicilian, knowing that there's an Irithel, I think Corinthians still can defend this quite well.
Joelzinho was playing on the edge right there because he jumped back almost with 0 HP. And meanwhile, their team plays with they're giving damage. I think they are going to be ending the game right now because Tower 3 is right on the ground, and also the top 3 tower also is down on the upper lane. Entity is clearing all the lines, and also with the Lord advancing, they just need to close the deal.
Okay, closing the deal is right on point. Joel, a bit too deep, taken down also, but even Garu gets a double kill. Since the base is open, Entity 7 gets to secure the first game from the best of 3 series.
Yeah, it was a very quick match from Entity 7. They maybe made some mistakes on the first moments of the match. Corinthians was very ambitious from the first moments, for the first seconds of the match, but Entity woke up, and after that, well, it was a beast without mercy on Corinthians, because every single battle when they need to manage to Corinthians, they do it. They did it very well, and Busisio wasn't shining at all. On the first moments, maybe we may watch some of the hero power there in the hands of Holcinho, but after that, Entity took a deep breath and managed to order those lines, and after that there was just a methodic play from Entity, uh, taking just the risk that should be necessary for getting the objectives. Don't forget that Garu has all the turtles, and also two of the two lords. So there was a very clean play for them after they woke up.
Yeah, really a beast sleeping. I thought it was just slipping off, but turns out it's just sleeping. And looking for overall in the gameplay, Entity 7 really gets and even a few moments that we can actually see from the highlights of a replay. It's just a lot of the times that before Corinthians can actually start a team fight, Luis's Raging Sandstorm, it's force triggered out in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, from Entity 7, they are able to just like, okay, let's save this ultimate. Let's just try to bait Luis out first, because he is the only potential who can actually give the CC area, the crowd control area from that. But other than that, it's just full-blown damage. So probably for the second game, you can actually adjust a bit more on that combination during the drafts.
I believe here the experience also plays a role, because if you think about the past experience of the two teams, Entity 7 is an organization that has a lot of history behind, so they maybe have some hours of play as a team. Instead of Corinthians, they are doing good, but wasn't good enough because they need to be practicing a lot, because Entity is a strong player on the region, so you can go to improvise there. Maybe you can start with aggression as they started on this match, having the first kills, but after that, when you take a deep breath and order your ideas and also take your roles in the map, well, Entity looks stronger on those times, and they managed to solve quickly the game.
I think for an overall, during all of the decision making and also the time during the plans on how to execute it quite well, both of the teams, I think they are able to do quite well. The thing that I would really like to pick out is like Corinthians, they really need to know that, okay, we got a good start, but what next? Maybe in the process of thinking what's next, you get that triple kill from Garu, and it's just suddenly like, whoa, wait, the Joy got a triple kill. How?
It's a huge slap on the face that you had a triple kill against you, and you said, "Oh well, we started fine." Yeah, it was just a dream, just a taste of victory, because the whole cake was for Entity. 14-8 is the score, and you may see now the importance of Garu there in the with the hands on Joy, 9 kills for them, for him. No, seven kills, and also it's not the biggest number on goal acquisition, but was one of the importance. I also the names there are mixed by Valentina. Didn't even play an important role on the victory.
Yeah, because about the draft that we've talked before during the drafting phase, it would be a bad idea if the Valentina wasn't given a chance to copy out a lot of the important ultimates. Like, for example, didn't get the chance to copy the Raging Sandstorm, didn't get the chance to probably get the Heavy Crossbow or the Bat Feast for damaging wise. But so far, since the middle lane was so well taken care of by the Valentina and also by the Roamer to help around with Gato Kacha, so even though without copying those expensive ultimates, they're still able to survive.
Yeah, and they only had to do that because the idea doesn't have to be giving some kills for free to Corinthians to help them on their way to breathe again, because the first moment was interesting, but after that they don't have anything at all. So they need to manage better their builds. Maybe look for a composition with a heavy tank on the front that can manage heroes like Joy. We said before, Joy is a strong jungle player. Joy had a lot of damage to provide, and also is hard to catch. They didn't even have a moment to catch it at all. They just suffer on the presence of the Joy.
The only one with the CC presence is just a Khalid, or even a mini stun actually from the ultimate, the Rage from Hilda. But what are the chances of the Hilda catching the Joy? If both of them are just too busy guarding on the front lines, trying to find information, trying to find out probably can I get the Granger? Probably can I get the Valentina at the front? And then suddenly the Joy is just at your back line. So,
but Hilda wasn't
so
the pick
far,
for that, because
no one can stop it first.
No, but Hilda wasn't the pick for that to catch Joy. They needed a stronger CC player. They needed maybe I don't know. If I'm watching right now the tier list on these days, maybe Baxia. I don't know.
I was thinking the usual.
You need to be quick to catch Joy. That's the deal.
Either quick or a heavy CC. So whatever happens when you enter into that area, you put up a good stun. For example, like Tigro, it's a good counter for that.
But looking back on the draft, didn't Corinthia ban Foveus?
Yes, they banned the Pulvius so no one can chase it. So they need heavy.
It wasn't a good decision at all. Maybe they needed to pick Foveus. It was a better idea.
Well, knowing that their position is also in the first pick though, but what can we say? It's already done for the first game. But we can see on the second draft probably.
Yeah, the decisions were already made. They need to wash their hands, wash their face, maybe touch some cold water on the face, and be fresh for the next game. So they can start with a new composition, with a new strategy, and with a fresh idea as to how to catch the killer. That's the name of the game right now.
How to catch the killer. It's not how to catch Joy. That's a feeling.
Yeah. Maybe they can change the killer, but the idea is the guy playing the killing hero is doing the best job of the day.
Very good early start from them both also though, and I can't wait to see. Probably in the second game there will be a shift. So probably more to like respect bans, or probably they would like to. Okay, it worked in the first game. Let's just do that again. Ban out a lot of the mages, ban out a lot of the burst potentials, ban out a lot of the crowd control potentials, so that my joy can be free.
But the first pick right now is going to be for Entity 7 because the first ban, yeah, in the past game was for Corinthians. They banned Fanny, so maybe they're going to be banning Joy, and after that, I don't know.
Respect.
Respect ban. Let's take a look. Okay.
Okay.
Same bans, the same first bans in the hands of Corinthians and also for Entity. The thing is, Sujin, last year was a very strong hero. A pain in the soul, I'm going to say. For the teams.
It's a menace.
It's a menace.
I agree with
it's a menace. It's quite a menace.
It's a menace.
But despite of Hayabusa looking up, staying up on the tier list, nobody plays very good Hayabusas last year. What about now? Maybe you want to watch. We have the opportunity to see our Hayabusa on this game, despite of the bans are like the same of the past game.
So far it's still a template ban, if you can see. Close so far. Oh yeah, it's still a template ban. Close off the Harith, and Entity 7. Will you still close off the Moskov for the sake of the joy to strive? Or probably a Selena, probably Vexana, if they still want to focus on the mages that they want to close off. Ooh, okay, but it's a deny pick. But the joy is in hands of Corinthians.
Well, the thing, the question now is is there somebody in Corinthians who can play Joy as good as Entity 7 played before?
True.
And what's going to be the response of Entity 7? Because if you're good playing a hero, you're good at countering him.
Okay, true. And so far, they still prioritize taking that Gatot Kaja and also Granger. For Corinthians, would they probably shift to get a mage first? In case if anything from Entity 7, knowing that their favorite bans are so far for the mages, or probably they still want to take a tanky guy first, or probably want to take the Khalid and the Irithel again, going up a Granger. But so far Selena is still on the list, taking a good stun, taking the Irithel. 3 main damage dealers just secured like that for Corinthians. On the other hand, Entity 7, I think it would be a good time to pick the Hayabusa. So you can probably pick off the Irithel, or probably avoid the Selena's Abyssal Arrow.
In the last game, we said before the game started that Entity 7 was looking for a quicker game. For a quick game to end. So they picked up Joy and another damage dealers to end the game quickly. But right now Corinthians have 3 damage dealers that is important damage on their hands. And meanwhile Entity 7 picks show you that it's a good idea, but doesn't convince me at all right now, because with Joy, Selena and Irithel, they have a lot of damage and they can wipe out if they want. So I believe that Entity needs to aim for a longer game right now, looking for strong tanks for the first line.
Even they close out the Hylas knowing that it would be big homework to do to close off. If they open up the Glorious Pathway, you slow down the Suyo, you slow down the Granger, because the potential of the Suyo entering and the Joy entering, of course, Suyo will have to take a little bit a while popping up the Soul Server. But so far Corinthians, they choose to close out the Novaria again and Entity 7. Last ban would they want another tanky player to be closed down? Probably the Hilda or the Khalid, if you want.
But no, I don't know. I don't know if Hilda. What? Joe? Why? They already had 3 damage dealers. Why do they need to block Joe?
I think they need the tank right now, but for the pick-off strategy, a combination between Corinthians picking up the Cho or not, I think they just worry that if the Cho gets to suppress the Granger and the Irithel gets more gold, it will be a very good game for Corinthians. So far, the last ban for Corinthians, Badang, taken out just like that. And for NCT7, what will be a good next pick? The mage?
No, they need a heavy tank before a mage.
True.
3 strong damage dealers on the other side of the map. They need a strong tank. I don't know if Alpha is a good idea.
Quite unique though if it's an alpha, but I'm thinking about a Vexana, so it can be a good combination between the Gatot Kacha and they can still stun in the Joy. Okay, that's. They don't hear me. I'm not whispering, guys.
I believe a Vexana, right? Okay, there you have it. Vexana, strong play for NCT7. But it's looking good, huh?
Tigreal would be nice though here. The Tigreal. If they really want to go head to head with the area for stun, but it would be a very tacky thing to do, knowing that there's a Vexana that's waiting. Yes.
For Corinthians.
Tigreal for Corinthians.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. It's a good response. Maybe Baxi also.
How about Chi-Chi? For Gatot Kacha in case to melt down either one. And a last pick from NCT7. They from Corinthians they opt out the Chi-Chi and the Khalid. So this would be a very, very heavy bodily tank for the Khalid. To tank a lot of damage from the Vexana, probably the Granger, and last pick from NCT7. To match it up, probably a Glue would be nice if they want to go head to head because there's no more Phobias. Or they can opt out to go from Hilda. So you can walk around here, but Lucas is their choice.
Again, just a few changes on the composition for NCT7, and well, the changes they made made them look even stronger right now because with a Vexana in the middle lane, I think, in my personal opinion, and also in my personal opinion as a player, I prefer a Vexana over a Valentina. And well, the damage they already have it.
So far, both composition for the draft, I would say it's more balanced than the first game to see. But then again, with the conditions played on to both sides of the team, early game is still crucial for both junglers. They need to get the objective quite well and everything. But we're talking about sustaining moments. It'll be better on NCT7's side. It'll be more safe on their side. But knowing that there's a Chi-Chi that is just buffed, it would be a good game for the second one. So I think Corinthians can still put up a good fight overall.
I'm curious about how the focus on Corinthians will be because they managed to have 3 strong damage dealers on Foslani area, Upa and Luis. So they're going to be needing playing together, and maybe they need to be just focusing on one line to make the more damage possible.
And funneling in so far because Akashi is on the Chi-Chi would be a greater invite here. But First Blood by Corinthians, the Selena is hitting out a lot of points.
Well, told ya. Frozen and Luis played together and went to hunt on their jungle on Entity 7, and they managed to catch the first kill. They went to the second one also in the middle lane, but Vexana managed to leave the place, and with just a couple of hints of HP, going back to the base. Luis and Garu maybe we'll meet there. Hey, nice move on Frozen Navy, catching Juancinho and forcing him to going back.
And so far, playing back and safe right now would be a good call, but Corinthians, again, they have that early power to pull a gameplay as long as Frost lands that Abyssal Arrow. And since so far there's no calls yet too heavy yet, so I think they would just focus on to the turtle. Let's just clear it out first. Let's just get a great view first. Let's just hover over the area first. Whoever gets to secure the area first is, so far I see from the mini-map, it's Corinthians.
Yep.
It's a free turtle, and even NTT7, they opted out to let's just jump more, even though there's more invasive from Corinthians.
Well, the thing is, Joy can be important on damage in the first minutes, but in the case of Garu right now, they need he needs to build the power of the hero and not just going ahead without problems in the first minutes. So they need to be more patient to build up a stronger team for the next battles.
I think for Entity 7, what you're saying is quite true. You gotta play that timing right. And for a lot of the hero combinations today for Entity 7 in game number 2, they really need to time their ultimates quite right. Between probably the Vexana's Eternal Guard and the AOG from the Gatot Gacha, but overall, Akashi almost taken down by the Soul Server from Garu, but so far they are really playing it safe. I think just funnel in first, then you go start a fight.
But she smelled something funny on the rear, so they said, okay, I feel the danger, and went back to the tower just in time on the arrival on the guys on Entity 7. Upa in the bottom lane, keeping busy defending their towers, and in 20 more seconds we're going to have another turtle. Don't forget that Corinthians already had the first one, so Entity, as we said before, is playing a safer game right now.
Safer game is probably the answer, but because of a safer game, they have a roughly around almost 1k gold lead. It's not too far, it's not too big of a deficit, but again, for the second turtle, Entity 7, they are just starting to get that turtle. Objective-wise, Akashi trying to find vision, Luis trying to enter in, but even Garu gets that turtle in with the electrifying beats quite on point, and AOG triggered out just for the defensive play for Martino. Quite in the front. But good thing, it's a good call from Entity 7. Let's just disperse first. Enough for the fight. At least we got what we want.
Knows when Chai pick is important. Well, the Vexana unleashing their ultimate. We have even one more player to care about for Corinthians. This ultimate is very important for the composition of made for Entity. They managed to have another lone hero, if you may call, on the front lane. Oh, take a look! Surprise for Juancinho. It's going down in the hands of Posicio, taking the second for Corinthians, and after that, Sib is going to suffer all too, because Upatsi went very greedy there. After between the towers, Vanayon Gara is going to be doing the hand trans right now.
So far, it's a very great cut by Corinthians to probably try to take the outer turret from tier 1 down in the bottom lane, but it is not that smart on top. Marquinhos just taken out and blasted down that easily. Wow.
it's the second one for Rosiccio, but he managed to have very strong damage opportunities right now. So maybe you don't want to have a date with them alone on the forest or in a lane. So entity need to be playing together right now because Bushishi is already a hero with a lot of power and a menace for them. Going to the next talon right now, Luis and Opazi. Bushishi is going to be there also. Walsinho.
And with the
They're going to
with a
secure
lot
the
of power
next
that
talon.
tried to come in. Ooh, that's quite well actually for Corinthians. A 2-for-1. It's not a clean turtle for either both sides of the team, but so far Corinthians they still got that lead, and with a 2K, around 2K, they can actually they actually got that early for the gold lead. So Entity 7, I think they really need to farm up their game.
Yeah, and now they are in problems. Problem because Garu receive a lot of damage position once again with another kill, the third one for him, and they even don't take care of the turret right now. They left her there only to be more aggressive on the middle lane. Now Busicio is going to take
So
it.
far,
Yeah.
oh, but so far both of the teams they tried to sit out, but now it's not balanced because Corinthians get your 8-minute mark. So knowing that knowing that Upa has that, so far it would be actually quite nice.
Well, both teams are just going around the objectives, if you may see right now, because 30 seconds more we're going to having here the first Lord, and both teams are already dancing around this next objective. Only Marquinhos cleaning the line in the bottom lane because they already missed 2 towers over there, so they need to be carrying of that area. And take a look of the damage of Ultisio. It's gonna take one more. Marquinhos managed to escape, but just for a couple of seconds. After that, also Garo is going to be taken away. 6-1 for Corinthians. Totally in control.
Oh no, that is a very risky call to take, to be honest. Playing the far lane, you don't get that turret down. It's still okay, but no retribution power for Entity 7, and it would be a very good clear cut for Corinthians to just storm in and even shift. Almost taken out. AOG to the back. Defensively, again and again, Entity 7, they just really gotta play it safe. Since the early it's too safe, I think now they are forced to play it safe.
I should say free lore, but it wasn't free at all because Corinthians managed to work that. They managed to have some kills and make Entity doubt about the defense. So they left the objective for Corinthians. Another first lord is going to be walking on the lower lane. Meanwhile, Batsy is pushing on the topper one. Corinthians playing the whole map with really a big comfort right now.
And so far they're trying to pressure in the 3-lane push. The Lord is just leaving on top, but leaving on down bottom. But on the other hand, on top of Zisho, he's trying to push in slowly one by one. But no one has touched that middle lane turret yet.
Well, they're going to be working with the Lord on the lower lane and also catching the second tower on the middle one. Opazi just destroyed that objective. And the Lord saying goodbye for a few moments. Corinthians in totally control of the game. Busicio still growing on damage. It's going to be quite interesting. I said told you before, I'm going to be watching game 3 between those teams.
Okay, quite interesting if this unlocks a game tree. And looking at the positions, it's actually a very good trade. You get 3 turrets down, you get with 1 lord. And so far, Entity 7, I think they're just waiting for a good moment to pop up or probably take one of the players from Corinthians down. As long as they try to gain a good momentum from there, I think it would be a great start for them.
Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. It's a lot of damage. Well, Zin, you can manage it all. Akachi just took it away easily. Mingled Shay is also taking a lot of damage. Need to pull back. In the top lane, Marquillo wants to defend, but take a look. Just half of the life is already evaporated. Busicio with the mega kill and pushing even more.
Oh, okay, evaporated as quite well. And Entity 7, they are trying very, very hard to clear out the minion waves. They're trying very, very hard to, let's just see, probably we can push back a bit of this pressure from Corinthians. But so far, Corinthians, they are just not giving up, trying to take down even the no more passive, even trying to pull it in. Even Louis gaining a lot of good health from here. And so far, they are dispersing, giving them a little bit of a breather for Entity 7.
Well, I think Entity 7 hasn't had the space to breathe right now. Busicio is just taking all the opportunities for Corinthians, managing now to having the second Lord. And meanwhile, Marquinhos also suffering on the hands of the guys of Corinthians. They're already pushing on the middle lane. Hey, somebody's stunned there? Yes, Holzinho is away from the game right now. Garu also. Well, Garu hasn't played at all. Take a look at the numbers.
Yeah, and looking so far, this is quite brutal for Entity 7 because people from Corinthians are just starting to get in Marquinhos, tanking half of the damage from Buzicio's electrifying beats. And that's so they're able to push or just keep them at bay without the Lord marching in yet to the base. And so far buying a lot of time for Entity 7 for a full-blown team fight of 5v5, but they need to play it smart this time.
I don't know if smart's enough to have a comeback here for Entity, because Corinthians is already pushing on the upper lane. They managed to give a lot of damage on the tower. The 3 towers are already very, very close to the end, and the Lord marching on the lower lane. It's going to be a chance to push even more on the middle one. That's about to going down. That's it. 2 towers in just a second, and the third one is going to have the same destiny. Now Corinthians pushing to the end.
Okay, pushing through it is the answer, but no minion waves are there to support their last push. Still taking a good breather, but Entity 7, they managed to defend their base quite well with a very, very expensive trade-off where they have to just turn down 3 turrets so far. But we're talking about in-game equipment. So far, 5 of these players are on the side of Corinthians. They got that massive gold lead even up until now. But other than talking about the gold lead, if it steps onto the 15-minute mark, it is the late game. So whoever gets the momentum, whoever gets the kill first, I think it would be a good chance for them to just take a good pick off, and they can start actually pushing back.
Yeah, it's just something interesting here because, hey, meanwhile, see, oh wow, what an explosion of damage! 2 players almost evaporated again. Civ, 1 down, and Marquinhos saved just for a miracle. Corinthians pushing on the middle lanes. Right now, they have 1 more player. Entity, they only have 4 on the defense, and Huelsin is already suffering the pressure and the mega kill for
the base.
One of the guys in Corinthians. Garu is down, and then the next go out. Corinthians wins the game and keep the things 1-1.
Okay, a hot gameplay that we can see from the second game, how Corinthians try to fight it out. Early, I can see that both of the teams that they don't really want to go that aggressive, but since Entity 7 is just playing so safe, knowing that we cannot give kills to the Joy, we cannot give a lot of the opportunities, but even though Bushido didn't get a lot of kills in the early game, he can actually secure a lot of the objective wise, like from Garu's jungle, a lot of them are actually just taken out by Corinthians. And so far, because of that early slow but steady gain, they are able to take down Entity slowly one by one, like in this moment right here. Sadly, it's a very, very good strategy that you want to go playing on the far lane, just take two down. But sadly, even, okay, let's just go and let the Lord go. No information, it's okay. But since the retribution power from Entity 7 is just down at bottom lane, let's just give to that. And so far, from Entity 7, they just tried so very hard to defend their turret, even though up until the last breath, all of them, 3 of the tier 3 all down, they still managed to survive. But because of that one turning point where what I just mentioned before, as long as you get one player down, you can get that good momentum and you can actually push till the end. And that is
they didn't left the momentum at all. That's it. That's good for Corinthians, and also the snowball of the damage wasn't ending at all. Sadly, the guys there at the entity, they pick up Soyo. It's a good hero, but not as strong as three damage dealers on the other team. They needed to have maybe a crowd controller that can take away one of the damage dealers, but it wasn't possible at all. Corinthians managed to have these 3 huge cannons on their hands and making damage just in turns. They never stop making damage to the guys on Entity, and the numbers are strong. Keep an eye on Corinthians, 16-1 on this game, with the strong appearance there of Busicio with Joy. We mentioned that on the early game, who was already hitting hard. And after that, well, the rest of the game was just a walk for Busicio and his Joy that managed to have the biggest numbers there on Corinthians.
And without even taking damage, Luis did his job so well, and it's able to tank a lot of the damage so far given by Entity 7. And we're talking about the overall, and since there is a very, very goal gap between these two of these teams, so talking about the full compositions between the items, it is a real deficit for Entity 7 to actually try to keep in the second game. But so far, the overall a satisfying match that we can, and it was a satisfying game. Number one, but Corinthians, they just don't want to let this go. But remember, it is a best of 3 format, so let's see who will be the stronger team to take on the 2-1 point.
Well, the good thing on these BO3 matches is especially that they need to walk up fast after the first hit. Entity played very good, a very good first game. Despite of them starting a little bit slow, after that they went very hard on damage and don't left Corinthians a chance at all. Right now, Corinthians left one chance on Entity, and I was afraid about that because the first time they went out of minions, they went back, and I watched that and I said, okay, Entity just need one good team fight to test the things around. And fortunately for Corinthians, that didn't happen, but it could happen. So Corinthians need to be even more aggressive, maybe merciless about this, because if you left that chance to a team like Entity, you may lose the game.
Okay, quite well. I think it applies to both of these teams. When once you get that early pace on what's next, or what can we get, what can we trade off, and so far you can see the MVP of the game, Akashi. Okay, on the CC, quite well. I can see with the KDA 208. I can actually see that a lot of the damage dealt by him was very, very welcomed quite well. And since that the CC is just always in the front line trying to find a very good position to open up the current call, to actually just trap between two players is actually quite well. Like as we can see during the highlights here during Akashi's play, he just came down to support the team in a right moment because knowing that CC having the high mobility and with the combination with Louise, it's just awful.
Yeah, yeah, they managed to solve that movement problems that they had in the on the first game, on the second one. But it's not just about movement and positions; it's also about power, and the power showed by Corinthians on this game with three damage dealers on their lines. Well, they need to play the same card on the next game and don't leave any chances to Entity to go back after this little step back.
I do really agree. So both of the teams, when you start early. So uh we're talking at first that we were talking about the compositions with they actually improved quite well in the second game. And during the third game, I think it's the time they need to adjust. Other than draft, other than already know what to how to create the moments that when to end so you can actually secure the game quite well.
I'm sorry, but there was some a little bit of lag on the transmission. I didn't hear you well. Can you repeat me the question,
For
please?
before that, I was saying, of course. So at first that we were talking about the first game, we need to
Yeah,
adjust the drafts, and they actually did it for the
yeah.
second one. So I think for the third one, they need to, other than readjust the draft, which is already good, they need to know when to end for at the end for the quite well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Corinthians managed to end the game after all, but if they hesitate just one more time, Entity wasn't have a didn't have the mercy that they had before. Corinthians need to be merciless in on those decisions. Can live any moment to Entity to come back again. And let's see. Let's watch what's happened on the next game. Um, I'm quite surprised about the chat there on YouTube because there are some guys from Jamaica and Venezuela watching the game in English. Well, it's interesting. They are choosing to have to accompany us, but it's good to have you here. And also, if you have any other friends that enjoy Mobile Legends and also they want to watch Latin American games, let's share the broadcast and invite them to come around because we have even more one more game between Corinthians and Entity 7. Well, let's see what Corinthians have to offer because right now on the past game, I have to tell I never seen a stronger Corinthians that I saw in the last game.
And we're talking about so far on how they play both actually quite to execute quite well. We can actually see both of the teams on how separately how they shine, and I would really like to see the third game. They won't repeat the same mistakes. They would actually go in and go out quite early. Let's just put on a great show where just full blown team fights for both of the side of the teams. It would be quite fun to see.
Yeah, I believe that for decisions, Corinthians need to play even more aggressive than they went on the last game. The first moments of the match, they managed to have the first kills on both game, not in both game, but to have the most important aggressions on the two games. In the second one, the kills were on the side of NDD7, but the aggression we started with Corinthians. That aggression shown on the two games need to be present from the first moment of this third game because it's the decider. So you can't go around. You can't go other road because they need to go there, jump, just to kill.
And so far, execution wise, I guess for game number 3 for both teams. And so far, I think phase it will look quite the same. I might say it's quite similar from game number 1 and game number 2, unless they suddenly want to change strategies. But I think so far they can actually try to just stick with the Joy. You can stick with the Suyo either way. Or probably if you say that Suyo gains a bit of attraction quite late, you can pick up the Hayabusa too. It's actually a great alternative if you also want to go juke it out or head to head with the Joy.
But we already had two Joys on game 1 and game 2, and Joy was the protagonist in the first and the second game. So they need to ban Joy right now.
Yeah, I think it's a gamble though, Jerry. It's a gamble.
But I understand the first ban on Fanny because Fanny it's a heavy hero to play with. So if somebody picks Fanny, well, you're going to suffer. That's for sure. But Joy,
you're going to suffer earlier.
yeah, you will suffer for sure. But there are still some options. I'm watching here again the hero tier list, and well, there's Julian open. There's Julian Hayabusa open. Also Hanzo. Maybe even Saber on the S tier. I'm happy for this because I'm a Saber player, but I haven't seen it at all on competitions, and it would be nice to watch Saber right now, guys. Since you already picked somebody on others, suggestions. Let me watch a Saber right now. Well, we have the first ban. It's not for Fanny. It goes.
Oh.
Yeah. We have another ban right now.
Goes to Selena. Okay, it goes to Selena for a respect ban, of course.
But you believe that Selena was that important for Corinthians in the last game?
I think it's other than the buff given to the hero. It's actually a really moment maker for that. I would agree it plays an important role. It wasn't the biggest damage dealers at the end, but for the early game, Corinthians was actually quite much from the Selena knowing that deals the damage getting the first blood. It also helps stealing 1 or 2 junglers for the objectives. So it's just quite a menace when even dragging on to mid and to the late game, where the Abyssal Hero just hits right on point. You can actually hit the Vexana, so you can delay that Eternal Gut stun, and because of those Abyssal Arrows, I think it will just be a hindrance, I guess. I might put it at that way. So better to ban it off than to get stunned in the middle of an important team fight where you really need to get that ultimate out.
Okay. Next bans, well, Corinthians is playing for Manuel again because I think it's on the script that Sujin and also the ban on Luoji are again the guys on Entity. Moscow again, Phobos again. Well, you have now Fanny open. Let us watch it. The Fanny powers on the arena.
Ooh, okay, so Jerry is requesting to see a very fast hand Fanny. So between all of that, but so far for Entity 7, they still keep it in their ways, fan off the Moskov. And for Corinthians, probably they really want to focus on that mage since Moskov is also taken out. Or they want to respect the joy. It's a gamble. Because if you don't ban it out, Entity 7 will definitely get it.
Yeah. If you want to start for the assassins, yeah, you have Fanny, Joy open, Hayabusa open again. Please don't pick Soyu. We already saw that Soyu doesn't work at all in both teams. So you have a lot of possibilities here in Mobile Legends when you have your draft. So it is funny to watch the same heroes once again. Okay.
Okay, but so far
Let's
probably
take the
they're
time
just
right now.
also
Hey,
adjusting for the first week.
Joy.
Really
Again.
thinking. Joy.
Joy again. But now
What
on the
do
hands of
we
Entity
see?
7.
Okay. Back to their rightful owners in the first game. You can see it's striving. Other than that,
But
the Granger and the Gatotkacha is still wide open.
But I have to be honest, between Entity 7 and Corinthians managed to have even a powerful Joy than Entity 7. So maybe they're going to be I don't know, able to manage the Joy right now. Get a touch again, Granger again. Give me more CC. We need to stop this Joy.
I think for the next opting to probably the Irithel because it goes quite well sometimes and some not. On going up against the Granger, they need someone tanky at first, the Khalid again. If they are really comfortable with that, you can pick that up. You can just secure it first, or because like since Selena is just out of the question, that unless you really play with range. Yeah, I was thinking about range and they just locked in you and Baksha as a choice here. Baksha XP?
Baksha Roamer? I believe
Also
Baksha will to be a Roamer.
can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen Baksha Roamer before on this region, so wouldn't be a surprise to have it there, helping even Joy to get even more kills. Baksha as a bait, Joy as the slainer, yeah, works.
it's just a pure finisher right there. You can see.
Yeah.
Just see the vision first. But CC, as a countermeasure, in case the box flexes out to be the EXP, but it would be a good pick to melt down anyone who is tanking in the front. So even without the phobias, you can actually pick it out quite well. Next bans. I think you can ban out the Irithel for respect also, because you can see that it is one of the comfort heroes that was picked out also. And for Entity 7, you can close down. Yes. Close down the Vexana, close down any heavy CC mages that you can actually counter on. Even Novaria for range. Or
I don't know if Novaria, because you have a strong movement there on Entity 7, so you don't need to ban Novaria. Maybe maybe need to ban Sicilian, Vexana again, and that's it. Sask, but they are not playing Sask.
Yeah, but I think it's more to a unique pick if you want to pick up the Zos. For me, I actually agree with the Novaria ban, because Novaria and Granger, or even like Selena and Granger as a combination in one, I was just straight up broken. I saw it how it worked, but so far Corinthians opted out to close down the Hylas. So Entity 7 they wouldn't have another body to be up front again other than Baxia. And since there is no jungle answer from Corinthians yet, so we just close down the alpha. So we close down the true damage potential. We close down the Spirit of Alpha CC that you can actually dive into the back and go messing around with the Yi for Corinthians. Next pick, I think they can afford to pick a one tanky first before securing the jungle, so they can adjust later on. Vexana is your choice.
The thing is on oh well, Vexana is here for Corinthians, and the thing for 1970 has they already have Baxia as a front laner. They can play with a front laner, not just a front laner, but a damage dealer on melee who can work with Baxia. Maybe a Torres as an opener.
What? I think Khalid would pair well, because both of them have high mobility, but they play with range. Let's just deal with the Granger first. Let's pick up the Bruno in case, if ever, we know that and Corinthians picked out a non-fast movement jungle, they can actually still counter in. Ooh, okay, Elite last pick.
Yeah, Khalid is the last pick. You already said that Khalid can work with Baxia, and Baxia can work with Joy. And Hive just need to be playing with himself, so they don't need, he don't need to be accompanied. Yeah, he can manage the things by their own. He needs nobody. The same as Vexana on the middle lane there for Corinthians. So the main focus here is going to be around the jungles, especially on Joy, and what is going to be picked for Corinthians to end Sujo again. Whoa. I believe it's a bad idea.
Oh, I believe that they're still trying. Will this finally be the answer against the Joy?
They're trying so.
It will be hard though. It would be hard.
Yeah, because now you have another problem with Soyu, because Joy can manage to kill Soyu just by herself. But what happens when you have a Joy with a Baxia? It's even difficult to manage the both heroes. So you maybe we have it's the baddest possibilities to have for this for you. Let's take a look at the lines also, because I thought that Baxia was going to be roaming, but it's going to be held in just one line. Khalid will be the roamer.
Okay, quite well to start all of this. And of course, we got viewers for the first match, game number 3 against Entity 7 and also Corinthians. And so far, it's a great early start that we can see from both sides of the team. Still same. You finish out the early in the mid quite well, so you can roam out fast. Even go down in the EXP lane, force him to go back first. You have to heal. You probably have to play the turret, so you can gotta play it safe. Because you know that Marquinhos on the Baxia would give sustaining or like so against the CC, I think they would have to help be more time. We're talking about drafts. I would have to say, Jerry, I love Entity 7's content so far, but for Corinthians, it would be just a risky move right now.
That was I was talking about. Marquinhos, a huge tank, and Garu just making damage without importance of the tower of the other players. If they are together, it's a quite killing unit that Entity 7 has to, well, win the match. Again, in the bottom lane, Marquinhos surprised, 3 players over him. 1-on-1 right now on the score. Entity 7 and Corinthians that react on the lower lane and managed to take one of the kills.
Okay, one of the kills. It is a very good start so far. It is a reset a turtle right now. Marquinhos tries to join a team from level 4 yet, so it will be a very tricky thing to come in. Akashi trying to find target in Marquinhos. Even the real world manipulation going on, and even taking one down. Jay gets one kill. Zone 3 out. Corinthians still trying to find an opening to get the turtle. Turtle Dance is still over there, but they still have Marquinhos and also Joaquinho to be a great frontliner to just zone everybody out, take everybody out. Just stay in your lane, it's okay. As long Garu takes the first turtle, it would be a very good for them.
It was funny to watch there, the turtle watching the fights and asking, somebody wants to play with me because I was the objective and they just started just fighting. Well, Corinthians and Entity left the objective for a second instance, and after getting the kill, and after pushing Corinthians back, Entity took the turtle, the first one, is for them. And now 2-1 on the score, and again with the pushing on their side.
Pushing in is quite well, but looking at how Corinthians move, they try to move in as a group, so probably a lot of gang team fights will be on the horizon to start here so far. But since knowing that this typical safe gameplay they try to approach, it would be safer, yes, but if they manage to just give or pull out a lot of good team fights, it will actually be a good game for Corinthians. So the safe route of Corinthians this time is just picking fights but together. Because they already have that potential. You have the Vixana ready, you have the Gacha ready, so whatever happens, let's just have a good team fight.
And that's what the movements take the lead on the protagonism, because Akashi, as you may see, was in a difficult position there, and the surprise was already made or set up by Corinne. When Entity, hey, take a look again on Akashi. Garu doesn't hesitate to go under the tower, and now against Luis, the minions tanking the tower, so Garu can play easily between all the line. Doesn't problem almost at all to manage to have another kill, and now over the objective. Hey, watch out, Lucicio going down in the hands of Martinho, and Opazzi had to run away. I told you before, this hero is a pain in the soul. Marquinhos went down after all because he committed too much. He went down on the turret, and it was a bad idea without the partners to go around with him. I told you, this Baxia is very difficult to manage.
I think it's just the way of how they try to execute it. But overall, it will finally pay off as long as Garu gets to hit a lot of the damage at first. But look, from here, being a good front line for Marquinhos, trying to zone everybody out. Corinthians wanted to invade that purple buff, but failed to do so because Marquinhos was there. And we're talking about the overall gameplay. Corinthians tried to play it safe to just try to put up a good, try to find or bait out team fights. But with Upa getting that Sky Piercer in the early game, I think it would be a very good investment for right now if they still want to try to like probably pick off Shiv or probably pick off Try. It would be a very good target so far.
Okay, if you can, I don't know, analyze what happened there. with Xavi on Frozen Neve, another kill for Entity, and now with the tower, with the minions, doesn't care at all. Now Marquinhos looking for another kill, went too far, receiving now a lot of damage, and Apache running away. Civ managed to kill them. 62 for Entity. Despite of the problems that can manage over there in the jungle, they had another kill. And Garu playing just by herself in the lower lane. The thing here,
And wow.
Entity is playing around the whole map, not just in a lane.
And since they are knowing that their group is a fast-paced moving group like this, it would be very hard to catch down. For example, right now, Eternal Guard popped in, 1-1 division, both are down, EXP with a roamer. And so far, it's a very good game for Corinthians trade-off wise, but back to the point that I was making.
No!
They have the potential to roam wherever it is. They have the chance to wherever just start a fight for like right now. Try to invade the purple buff. They even can try to do that. Even try. Cannot force up a good team fight, but Boziccio almost find a way to pick him off. But so far, still able to survive. Okay, stun a bit of an emu, but even wow, killing spree by Steve. Finally getting that power spike, even a double kill onto the back. Flickered out defensively by Frost, and through all of that, utilized quite well. Marquinhos is just still able to tank a lot of the damage between given out by Corinthians. So far, it is starting to feel the pain for Shiv. Since that item power spike is there, and everybody can just tank in, wow, that Bruno, with no one jumping in other than the Suyo, it will just have a very great area to free hit.
I just realized about the goals difference between Entity 7 and Corinthians, already 5Ks in favor of Entity. They're going to be pushing again on the upper lane. Well, they're setting up a trap there. Marquinhos tempting the guys of Corinthians to go after him, but Xavi already hidden to be giving more damage. In the next seconds, a new Lord will appear, and it's another opportunity for a big battle between Entity and Corinthians. Corinthians need to end with those face checks. He's suffering a lot for that.
Since you're suffering a lot, you get to zone out quite well. Also, Raging Sandstorm didn't hit anybody, but Akashi tanked out half of the damage just by two things. Shift caught in the middle of the Eternal Guard. AOG jumping in, didn't get to hit anyone yet, but through all of that trade-offs, a lot of the utilities all popped out. Entity 7 still gets to secure that Lord quite well, and even so clean that they can go through the to a maneuver on top, so you can just clear it out. Pressure again as what you have done in the first game. So pull out a 3-lane push, and Garu try to finish off, but you don't even take it down, and wow! Too deep in the gameplay, but even try to escape, and shut down finally. And even in the last sliver of hope, Akashi still survived through all of that.
But Garu even managed to survive to say hi to his friends in the backline. So Corinthians' damage is, well, just a few here on comparison with the Entity that is already pushing again. The Lord does arrive and hit the tower, making quite a damage. The difference again is huge by Entity, and the damage power on Entity hands is bigger than Corinthians right now. I don't know if Corinthians can come back over here because well, Frozen Neve also hasn't participated at all on the fights. Upats is not giving the damage he needs to be making. And Busicio, well, he appears and after that disappears on the damage that ND7 managed quite well with Marquinhos on the first line, avoiding all the possibilities to hurt Corinthians to develop an attack to build an attack over the Entity guys.
And I think for Entity 7, they have the potential to just, okay, let's go in, let's burst down. But so far on how they play, they just still try to play safe. As long as Marquinhos is able to provide vision for Entity 7, as long as Shiv isn't taken down or probably tied to the curtain call or probably dragged into the Eternal Guard, so far it's still okay. But for Corinthians, on the other hand, since you didn't get that early power spike from the Suyo, you gotta rely on the Granger, and because of you just handle on the Granger for just one item power spike, and looking even at the Vexana, it's just a glowing one and a wishing lantern. That will not be enough to burst anyone down in one go. But so far right here, okay, they tried to burst it out, AOG coming in, but because of that, it is a very great information taken out now. Shiv, no more Purify. So if ever Corinthians wants to try to invade, they better do it under the 2 minutes they got.
Well, Entity 7 needs to manage to have now another load of Patsy. Racing quality, Marquis, responsible Luis, Garu taking out this.
Patsy?
Yeah, well, Entity took again the Lord in in a fight that could be a disaster for Entity. Keep an eye on Corinthians and Nupa because he's making a lot of damage right now. The balance of power here is now evenly for Entity and Corinthians. Marquinhos disappeared in just a couple of seconds on the hands of Corinthians. So the Entity gave Corinthians right what they needed. They needed time to build up their damage, and Upatsi now is hitting very hard.
And since Entity 7 got that Lord, they have that advantage, and Baksha cleaning out the far lane is quite well. Because of that one momentum, I don't think it's enough. Yeah, Corinthians really gotta put a good defensive gameplay for right now. Even Joel Hisho tried to zoom in onto the back, but Eternal Guard cancels out too. Marquinhos too far in the deep, but thank God the Death Sonata doesn't give out death yet. But Shiv take one down and unstoppable. Forced out, and even the last kill, thank God there's a vengeance. Shiv, bit aggressive here, taking one Lewis down, but the base wide open, free hit. Entity 7 secured the first 2-1 in match number 1 today. Wow.
Good for Entity 7. I told you before, Entity is a team with quite a experience here in the region. Also, they had a name, a reputation to save. And Corinthians they are grown. They are grown during the past days, during the past months. They are coming back even better than the last year. It was a nice surprise to having a Corinthians battling every single fight on the map, and also setting up the doubt about who is going to be the winner, because Entity gave Corinthians what they needed. As I told you before, they had time to build up Upatsi's damage to make stronger battles, but Entity ended after the second Lord because they needed to do it in that specific moment. If they gave a couple of minutes more for Corinthians, another story will be taken now. Well, the thing is, Corinthians need to learn about their mistakes. Was a good team against Entity. Entity left some things on luck. I believe they need to close the games even before they did it today, so they don't have any bad surprises in the future of the tournament.
Okay. And I do really agree for a lot of points what Jerry said before also. Like, it was just a sweet spot for Entity 7. to finish off right in the correct moment. You got Shift's power spike. You're able to deny the Granger of that growth. And for Corinthians, it's just solely relying on the Vexana to just let me help burn, let me help do some crowd control. So it's just all burdened into one role, which is quite heavy for a mid laner to do. And since they weren't able to withstand all of that damage from Shiv, and they weren't able to actually shut him down because Marquinhos was always in the front line, ready and guarding them. So like from Corinthians, they couldn't jump back or even reach the back lines. So because of that, they weren't able to funnel out the Granger, and it wasn't a very great investment to put in and buy this Skyper specifically for the third game, because it wasn't able to funnel out the stacks needed to actually burst anyone down. Even the last Death Sonata, it was not enough to take a little low bar of hate from.
Yeah, yeah, they need to manage even more those times, those power spike you mentioned before, because if you left the power spike just for a moment and you help to build the range of damage, and we're already seeing that in this game. Well, maybe not Corinthians, but another team can take the opportunity and take it away your victory. That's the lesson for today for Entity. They played quite well, and Baxia was awesome during two of the three parts of the game. In the third one, in the late game, well, Baxia declined on the power of being the main tank on the or the only tank in their teams. As far as Khalid was participating in that on the fights, but wasn't strong enough as Baxia. So Marquino managed to help with Baxia during the important times of the game. And after all, the damage provided with Joy, with Garu, gave Entity the victory. I didn't saw an important role when for Ive during the match. Despite of Bruno yes helped a lot. But in the case of Corinthians, again, the time is their enemy. Busicio with Soyu, Upatsu with Granger, two players who needs a lot of time to build up the powers, and Akashi was so long just giving damage on the first battles, and Suyo and Granger, well, practically disappear in just a couple of seconds. So they need to take stronger heroes from the very beginning of the game and not waiting for the power to build up. That's something that Entity did very well in both games.
And we were talking about the overall stats for both sides of the team. And for specifically game 3, it was just all up to Entity 7, getting through all of that from the total heal, from the turret damage, from damage taken and even dealt. So, like, overall, it was a very satisfying game for game number 3, where they were able to execute it quite well. They were able to buy enough time where Shiv can finally gets to just free hit anyone. But overall, it's other than just timing, it's also the execution, and it's also the drafts. And we got to talk about that a bit with Jerry on the drafting phase during the third game. It's somewhat of a clear go that which side that we liked more during the compositions.
Well, despite of everything, they gave us a good show. That's the important thing here. One game, one-sided for Entity at the very beginning with the quick heals on Corinthians on the first minutes. After that, a Corinthians powered game. Yeah, Corinthians ruling the game on those on the whole map. And after that, an Entity who said, "Okay, that's enough. I'm going to take the victory home." So we're going to end this, but they managed to end it. But they didn't end it at all from for the very beginning. Corinthians has a lot of bad moments also, and it could be even a comeback for Corinthians, but Entity managed to solve that quickly. And the MVP of this game is Civ. Okay, so yeah.
Finally, we can see that the Bruno shining here with a 502 KDA with the
Yeah.
kill participation of like 54. The kill participation part is just joining half of the team fight from middle to late game, and it was also quite pretty true. Overall, for Emblem,
Well,
it's just building up for a killer Bruno.
the thing is, Civ was there every single time, and they needed to be there as a support. So it's okay. It's is doing his job. The KDA, well, it's a consequence of that because he was on the battles. He was participating also. As far as you're playing a support role, you can make damage, and the idea is to use the damage. And if you hit the last hit, well, perfect, you got a kill. That's it.
I agree too. For the overall of the team fight, he was there from the middle to the late game too. But for the early games though, Shiv is just like a chill dude in the lane. He didn't provoke any team fights. Yeah, they didn't even rotate down much to the gold lane. They just focused on, okay, we gotta get our XP out. We gotta get Marquino tanky. Whatever we do, we just need Marquino out from the lane quick so we can have a lot of team fights there. So Shift was very, I might say, untouchable. No one ganked him. No one tried to suppress him. And then just suddenly, wow, the Bruno just hurt so much. And overall, that was the game given by Entity 7.
Well, a good victory for Entity 7 after all, and I think there are some lessons to be taken. But this is the first game of the season, the first game of the whole tournament, and the first game for these two teams that have a lot of a road to go to. So they need to take notes and improve what needs to be improved, and fast what needs to be fast, because the entity need to be playing their cards even faster than they did today. And the next game, can we talk about the next game right now?
Mm-hmm. While preparing though for the second match,
okay,
can't really wait though. From our opening match of the season between Corinthians and Entity 7 is already a very hefty team fight that we can see that both can actually put up a good fight, but it's momentum making wise. But on the other hand here, I think there is two teams with rich history, with also great players. Match number 2, we'll be talking about a bit for Alpha 7 and also GMAX Esports. I really can't wait to see these two teams go head to head.
Well, as we said before, these two teams maybe could be the stronger teams on the league. So it will be interesting to see what Alpha 7 is planning to make on this first appearance. Maybe they are showing just enough powers to win the game, or they are going to go with all over Dream Max. It's a good idea too. Yeah, let's see what people want to see also, because they can talk to us in the chat and said to us, well, we want to watch an Alpha 7 merciless over their enemies and taking the game just from the very beginning. Or other ones may say, okay, Dream Max is a good team. They need to win the first game, and despite of Alpha 7's popularity, despite of Alpha 7 history, they also have history, and they also need to achieve the first win. We're going to be watching
So
them
overall,
in a few minutes.
and I would actually like to see too, though, with our live viewers here, we're actually opening up our live chat here so we can read too. So if ever, who do you guys think would win for the second match? Is it going to be Alpha 7 or is it going to be DreamHack? So comment down below. Let's not forget our comments. Our comment section is very, very open.
Yeah, leave your comment. Also, leave your like on the broadcast. It's important so many people can see the broadcast appear on their YouTube, so they join us to enjoy this competition. Well, next teams, DreamHack. I don't know if DreamHack had Aurora last year.
It's still here in the main lineup though from Aurora. And
no, Aurora was on the
looking
main
from
Build team.
he moved to DreamHack Esports, the
Yeah.
main roster right now, and seeing them play from M6, I think it would be a very great experience gain from Aurora, knowing that they are able to advance off to the international stage globally, and overall, I think it would be a very, very interesting see. So, because if I'm not mistaken, Aurora's signature hero is played on the YSS. So it would be a very unique pick if he wants to pick up that signature hero during this meta.
One thing players and also the audience often said about the team that goes to the M6 or the global competitions. They said, okay, they went there, but they went to lose. You don't learn from winnings, you learn about losings. And those guys, if they lose, well, they lose with a bigger teams that is already here in Latin America. So it's good learning that they had last year. Here we are with Alpha 7, Tekashi, King Sila, Syndra, Bagin, Gusta Lagusta. Well, Syndra and Gusta Lagusta are guys who needs no introduction at all. Gusta Lagusta is a heavy player, is a good player and a heavy damn, a good a merciless player also. And about Syndra, I remember Syndra played last year with Valentina quite well. Also with let me take a quick look. But because it wasn't just Valentina who played very good. He also played beautiful games with
Novaria?
with Ive and Novaria. Yeah, Novaria. Those missiles are from long distance.
Okay.
I remember like it was yesterday because he was on point with that, and maybe we're going to see more about that today. Last year also he was playing with Luoji. Maybe it's going to be a ban from the beginning in the draft. So it's a player with a lot of choices, with a lot of heroes on their pockets. So he can manage to surprise and to lead the Alpha 7 to the victory quickly.
Okay, and we're talking about over all of these. A lot of players that we're already familiar with the names or not, and I think Syndra, if he ever gets to pick up the Novaria, it would be a very gain right now, knowing that there was a buff, knowing that it's one of the top. You can say that it's top picks too for the heroes as long as it's not banned out. And since if you pick up the Novaria, you can also make a great combination out of it, like probably playing with the Granger, or you can probably put a great combination with the Beatrix. But we're talking about overall, that is from Alpha 7 Esports. I kind of want to see the lineup for DreamHack though, that they're trying to perform in a full lineup team also. and also getting ready for the drafting phase later on for match number 2.
Okay. So we don't have the draft again. No, not yet. I don't know
Not yet.
if I
We're still
if
we're
I
still
listen
waiting.
fine. Yeah, yeah. I listen that we're ready to go into the draft, but not yet. We're not yet there. Well,
We're not yet there.
let's hope
Because
that.
probably they're discussing what they would like to play.
But I believe that Alpha 7 has a stronger hand there on this match. I don't know, uh, but take a look at what I'm going to say right now, because I don't know if Dream Mass has the power enough to get 1 point of Alpha 7. Maybe Alpha 7 is going to solve this 2-0. Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Okay.
Despite of
That's
some
a
players
maybe.
of
So
Dream Mass
your
was.
take is Alpha 7-2-0.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about last year about because some players mix changes for teams, and also Make Me Ball is not here right now. Some players of Make Me Ball are in Dream Max team, but Alpha 7 needs to erase from our memories the games from last year and the way that they lose some chances last year. So they need to win right now. I believe they need to win right now
They
because
really need that one.
yeah, yeah, just to ensure that they are stronger, than the last year.
They're strong, and also they're coming in with the storm. I would really like to witness that myself from Alpha 7, from knowing that the players, they already experienced bigger stuff. Former players from Ark, Kira, and also combinations between Bigatron Suns. And but for me, let's not forget from DreamMax, they also get the opportunity to be on the global stage, to actually feel how it feels to go up against to other countries. Also, I would still like to be hopeful, probably a 2-1 from for, but going to Alpha 7 to 2 points. So let's see. For overall, I would like to believe that Remax still gives a team fight for this. Put up a good fight.
I'm looking here for the information of the players that are part of DreamMax right now, because last year was some of them was part of in the case of Aurora, it was player from Make 'Em Evolve. Some of them was part of Infinity, no, Infamous last year. So they have a quite a nice mix up there between players with experience, with some experience, with a lot of experience. But as far as I know, Alpha 7 has a clear way to victory right now, because a lot of the players they already know each other, and they can manage to become the more important team right now in the region. I think that's the role for Alpha 7 on this MPL.
Okay, so chemistry wise, behind the scenes that we can see, probably it's more evolved also between the players here for Alpha 7. So I think for me, for my take, they would just probably follow up to the meta. One or two cheese picks, but I don't think that will probably show themselves now in the first day of the week. And taking the game by storm should be fun. And knowing that our typical game on like the first match is also the typical fast ending game, or like the fast momentum game. So as long as they can execute the team fights well, and they are able to rotate well rounded, I think Alpha 7 should be able to handle going up against DreamMax.
Okay, but what about the people there in the chat? Who thinks would be the winner today? There's some talking about Gusta La Gusta. Maybe I don't know
Mhm.
if because the name of the player looks weird or funny, but, or just because they know Gusta La Gusta and they know it's an important player. Also, Malvinas said Enzo. Malvinas is a team who already has participations during the last year, but now they have a whole new team. None of the players have any experience at all in
Mhm.
different in the past. So it's a mystery what Malvinas can offer this year. Don't forget that after this game, it comes Malvinas with Influence Rage. So keep up on the transmission if you want to watch Malvinas during their part of the tournament also.
I think it would also be a great challenge for Malvinas Gaming in this season, knowing that what you've mentioned before, it's new players, which is for me, I feel that it's good because the regeneration of it, you can see that new players are coming up. They're getting chances to play in the MPL league, and even though they're actually far away, they're from Argentina, and for Influence Ray, they're from Brazil. If I'm not mistaken, that the former Entity 7 coach Blackjacks just transferred in, and they actually acquired the whole team. So even though it's under influence, so a pack of new people in the team.
Okay. It's a new pack of people. It's a team already. It was a team already before becoming Malvinas. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's interesting. That's interesting. So we don't
Yeah.
know him. We don't know them yet. But we're going to meet. No.
Yet.
Yeah. Let's hope they give us a good match. I don't know if the production can say that about what's happening with Alpha 7 and DreamHack. We're already waiting here. We're really interested to start with the games because I really want to know what Alpha 7 had to offer this season. Let me check about Infinity. They have two Chileans also they're playing. That's interesting. And also a bunch of new people again. New players. Refreshing
I think
airs on the team.
it's also nice to see. Yeah, it's refreshing. Out
A
of
new blood.
the out of the four matches today, I would like to ask Jerry, which match are you interesting to look at it?
I think the last game I won't be able to be here in the last game with you, but maybe I'm going to watch it anyways. But the clash between Infinity and 9C, it's important not just because their teams are interesting because they have a lot of new players in the side of Infinity and a lot of players with experience in the side of 9C. The thing is, Infinity and 9C are two big organizations here in the region. So it's important to know which one of them is going to be shining in a new game for them. Well, Infinity is not the first time that has a Mobile Legends team, but for this season, the team is almost new. So it's going to be good to know what of these games, which one of those two teams is the biggest to go against Alpha 7 that is already picking here, and also DreamHack.
Okay, finally we get to see the drafting phase for match number two, game number one. Closing off the Gatot Kacha, closing off the Yves, closing off probably closing off the Fanny
No,
or
Sisi.
Fantasy is a good choice here to be taken out, but it's not
Well, I've seen some
usually
Sisis.
prior.
No, the thing is, I've seen some CCs last year and wasn't important at all on the composition. Not as much as I watched today, because today we already saw two CCs and they were quite important on the compositions, and not just a pick at random. So it's good to have it on the blocks, because if you have it on the blocks, you left other heroes open.
Other than that, they still blocked off the Harith. It's still important to turn it down. So even if there's a potential you pick up a good marksman, it's great early one. It's yeah, gotta be a Granger. But overall, last ban from Alpha 7, if they probably wanna opt out a, a jungler, or they're just going to free will it. Whoever gets the jungler, go ahead. Whoever gets the joy, whoever would want to play a Fanny, who wants to see a Fanny, it would be an
No, I don't know.
exciting match to see. But a Matilda versus ties to close down.
That's a ban on a specific player, because Matilda. I don't know if it was to ban it at all. Well, the first pick for Dreammax is Sojo. Sojo already seen two Sojos today. Um, Slow build on this hero, so there is a chance now for Alpha 7 to be quicker on the damage. Hylos and Granger. Well, Granger looked very well in the first game, and in the case of Hylos, well, it's a heavy tank that can help you to go to victory and stay out of damage. It's a good idea for them to be with a Granger. After that, Ray Maxwell with the Luo G and Barang. In the case of Luo G, I don't believe if that Sujon needs a Luo G to give us a surprise. Maybe it wasn't the best idea at all, or maybe you're building up something that is going to coming up with the next pickers.
I think the Louis Badang combination would be very intriguing. It would be a very good combination. So a surprise and a sudden fact throughout all. Probably you can take it on into 2 or 3 people. It would be a very good moment. Alpha 7 unleashing their guns with a Fanny pick for the last pick of the first batting phase. Closing off the Moskov, Dream back and close off any mages. City secured the Loyi. You can also close Chip if you don't want another teleportation fellow coming in, or an entirely sneaky Viki gameplay. And so far, Selena is a choice for them to close down.
Now Alpha 7 have to know, have to take a decision if they want to react of Luoji teleportations, or they want to keep an eye on Luoji so she doesn't start the teleportations at all, trying to erase her from the beginning, from the very beginning. And Fanny is a good game for that. Let's take a look what about Fanny has to offer. The thing is, in Officer, there's a lot of experienced people that maybe can show us a Fanny on their top level.
DreamHack needs to ban Novaria though. It would be a very deadly combo between a Ranger and also a Novaria. But at the same time, if a Novaria is present for Alpha 7, it will also pose a threat for Loyi. Because whenever you want to try to teleport or anything, someone can just open up a map and they can just already dive in. So we can kind of say that the diversion play for Loyi can be cancelled out. So less likely to go for a sneaky wiki gameplay. So it's just closed out. Alpha 7, probably they can pick up their probably they can pick up their mage first. Should be okay, since knowing that they already have their mage wide open.
Okay, the bans are already here. we have a ban on Novaria. That's okay. Let's see what Alpha 7 has to offer again for Syndra. What do they pick? Okay, it's a Vexana.
Ooh,
Strong composition there because I'm thinking about Vexana and their ultimate, also with the Ilos on the match. Funny just jumping around and making damage. Going to be hard for DreamHack to deal with. Sujo still beating up their arms. I don't know if that can work at all. They still have two more choices, two more picks. A carry. That's a good idea. Carry can deplete Ilos. Carry can melt higher Ilos very quickly, and it's a good damage for the beginning of the game. Also, we were talking about Suyo needs of time to build up their damage. So it's good to have another damage dealer that starts from the very beginning with their guns up.
And we're talking about overall for DreamHack. I think it's very focused on let's just do a pick off, whatever happens. Let's just have a great target here and there. And for a last pick, wow, the hero that was closed off so well in the first match that I even forgot that it's wide open, Phoveus, becomes a choice here for Alpha 7. So
Between
whatever
Phoveus
happens,
and
either it's the
Hylos,
Badang or even the Cho on the lane.
no, between Phoveus and Hylos, it's quite difficult to have a surprise from Luigi.
Huh?
I don't think that that is going to be a chance for Luigi to make their surprise appearance during between the map with these two strong heroes over him.
I think
Okay.
as long as you provide the vision quite well, so let's just see. They're coming in for the second match of the day. MPL LATAM Season 3. Match number 2, game number 1. Our friends from DreamHack versus Alpha 7.
Okay. The first clutch here. In the middle lane, Bagin taking some damage. In the hands of Rainbow. King in the jungle, and Blink just bothering here a little bit, helping to get some vision about what are the ideas of Alpha 7. Keep an eye on Kingzilla. So he knows he's a monster on the jungle.
And well, never for this scenario, as long as the Fanny is suppressed or probably with the blue buff taken away from them, it would be a very good call. And we're talking about the all and builds for both sides of the team. I think it's just purely if you want to roam, you gotta roam fast. Oh, blood triggered in quite easily. Zilla here from Alpha 7, a great early start. As I was trying to talk before about the Emerald Dreams match, knowing that Alpha 7 can rotate quite fast because they have the Fanny and also they have high mobility heroes, for example, like Gusa and the Granger. It's very wise for them to pick on like a lot of boots and shoes to help them faster later on. Even though cannot just put on hopes solely on the diversion play. But we're talking about overall. DreamHack started on the turtle, pulling in, but Vay tried to jump in, but Aurora gets the last hit. Kakashi trying to open up the ultimate, but no one is giving an eye bat so far because Takashi doesn't deal a lot damage yet. So Dream through all of that.
Well, the thing is, King needs to measure more the time when it comes to the battle because he arrives just a little bit late there to complete one more killing, and after that, well, Green Max managed to tie the numbers over there. Keep an eye on King, and now it's going down. Yep. But Alpha 7 is taking a lot of damage. Rainbow is making a fine work there. Another thing important here in Alpha 7 is Tekashi
Yeah,
is also
we're-
building up. I'm sorry? Go ahead.
No, no, no. I was trying. I was waiting till you're talking about Takashi.
Yeah, the thing is Tekashi is also building up his hero.
And
So
we're talking about.
yeah, Tekashi needs to build up. He needs time to be important on the game, and King needs to be faster than is already right now. So there are some difference in the timing that the players from Alpha 7 need to apply here. I don't know if King had another hero on their side, despite of Bagin, to be with, and not to be just gambling on their survival possibilities on each battle, because if you're watching him right now, he's just looking for a trap over the players on Primax.
And looking for those little moments that I can say from DreamHack, they really gotta utilize that quite well from Alpha 7. So triggered in that Infernal Pursuit from Takashi is just cannot be beaten out quite early yet. So Blink is taking a lot of damage there. Gusta gets the job done, and even Vibe it's one down V2 melted it down, but Aurora in the end gets that objective turtle with Takashi. Ooh, sealed the deal quite well. DreamHack so far gets to secure the kill and even gets a diversion out to safety to the middle lane.
Well played by King. Good response over there, taking out the first turret on the upper lane. After that, well, it's not a disaster, but the thing is, in DreamHack you have a lot of power in different players. Rainbow making a lot of damage to keeping the Alpha 7 players away, and also B2 appearing that way, one kill. That is important because Kerry, as we said before, is a hero that can make damage from the very beginning. Black over Bagin. Another kill for the guys on DreamHack. 4-3 now the score. And Bagin, well, he hasn't be doing anything there by himself. He needs to be with somebody else.
The way of the dragon was just kicked right on point, and even the diversion play down to the bottom lane just to clear out the tier 1 turret. So far, DreamHack, they are executing this Loi gameplay so well, and even up to a point, it's not just about the pickoffs, it's not just about the trade-offs, it's just about how you clear up the objective lead quite well. And okay, with the Eternal Guard popped in and even quite slowly down, finding a great moment here. Vagwin tried to open up the glorious pathway, almost taken down. Kingzilla also entered in the gameplay, but V2 with the speedy light wheel didn't get to hit anybody much, but almost taken out. But even it's slowed down, not taken out quite well by Alpha 7. Still survived, but Vagwin was the turn point here. Even Kingzilla tried to get the tier 1 down in the bottom lane. It's just not enough to take a lot of damage. All of those trade-offs, they can just take Gusta on me. A 2-for-0 trade, and so far DreamHack is really on fire.
It's a huge mistake from Gusta over there because he left his body there on the bush, and after that was surprised by the people on DreamHack lifting up, and the opportunities to get the turtle is the third one, and the third one on the hands of DreamHack again. Alpha 7 with no turtles at all. They are going to be watching now how the upper tower just melt on the power on DreamHack, and Carry continue growing under damage. Take a look on Carry, because maybe will be a very bad surprise for the future. And also, he already has 2 kills.
Antikyros was just purchased in by Bogwin, which means kind of ready for gameplay too. But the thing is, you gotta funnel into Syndra and also Gusa. You need to hit that. On the other hand, DreamHack tried to pick Kingzilla off from the top lane, but if you cannot land the Way of the Dragon quite well before the Fanny can just come in with the cables and everything, it's quite a wasteful skill to just blurt that resource out if you aren't able to get that pick off. And so far it's just me seeing how our friends from DreamHack, they tried to utilize Blink's the Way of the Dragon, but no fizz crack from Black yet to make a great moment here.
Take a look at Aurora. If there, well, we're going to be watching, taking a look on their builds soon, because I don't know if Aurora has had the time at all to build up the game in 9 minutes right now. Well, it's a lot of time, and he needs to be appearing more in the battles, despite of the assistance that he has right now. Hey, a teleportation over there? Going where? Not
okay, diversion play not yet triggered, but our Lord Cam by Bonox is already out here, eyeing out on that big Lord. So far, even though Alpha 7 played out a big role there by diversion play from the back, but even the backdoor Takashi being in the front lines, taking one down, and even the mega kill there. Glorious Pathway is slowing everybody down, but V2 still gets to kill Queenzilla through all of that rainbow. Still gets to that yin-yang diversion play quite well, slowing them down. 3 people from Alpha 7 is forced to go back. Still standing strong from Vagwin and also Gusta present from their team fight, but knowing Aurora is still there with the retribution power, DreamHack could easily secure this Lord.
Hey, Rainbow Pig still has the damage to take away the high loss, and now Aurora taking the Lord with them. DreamHack with the first chance to take the victory, 9-5 in 10 minutes or more. They have 3k of gold difference on their favors. Well, the thing is, Alpha 7 is going down, but just for the specific mistakes, personal mistakes. In this case, Bagin was in a very bad position, and the same happened with King, that left the battle not in time enough to survive. Well, another teleportation, backdoor attack. Whoa! Sin evaporated, and also Tekachi just disappeared. Bagin, it's going down also. Triple kill for Bidu. It's on fire.
Oh,
this carry we said before, huh? We said it before.
It was a very great pick by V2, to be honest, with the carry. Usually it will take a lot more time because you're going up against a Granger, because you're usually suppressed down, or you're probably slow on movement, that you can get picked off by Kingzilla. But the way that DreamHack plays it so well and protected the carry and even gets 6 kills, wow, with 0 deaths through all of this. It's the literal definition of gold funneling, just giving the carry what he needs, and then try to burst everybody down, whoever is in the front.
And keep an eye on this. The carry is not a pick that is strong on the meta right now. As I was looking, it's not mentioned on the meta at all. Not on the first. No, it's a tier C pick. Weird. But Bidu has taken the chance here to make this carry a good protagonist of this game. Let's take a look at what the Alpha 7 can manage to solve this problem right now, because it's a very big problem. The teleportations there on Rainbow has been quite necessary, quite perfect, I believe, because as you said before, there was making some diversion before, but after that, they managed to build two backdoor attacks that were very important in the situation right now, in this momentum that Green Max have for them. Alpha 7 distributing the forces to take defensive positions on the Lord. Meanwhile, Green Max is going to appear by surprise again.
No, okay. But turns out it was spotted out by Vagwin quite well because he was hiding on that bush. So it is a very good teleportation game sense there for them to start a fight. But do we have the dragon fully committed, and even the Eternal Guard popped right up. Takashi with the Vengeance popping up with the Inferno Pursuit. It's just not enough. A 1-for-2 trade so far, but it is still in favor of Alpha 7. But knowing that Aurora and also V2 having the power spike there, but Kingzilla almost spotted out. Stunned by the Soul Sever, but you really cannot just play me as like that. You gotta force it out to the middle. Aurora gets the Lord, and Alpha 7 needs to devise a plan to go for a far split push. Good diversion play to spot out, but Black almost triggered in that this with football, no stun. And thank goodness, Kingzilla is still able to survive through all of that.
Yeah, the thing is now with another Lord on their hands, the guys of Dream Max need to close the deal with this new push on the middle lane. Accompanying Black, the Lord, and also King trying to push on the lower lane. Aurora is going to be cleaning those sides. Hey, no, you can't fight by yourself. Now, in the middle lane, the first huge damage taken by the tower. It's not coming down. No, at all. Alpha 7 set up a big defense over there, and well, this could be a sign for a comeback, because the tower now, it's already down. It's already down. They will manage to make a defense, but not enough for the whole DreamHack team going up.
Vagwin so far triggered the Glorious Pathway quite well, just to slow everything down so that DreamHack couldn't force their way in for their bottom tier 3. But so far, since they are both able to just like play onto the far lane, they're both just able to find out a good way. But a diversion play on top to the red buff, to the orange buff, sorry. And it was spotted out. Yeah, it was spotted out by Kingzilla. So like, it was just, nope, I'm not gonna take this buff. Bye.
Well, just the diversion also to get all the team to secure just a buff. I believe that DreamHack is playing with the foot right now. He needs to end the game, because Alpha 7 has already taken away the second and the first and second grade towers, so they are already equal on their advance of the map. Despite of the tower in the mid, Alpha 7 can lose a battle and also lose the game. So they need to be careful right now.
And through all of that, Alpha 7, they're still trying very hard to defend, yet knowing that there's still Vexana, there's still hope. There's some high ground defense gameplay that you can actually try to set up for Alpha 7. But I think the deal breaker here is how DreamHack is able to take that Lord for free. If Alpha 7 decides not to do anything for it, or probably let's just not force the fight, let's just still play it safe, let's just try to defend the Lord. It's still okay, we still have our base, we still have 2 turrets down. still okay, because if you try to force an entry on a team fight, it will be very risky for right now. Fishcrack is almost open and even stunning into one. Baguin right in the middle, taking all of that damage, is still able to survive, but no, taken down to Legendary 4v2. Two people from Alpha 7 just turned down, just like that. Just obliterated quite well. And through this, I think another diversion gameplay. After taking the Lord, throwing on the front, taking the Fanny, got Kingzilla without the purple buff. Gotta recall back my
Well, it's a about moment for Alpha 7 right now because people on DreamMax is pushing against their base. King just dancing over there. Oh, taking damage also. The minions are there. The Nexus receiving a lot of impacts. Well, DreamMax need to close the arena. Here comes the chance to end it up with the Lord on the middle lane.
And with the Lord marching into the mid lane, Alpha 7 needs to defend it quite well. Blink tried to find a way with the Way of the Dragon, but Kingzilla, even one to try to escape, it's not enough. Mortality even popped out, even Takashi tried to find the Infernal Pursuit. Taken down by pure and true damage. Legendary by V2, securely quite well. Last turret down by base here, Kingzilla. Tried to defend it with half HP bar of the base, quite open it, and even jumped into the back. Aurora still survived through all of that. Kingzilla taken down. Even the Eternal Guard popped up, but it is just goodbye time for Alpha 7. 3 more people try to put up a good fight, but thank goodness there's still Gusta, but no, it got stunned, and even one taking down. Aurora was able to secure through all of that, and no one is able to survive. And a clear victory for game number 1 for match number 2. DreamMax just secured it quite well.
Well, all the congrats on DreamMax because, well, you can make mistakes. I can make mistakes. I said it before, Alpha 7 has a strong team and they need to show here over DreamMax what are they capable of. But instead of that, DreamMax managed very well the situation, taking some pick some selection here with Vidu, particularly on this carry that gave them damage from the very beginning. So they managed to have Alpha 7 always on a defense position. After that, DreamMax took control of the game. Bagit with Hylos particularly didn't appear in very important roles. Syndra with the Vexana, I haven't seen a game like that for Syndra without even appearing at all. And also, well, King with the heavily banned Fanny didn't shine at all. So there was a mix between DreamMax's decision to take the game and Alpha 7 mistakes. They need to learn about that, going to the game number 2 as freshly as possible, and to think about maybe secure some picks that was already proven against the players of DreamMax that came out with this carry that nobody expected and finally dominated the game.
On the overall domination game started by DreamMax, V2 really played the carry quite well. Again, there's a lot of possibilities that it can go wrong. It can be suppressed down by the drafts from Alpha 7. But because of our friends from DreamMax was able to protect the carry so well, and they can actually just, okay, let's just funnel you gold. Let's just give you kills. And with a 6-0-1 in the mid of the game, it was just so immense with, I think, through all of those items that was already secured that we can see, the emblem is just purely for team fights. You gotta know that it's quantum charge. You're ready to maneuver here and there, and you get that killer mark. from V2. And I would actually really like to see the items on hand. And with a game duration of 20 minutes, this first game for the second match, it's quite interesting. It didn't feel like it was a long game because it was just letting our viewers see and be at the edge of your seats because the combination between Rainbow and the positioning on how and where they teleport was just so well. And the holy trinity of the marksman was just there on hand quite well. All of it is just attack speed items, and no wonder with those combinations and also triggered out by the second skill, it just stacks up quite well for V2. And even though Alpha 7 they have like powerful and also tanky heroes like the Phobias, the Hylas, it's just not enough to sustain with a full build V2 on a carry.
Well, in the case of Phobius, there was another thing also because Phobius was really out of connection of of their partners because he tried to make some moves, he tried to make some appearances, but not in contact with their friends, not in contact with their partners. So this also increasing the problem with Fanny, this pick that we already was expecting, and unfortunately King didn't show the very good face on Fanny. I believe that maybe he can make another pick on Assassins and play a better role that we're already seeing on Fanny because if you have a hero that is already banned 1 and 2 times and 3 times also, you said okay, when this hero appears, it's going to be easy peasy for the game for the team that is going to take it. And no, that didn't happen at all. Well, the MVP goes to Rainbow. Despite of becoming Rainbow, it's just for those teleportations and for the damage on the early game. They kept Alpha 7 apart. In the time that Alpha 7 was looking for an attack, for an offensive gameplay, they went over Dream Max, and the damage from Rainbow just split the team in two. So they forced to run away. They forced to stay back, and also taking damage that after that the carry take control of that and carry to finish practically those guys that was already damaged. That was happened, and also the why about the side of their teleportations made Aurora the best player for.
You're talking about overall of the gameplay was a very very sweet game, I might say. A lot of the moments that it was recorded quite well. So it was a satisfying Loyi teleportation, I might say, and it all pays off. It's not the typical teleportation. Oh, I see you there. Oh, I cannot do that. Oh, I was hold back. And through all of those little things finally accumulated and even up to V2 playing on the carry just so well. And overall, I think in game number 2, the Loyi will be a respect that.
Yeah, Loyi, beside of the meta, it should be a respect ban right now because despite of the damage on all the strategic side, it's important to have it to have Logi out, and also to pick more heroes with early game damage, as we saw with Kerry. Because I'm going to insist this on Sujo because they had it on we have it on two past games and now in another one, and take a lot of time to make their appearance, take a lot of times to really make damage. So you don't have the time. That's it. You don't have that time to build it up. We're getting on the draft.
And I was talking about the time. I was talking about the time. It wasn't rushed. It didn't felt that it was rushed, even though it dragged on to the 20-minute game. But it wasn't satisfying to see. But overall, let's jump in the second draft here, or the second match and the second game. Oh, two to twos. And with the Hilda banned out quite early from Alpha 7 and also DreamHack. What's next? What is intriguing? Probably ban the Juicin, or probably ban the Fanny after this. Because even though Alpha 7 wasn't able to win that game, Fanny was a menace. And the early game, they were able to get the first blood. They were able to even get some jungles off of DreamHack. So it didn't lead a great impact leading on to the late game, but for pushing onto the far lane and for picking someone off, Kingzilla really did a very good job on that.
But despite of what happened on the last game, I still haven't seen a consequence on the bans of Alpha 7 because they are planning to make one thing, a big different thing about what we were expecting. Hilda on the first ban. Why? It doesn't appear at all in on the past games, and maybe it's a hero that is going to be messy with one of the picks of Alpha 7, and that's why are they taking away right now. DreamHack goes with the ban on Ranger, that's new, and also with Sushin, but Sushin is almost the first ban or first pick for every single team.
For on the side, Alpha 7 decides to let's just close to Matilda. And without the Matilda, without the Badang, without the Hilda, I think Alpha 7 they would like to play somebody who is rushing around the map. Probably a Baksha would pop up again. Just what happened in the first match before. Or even they would want to play the Joy, or they would want to play the Kali. So anyone who with high mobility would be a hindrance for them. So let's just close those three off. And DreamHack, on the other hand, they just feel like, I think that we should just close this off since we're not in the first pick. It's okay. Let's just forgo the Loi, respect Gusta Gusta's Ranger. But because of this, Harith is open. And Suyo is still the first pick for Alpha 7.
Oh, Arith now. Okay, so DreamHack is coming out with these heavy guns. Arith, the first pick, and got attacked in the second one. It's a fine duo for the next game against Suyo. Well, it seems that Alpha 7 doesn't want to draw.
After this, Harith and Gattaca just secured Alpha 7. It would be a very good time if they want to pick up the Kali, because the three bands kind of give it away. Or probably they want to opt for the Phoveus.
I don't understand why. Hey, they secure a Moscow. That's new. That's new, but I don't know if this is going to work in together. I don't know if Moscow is important for the composition with Sujo and Hylos. Moscow just plays for Moscow, that's it. Oh wow, we have a chip. During last season, chip was an eternal ban, and now we have it on the picks. That's good.
I think it was Chip was a menace when it got out, but the Chip right now, I think you have to be more patient with it, because with the recent quote-unquote nerf for the cooldown time on the ultimate, you can just use it for 60 minutes, right? So you kind of can time it quite well. So the teleportation won't be as heavy as using the Loi, but as long as you can hit it quite well and utilize it quite well, I think it would be okay. A great counter attack is just to close down the Eve, since DreamHack don't have a jungle yet, they close out the Alpha. And on the other hand, if you want, you can still close down the Novaria or even Selena. It would be a menace if ever they would like to pick it up for Alpha 7. And from Alpha 7, you can ban out a jungler for now, since DreamHack, they don't have that yet. But a Valentina, respecting Syndra's hero. Well, let's just close it down. It's just don't want anything to copy the chip, don't want anyone to copy the AOG from Gatot Kacha or even the Zaman Force from Harith. So let's just close it down.
But you know what? Nobody is open.
Oh, yes, true.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a good opportunity for Syndra. Especially when you have Arith on the other side. If the two players that are left on DreamHack doesn't pick tanky heroes at all, it's a good opportunity for Syndra to make a different kind of a damage from a long distance. Faramis, another pick from DreamHack. You're quite a surprise for Faramis. Why?
I'm not it's not more of a surprise, but it's like, wow, this is really heavy team fight conversations. Like a stun, a teleportation where everybody can go in, and after everybody goes in, knowing that okay, probably the Moscow will later on hurt, there's a Faramis present to heal everyone. And since everybody is in that one area, that Harris just opening up the Zaman Force is just an amazing combination that they can actually execute quite well. And by the looks of it, I think only Moskov and Novaria is able to kind of move away from all of that teamfight conversation. Ooh, DreamHack, this will be a very, very heavy gameplay to execute.
Yeah, it's a fine selection for there by DreamHack. I believe that every single player has already had his role defined. In the case of Alpha 7, well, Moscow plays by yourselves. Suyo and Hylos are going to play together also. But Moscow by yourself, Phobius almost by yourself, Novaria for herself. In terms of a team composition, team as a whole, I believe DreamHack has the upper hand right now.
But at the same time, it kind of counteracts between two of the teams. For DreamHack, you need it to be a team fight to win. But on the other hand, Alpha 7 is playing heroes that they can actually just initiate from afar. They can initiate just one by one. So even if they try to pick it off one by one, it would be kind of hard. But for so far, these two picks, they're quite familiar to see. Like, it was brought up between MPL PH and also MPL ID. But let's just see how they will execute it here in MPL LATAM Season 3. So let's welcome them to match number 2, game number 2 between Alpha 7 and also DreamHack. Who will win between these two combinations of a very different drafts and very, very key to the keys of victory teams. And so far we can see from DreamHack, they excelled quite well. From Aurora picking up the Nolan, it would be a very, very good reach in. So in case if you want to hit the Suyo, in case you want to try to just deal damage whatever you have in front with the Fracture, a great escape skill also if ever you want to see Vagrant and also Kingzilla trying to invade. And since there's no Nether Realm to triggered yet so far from Rainbow, so DreamHack You gotta go pace it, slow it down a little bit. Once you hit level 4, then you can turn the engine on. Okay, and so far that we're seeing from GMAX, they're trying to find a way, just trying to enter, buying time, waiting for the minions to just pile up because they really need that level 4 advantage right before the turtle to start. Because once you have that, it'll just be very very easy to see. Even though Takashi, they so far haven't unlocked it, and knowing that DreamHack still hovers over the area quite well, but Alpha 7 ends up starting that turtle quite well. And we're talking about the overall gameplay, and since DreamHack know, let's just vote whatever happens, let's just get level 4 first so we can invest into a longer team fight later on. It would be a greater investment, and so far, since Alpha 7 gets the turtle potential right now, getting that the even invading the purple buff here, using the retro power quite early, it's also a great trade-off from DreamHack, knowing that okay, I think I'm gonna be invaded, so let me just try to rotate, try to get the jungle, but you didn't get that purple buff, so DreamHack kind of lost on turtle one.
Yeah, first seconds, first 2 minutes. In favor of Alpha 7, they took just the first title. And well, I think DreamHack is a little bit afraid of the Syndrome missile from the long distance. So they are trying to be cautious about that. And also from going to be one more thing to be cautious about is this surprise appearance of Augusta Lagusta whenever the game advances. So the game is going to be frozen for a little bit of time because Aurora is also building up again to have more damage to offer to the battles. Take a look at B2 in a good position there, taking damage. Back in, had to run away. Kingzilla points with the first kill on B2, and Syndra with Blink. Takashi over Rainbow is 3 against 0. No, against 1 kill. DreamHack also gets 1, and King another one. It's the 4th kill for Alpha 7. Now taking control of the battles. The first battle is for them.
Okay, looking at that moment right there on how they tried to execute that team fight gameplay that we were just talking about, DreamHack actually got the potential, and they actually the position quite well right now. They got to take the moment coming back, but Blink being the one taken down by Kingzilla, almost able to escape quite well. Rainbow almost pulled in, but Takashi, it's not wise to pull somebody in with that much HP, but since they failed to execute and getting the power spike from the first early game fight, it would cost them some time, and because of that gap, even created a 4K gold gap lead from a 5th minute mark. That is a huge thing that you need to try to consider ahead. Sure, they work great at team fights, but you cannot force out a team fight where a team, like, for example, like Alpha 7, already have their powers and they actually can fight back. So with the Netherrealm not popped up prematurely, or probably even great combinations with it, DreamHack really need to rely on Aurora and also the Harith on getting a great damage. So far, since the fracture isn't triggered quite well or even accumulated damage quite well yet, no one can be the finisher from DreamHack if it's still in the early game.
Well, DreamHack, Rainbow just disappeared again. King with the huge damage over him. Leave the things 7 to 1 another. One tower is already gone on the middle line. Bagin offering his body on sacrifice to help other players on Alpha 7 to run away. I don't know how he survived. Well, he's Hylos, but despite of him being Hylos, the thing is, Dreammax doesn't have any it doesn't have enough damage.
Ooh, shortcut.
Well, Takachi jumper there, Rainbow with the kill over Takachi. Gusta La Gusta giving some damage. Black Bagin also appears over there to continue with the offense over Dreammax. They managed to survive and Blink, the player that has the baddest of the lucks right now, managed to run away also.
It was just just walking about to win of right moment. Gusta, I think it would funnel up until then Moskov would just probably secure a few attack speed items. It will be up to par with it. But Dreammax, slowly, they are getting pushed back by Alpha 7. Their plan didn't really quite work in the early game. So I really need to buy a bit of a time if they want it to work. But on the other hand, Alpha 7 is just ready to push in and give slowing everybody down to being done. Was a mop up and save Aurora at the same time, double kill. Even Zilla, this Suyo finally strives in this game. Will finally get into a bit of an action. King Zilla on the jungler.
Well, I think King needs to help the other players how to play Soju, because he has played well, beautifully on this game. Having now 6 of the 10 kills that Alpha 7 already has, and making the team just building their way to the victory right now, because the difference in gold was also important. 9 minutes and 10k difference on gold. It's a lot. Let's take a look what Dreammax has to offer. With the time it's running out for them. King with the slaying of the Lord. And now the important thing is, can Alpha 7 solve this on the first Lord that they obtain? I believe they can. They have the firepower for that. Between King and also with the help with Gusta La Gusta, I think they can manage to end it up in just 2 minutes more. Well, the Lord is walking on the top line, on the middle one. Alpha 7 pushing, keeping the pressure on the side on Dreammax. Dreammax trying to gather to stay strong in their places on their phone. But it's impossible to manage. The damage is a lot. It's a lot. Gusta La Gusta almost obliterated that tower. On the upper line, there goes the Lord. Pushing again. Taking care of the next tower, and that's it. Open doors of the Dreammax base. They can't defend at all. Bagin taking some damage, but take a look. Blink is arrested. Evaporated again. One down, another one. King with 1 kill, and the Nexus goes away. Victory for Alpha 7 easily. They got the first match. The first Lord was the path to the victory.
1-1 for in this second match, and turns out with a very solid lineup with a very clear way of a plan that they would try to execute, but it was so sadly they didn't get to do it in the early games. Because of that one, they were able to be taken aback. But DreamHack's composition, I loved it so much. I really hope out number 3. When we're talking about how Alpha 7 tried to rise to the problems, they were trying to figure out not picking off, not by carelessly jumping into the team fights. They were trying to find a way. Let's jump into a team fight, but how do we bait everything out? How do we try to let everything out first before we can entry hearing of the skills or the utilities that needed Dream Max and use all of their compositions out well? It was only executed 7, and in the end, Gusto was helped so much during laning phase, during the given out gold and everything. It was just an unstoppable monster from there.
Well, this is the Alpha 7 I used to know. This is the Alpha 7 that I was expecting to see, because they had a very strong composition, powerful damage on each battle, and also the calm to take the right decisions on every single position that need to be taken. So I think this is the very good phase of Alpha 7. I don't think it's just for this draft or just for this game. I believe, and I want to believe, that for the next game we're going to be watching even more from Alpha 7 with this clarity of the game.
And of course, to a 13-3 kills that we can see from match number 2, game number 2, with a 10-minute mark, almost 11, but they got the job done. Because of doing this, let him carry, let him get all of the gold, so it will be more of a marksman centrist, I might say, but all of this happened without the frontliners helping them so much. He also shine in his own way of how he tries to open up the map, how he tries to bait out a lot of the times the ability out from DreamHack, so Gusa can just entry and miniature. He'll be overall. Yeah, marksman she can play as good without a high DA. You can even 5 assists is enough to funnel him 9.1 gold lead. And I thought it was Zula. It's just a farming machine there. You can see that it goes up to 11k with that much of a gold gap lead with 40 channels 26. It's way much and war for a 10-minute game mark. And so far, Alpha 7 really deserves this victory. Journey doesn't just stop here because they need this round.
Well, as you said, there are some players with the right pickup, with the right hero. They can be machines, a damage machine, a farming machine. I don't know, maybe a strategic machine in the case of Luo Ji in the last match. So I believe that it's important for Alpha 7 not to improvise. I believe in the last game they tried to improvise something different, because the difference between this game and the past one is so big for Alpha 7 that makes you believe that in the last game, hey, they just played well. What hero do you need? What else? It doesn't care. I don't care. Well, we just pick whatever we want, wherever we can, wherever we we feel, and not a strategical one. And now the difference is huge. Kingzilla is the MVP of this game, and well, King played beautifully. This Sojo that we already seen before and never walked at all in the past games, and now was a killing machine. 804 with the 21% of the total damage of the team. That's a lot. Even more if you think that you have Syndra dropping those missiles from the distance. It was a very good decision, and maybe he needs to show us how to play other heroes on the jungle that make even more damage from the very beginning. I'm still expecting from his Hayabusa. Maybe is the key for the next victory.
Oh, I would like that too. There's a variation of how King was playing all three heroes. So kind of open up that hero right early week. So quite cool to see. Can't wait to see that too. So we're also waiting for draft number 3 on match number 2 today to see the tiebreaker between Alpha 7 and also Dreamhack.
Okay. I was expecting the music went down and I said, okay, we're going to the draft right now. No, it's a fake. No yet. Almost there.
Not yet. They're trying to prep. They're just waiting into the room and everything. There's time. It's okay. And,
they're taking a breath. They need to take a breath between this second and the third game because the first one and this one was really intense. So they need to take a break, a little short break, not so much. We need to continue right now, and maybe they are going to be showing even more for the next game, especially the guys on Alpha 7. They need to be just to receive right now the title of the most powerful team of this region, I believe.
Oh, okay. That is one of also the key informations that we can see. It's sort of built in as like a powerhouse team for Brazil, and we're just waiting on how powerful that they can be and how they try to unleash it, because we can actually see that there was a massive gap in the second game. So at game number 3, will it be that massive too, or will it actually put up a good fight like the game number 1? So it will just be a momentum maker to see who will win. So comment down below, guys, who do you think that will win in game number 3? Because we are on a tiebreaker. So do you guys think that predict Alpha 7 will win, or is it DreamHack will win? Okay, and we're also waiting on that draft. So guys, wait for a while, chill first. So also looking at the comments down so far, our friends here still active and watching. Wow, even some from Indonesia still watching. Oh, it is 6 a.m. here, guys. So
6 a.m.
nice.
Wow.
It's okay. It's 6 a.m. here, and during the 6 a.m. event, in this bright morning for me, we can see the first ban from DreamHack. It's Gatot-Kaca.
Yeah, it's the first ban. And I believe that Gatot-Kaca doesn't have any huge importance on the destiny of the past games. Maybe it's a factor, but not the huge importance on them. And I believe that there's a lot of options that you can play instead of him. Well, the other ban is something that we already expected. Nobody wants to watch that girl again in the arena. I believe they are a little bit afraid of what Zoji could make. Well, it's okay. The next bans are very important because you have the first one are the certains. After that, you have the consequences match, the consequences bans. Well, Harith again coming back at the bans. Despite of what's picked in just one game, well, Harith is a powerful tool to play. So maybe they don't want to be involved with them. And another one also repeated from Alpha 7.
Ooh. Goodbye.
But I haven't seen a powerful assassin in the bans again. So the first picks need to be to the damage dealers for both things.
Do agree on that, and just as well said, Jerry, Granger is just closed off right now by G-Max. And for Alpha 7, last ban, I think they could prioritize one of the junglers if they really want to close off one of the damage dealers later on. And for so far, I can see why Chushin, Badang, and Gatot Kacho, or even the Harith was banned. I think both of these teams know that they are very, very good, and they are also hard to go up against. So both while watching in the first game and also the second game, mostly of their signatures is that game team fight type of gameplay, team fight type of compositions. So whatever happens, like big stuns, big moments, it's mostly triggered to both of these teams. So rather, let's just close it off. And even they choose to close off the Moscow. Wow, it was a very menace. It deals a lot of damage during the second game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But still respectful, even though it's not picked up by Gusta. I'd rather not face it in the waiting phase. Let's just close it.
But you can switch between a Moscow and a carry if you want that kind of damage.
True. But so far, Dreamax opted to choose to go X Alpha 7. Probably pick up the carry if they want, bringing the big guns quite early. Or probably there will be a different Gusta. What would be interesting? Because usually after picking up the Suyo, it will be a combination between like the Granger Gatot or a marksman with Gatot. But since both of them are taken out, what would be a very comfortable first pick here for Alpha 7? A jungler too, probably is a Joy. Oh no, so opting out to a tank and a marksman, Cloud and Hylos. And I believe this is one of the signature heroes by Gusta playing on the Cloud. Even though it's not brought up quite popular, like probably in the Indonesia region, it's just locked in like that. A comfort hero will always be a power hero.
Yeah, it's a nice nice phrase you got there. A comfort hero is always a nice hero. Can you repeat that? Because I'm 100% agree with you. Despite of the meta, if you have a comfort hero and you play it well, doesn't care if it's in meta or not. You're going to play it quite well anytime.
And looking at the amazing draft right now, Loyi was picked up again by G-Max. I think it is also one of the sole info on how they win in the first game. But since area-wise, Selena was just picked up, Alpha 7, what are you trying to pull? You have a Cloud, you have a Selena. I don't think that it will be a pick-off type. On the other hand, Dreamax is just ready. Whatever roamer, whatever XP that you're gonna throw to me, I'm ready. I have a cheat sheet, so don't worry.
Yeah, but for the whole team, Soyu, Luigi, and Cici are a part of a very meta composition that you can put it out there for the third game. And in the third game, you need to be surprising. You need to be showing something different. And I think Alpha 7 is building up something like that. With a Hylos for the front line, with Claude with a, as you said, a comfort pick, but that has a lot of damage on their pockets, and Selena that we already seen that in another game, and it was a very good selection also. My dogs are going crazy. Sorry about that.
They're excited and waiting for you, Jerry, and just as excited to see that Jawhead is one of the heroes closed down by Alpha 7. If they're closed down, and even Hayabusa, both are great bands. Again, I'm trying to wrap my mind on like what is Alpha 7 trying to pull without the Jawhead. Will they pull up a Hilda? Oh.
I don't like Hilda at all for these compositions. I think even a Minotaur could be a good pick here if you have enough damage with Claude and Selena, because you need crowd control. If you have two powerful damage dealers, you need crowd control. Hylos could be a good opener, and after that you need control. So your damage dealers doesn't have to go hunting your or running after the target. They need the target to be still. So Minotaur is a good idea. Tyrell.
I think for Alpha 7.
You mentioned Tyrell.
I do agree. Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's good
most
for
of the people think of Tyrell as defensive position hero, maybe. Yeah, a roamer, but used to be there only to tank. But no, he also had a lot of crowd control power, and you can use it quite well with these two damage dealers already present. And also, just remember, I don't know, maybe Thorisla that is already abandoned right now, but it could be a good idea too. Show and Fanny are the guns to end this. Well, Alpha 7 is going to insist on this Fanny. Let's see if this Fanny goes better than that in the first game. And Ringmax close the deal with 1-1 and Khalid. 1-1, a lot of damage. Khalid, well, nice crowd control and a very good first line. So we're going to be watching maybe the best of two teams. I think that Green Mask need to be careful about this EU. And in the case of Alpha 7, well, have those damage dealers working together after one guy in the front line. Let's take a look on the third game between these two teams. Season 3 of MPL Latin America is already on your screen, guys.
Okay, of course, let's get ready for the fun to see between GMAX and also Alpha 7. And both, I think, I might say, for the drafting phase, it was a clear go that Vagwin was given the chauffeur, so that's why a counterattack on V2 picking up the 1-1 and blink on the Khalid. But so far, a good stun quite early, but wasn't able to be finished off by Kingzilla with that fast movement here, but almost also turned around with that early gameplay. But thank goodness for both of our junglers are able to survive because of their fast and high mobility.
Well, I was thinking not again, please, not again, because Kingzilla was receiving a lot of damage again, and Dream Mask was already obliterating the Fanny. That appears again. It was almost the same deal in the first match, but that's not happening right now. Bagin also escaped just at the edge of the death. Take a look at Blink, taking a lot of damage, but not so much because it's Bagin who was there. Syndra and King need to be working together. I said it before and I said it again.
Turtle Cam by Bonox is just up, but on the other hand, a first blood just secured by Kingzilla on the Fanny. Getting that first blood with a trade-off of an objective. I think it would be a better trade-off for DreamHack here because you get the 500 gold to everyone instead of the first blood just onto the Fanny. But still a good start for Alpha 7 to funnel it out because Fanny, you gotta go in early, you gotta finish in early, you gotta accumulate those kills way before, because if you drag that to the late game, it's fully handled on Gusta La Gusta. Fanny wouldn't be able to do much unless you're trying to play on the far lane.
Well, King needs to be with somebody, and Gusta La Gusta is already on their 9. This Claude is just building up the strategies for what is going to happen on the next moments of the match. Bagin also hidden there in the match, waiting for Rainbow to come. The next turtle is going to appear in 50 seconds more, and we have a battle before. Blink already taking damage. Good there. King Sealer going back, running away from the damage. Now it's a little kiss that he made it to Black, but back again. It's not strong enough to be on the battle. Alpha 7 1-0 on 3 minutes. They're taking this with a lot of calm, patience, and devotion.
Those moments of calm and on how gracefully you play later on, it's a slowly bait out because Alpha 7 could actually have the potential to just go for full-blown team fight. Max, it'll be more situational because the deal breaker is later in the 1-1. It will be a solo focused hit instead of like Gusta's Cloud. You can actually free hit everybody. But on the other hand, it doesn't close off the potential where DreamHack is able to just fight it out right now. First pathway triggered in, but even the placing duet by Gusta haven't been taken anyone down. And even wiped out by the crossbow of tank by V2 Kingzilla. Trapped in the middle, gets to take Rainbow.
The turtle.
+1. But 1-for-2 trade, and even Alpha 7 down on 2, and DreamHack secured the turtle. So far, it's still a very, very good trade for DreamHack.
I don't know if I'm a little bit busy for the skins, but I haven't seen Syndra taking damage, giving damage at all. Take a look at Aurora now, the crowd control over him. And the guys is going after, Bagin, you're already damaged. You can go that deeply. Take a look at Blink and now taking opportunities and be to over to Kachi. Is 4-2 over to Alpha 7 in trouble. Tegachi and Bagging already dead. And they're looking for King Sila. That goes again to Minute Makers.
Because of the momentum like this.
They're using very well this momentum that you're talking to.
They got like quite well, and even breaking down turret in like 5 minutes with the defensive still up. I can't really imagine how much they're holding in. Again, for the moment we see DreamHack so far succeeding, it's because Rainbow is on the low heap. Question is, can Alpha 7 keep up? Because if they cannot keep up and V2 gets that power spike, Rainbow picked off as by Kingzilla, it will just be a mess like game number 1 for right now. Even Blazing Duel even popped out quite early. And taken down just like that. Tried to engage and couldn't disengage that much, but even Alpha 7 gets that benefit right now.
Good call there for Dream Max. Now and again, 5-3 is still up on this game, despite of Alpha 7 wake up call, because they already doing something. Vito is already hitting so much, and Aurora securing their next objective. It's the third turtle for Dream Max. Clean work over there for the jungle Aurora. Once again.
Invaded quite well just to secure the buff, but no collateral. So far, DreamHack is to stop dictating the tempo that they've already set. And since they know that DreamHack, okay, let's pull up the diversion, let's move fast, let's let Alpha 7 try to keep up with us. And since you try to tempo, the team fights will be wellly executed by GMAX. So far, it's just a concealed game. Started out trying to find someone, but through all that, they just tried to but Blink spamming cable and even get vengeance out. Blink still survives on the Chi-Chi. See, even L7 wants to try to pick someone off or just want to try to burst someone down, they are still able to survive through all of that. Gusta popped up a bit to V2 was just able to maneuver and to the back and even just run away from that situation.
Okay, 8 minutes right now. Difference in gold, it goes up for DreamHack 4K until now. And the difference on killings 5-3. Again, in favor of DreamHack. Alpha 7 needs to be calm and wait for the right moment to wake up again. Bagin is the only one watching what's going on here when DreamHack is going up for the first Lord. Now King Silas tossing jumping to the offense makes DreamHack think about the things before starting with the Lord. Has already taken damage. Keep an eye on the Takachi. He's looking for a way to go in on offensive right now. Yeah, Syndra and the stun over black, but they went in too much. King Silas steals. Beautiful steal from King Silla. And the Lord goes to Alpha 7. Is this what are they waiting for? To have the Lord and push with that?
Wow, I think one of the solutions for Alpha 7 here, Jerry, is like they don't have the other choice or have the firepower to one off, or probably they own team fight. And since they have the Lord advantage and King Zilla's quote-unquote investment on playing on the far lane finally gets to pay off. So by surely, I think they can get the top lane for sure. For Alpha 7 on the other hand, they really need to slowly take down a lot of turrets. Everybody from DreamHack so focused on top lane, they can actually just try to get 2 turrets down at the bottom lane or probably in the middle. It's a 2-for-3 split. It's a very good combination from Alpha 7 on that strategy. And because they're on a Fanny, Kingzilla is just he can just easily escape.
I think there's going to be one important battle when Alpha 7 is going to take the things again in control. King Silla is very careful now to get involved on the battles, but even more carefully not to die. If he can manage to have a kill, that doesn't matter. You just need to be alive. And their partners are making a job like a babysitting over him, just to keep him alive, and it's working. Dreammax is stuck in 5 kills until now. 11 minutes on the clock.
11 minutes on the clock starting, and that means our friends are going to enter from like a mid to late game, mid early, but so far very very good mid early. They can actually start, and we're talking in game item equipment so far. Fanny, Kingzilla just focus on full blown penetration. So whatever happens or whatever items just accumulate from the CC, from the Khalid, he's able to survive and also sustain a bit of a concealed gameplay. No versus out yet so far.
Well, once again, back in. Stepping up in front of DreamMax and holding. Rainbow shook his head as surprise, and again Kingzilla going down in the hands of Khalid. 2 players down, and the opportunity for DreamMax to push again in 2 lines, maybe not to get the Lord. They had the time to get the Lord cleanly. It's a free Lord for them, not free. Took 2 players to be killed, but Alpha 7 with 2 players less can fight that.
That's actually a good trade so far. Again, that Lord Steel helped very, very much for show. And for looking at the moments, they can actually give a pushback here from DreamHack securing the second Lord. It was a very great choice that they can actually try to push, because talking about tower-wise, it's kind of the same.
Well, the Lord Cam shows that the Lord is already walking on the lower line, and meanwhile in the top, DreamMax is already pushing Alpha 7 with desperate measures, trying to take away the first tower on the mid line and forcing DreamMax to be back. Whoa! 1 by 1, but Aurora survives, and Kingzilla has to run away because all the other team's players are going after him. DreamMax is already on a hunting season over Kingzilla.
Okay, but knowing that he is able to just come in and out so easily on a Fanny, that's just his perks, I guess.
Well, in the top lane, Kingzilla trying to work again over the tower and running away as fast as they can. Well, he has those lines, can drive over all the map. Whoa! Aurora just disappeared. Syndra being evaporated with all the damage himself. Back in trying to run away, but it's impossible. He started to run against the base of their other team. Yeah, now it's going down in the hands of Piru with a killing spree. Meanwhile, Kingzilla trying to push again on the top lane, helping Alpha 7 to survive just a couple of minutes more. It's impossible for them in this moment to think about the victory, but nothing is impossible if you have a good team fight. You have now to wait until your players, your companies come again to light Tekashi. Oh, in a very bad position to have the damage that is possible to take. And DreamMax think about this again and going after another push on the top lane with Black and their CC. King, yeah, just messing around, trying to just to be there and, well, trying to keep Alpha 7 on the game. Difficult task that he was to. Okay, another battle here on the Lord. 1 player for each team is down. Tekashi on the first lane is going to go deep, and Gusta over Black, taking care of Black. Yeah, I think it's gone. No. Black needs to pull out. And Gusta working over the Lord.
Okay, finally a good moment here. Kingzilla tried to pick V2 off, but turns out there was a WON ready for a defensive gameplay. Almost executed quite well by Alpha 7 to try to make a split push moment here. Diversion gameplay.
Whoa.
Tried to take a shortcut, but it's not quite well. Okay, Aurora got that retribution quite well. Kingzilla almost paid for what he did in the first steal. You can just probably steal one, but DreamHack, I'm eyeing on you, Fanny. I'm eyeing on you, Kingzilla. You're not getting my lord this easily.
Well, the thing is, Kingzilla right now is like a glass cannon because he has a lot of damage to provide, but he can receive just a few hits. So Aurora, in the moment that has a range, he can make Kingzilla disappear. So we need to be very mobile over the whole map. And now with the new Lord pushing on the top lane, they need to be doubling their efforts in defense. The catching on the front line, well, Bidu already finished the work on the tower, and now whole DreamHack's team is already on the base, and the Lord pushing the first hit over the Nexus is going down. No, they clean it up. Take care of Gusta now shutting down B2. Wait! They still want to fight. And they disappear because Rainbow said, come on guys, survival trip over here. Let's jump it up.
Yeah, let's get out. Let's get out before we get a death timer in game. But overall, Alpha 7 was able to defend it quite well. And for me, I think it's just important how DreamHack is just very aware of their surroundings on what it's going to about to happen, because they know that Kingzilla has the potential to just go in and out between lanes quite as fast. So the split push between 4 lanes is just happening quite fast. Thank God Aurora was able to spot that out, so like Kingzilla didn't get the chance to like even put a nick of a damage down onto tier 3 in the bottom turret. So overall, a diversion gameplay trying to be executed here, but since there are minions, they gotta be careful. They gotta be finding a good way, probably to entry in. But since I think after this one road out, they cannot camp too long there, because if they find out there was a good game, it'll just be a waste of time. Rather, let's just find a great moment here. So let's just see. On the other hand, we can see Valgrind and also Kingzilla trying to find a good position, because no matter how long the game is, the Fanny, you gotta go to a late game. You gotta go for a split push. And since there was a diversion gameplay and even a concealed played out, V2 almost fight out with a flicker going out and a BMI on the right time to just trigger it out. But because of that, 2 very important informations out. No more Glorious Pathway, no more Blazing Duet. It's a clear go. If you want to go for the Lord, you can. Whatever happens, see where Kingzilla is. So as long as you can stop him, it's a clear go for DreamHack to get the Lord.
Well, but meanwhile, they're already hunting. Rainbow and Bidu are working on the Lord. Take a look at Baggy, now taking damage. Blink going down with an HP, and the Baggy also. No, he can go back. Aurora secures the Lord, and Gusta going against DreamHack. He recharged very damage, but no even single one died. So they have the whole team, the improved Lord, and the Alpha 7 without any chance to respond.
And this is their test on, are they able to defend it quite well. Even though there is a blazing duet, you can probably trigger it. Fanny got caught in a curtain call. Okay, actually finding one way of the dragon, taken down. Turns out the blazing duet and also the winter miracle here is not enough damage to take anyone down. And so far, Kingzilla trying very hard with all the cables to take everyone in. But a killing spree for Blink. Finally, a BMI to just hopefully save it out. Winter on the back, but Black too deep into the base. Alpha 7 still survives and buying more time and giving them a breather, because DreamHack, they weren't able to push in or force a gameplay out, but somebody was almost spot out by Kingzilla, and Rainbow in the nick of time still able to go back.
Well, let's see what Kingzilla has to offer right now. It's a little bit surprised that can be made here for Alpha 7 pushing in the middle lane. Whoa! One of the players is out. Black and Aurora just disappeared. Kingzilla trying to survive, running away. And Tekashi goes to help him. They're already, they are all up. They need to push right now. Gusta pushing in the middle lane again. BU2 trying to defend, and Tekashi giving his soul in sacrifice again, but it can't. No, it can't. They are lack of damage. Now another teleportation. Wow! They have Gusta, and now Tekashi is going down too. It's gonna fall. Yep, there is B2 with the kill. Two guys out of battle, and Kingzilla can't do anything by herself. Need to run away again.
Oh, I cannot. DreamHack really holding this moment now. Sadly, it wasn't cut by Kingzilla. Mid lane quite open, but no opening for him to cable into the middle, knowing that Aurora will be alive in a few moments. Winter already out. Rainbow albeit Valkyrie almost taken down, but the crossbow of Tang, it gets to secure one kill. Tried to survive quite well. View finally has the range to do it, but no minions to do so. And through all of that, another prolonging team fight. But with the minion rage trying to go in right now, Alpha 7 is dying on their last breath, defending on their last breath. It's still another moment and a killing spree, but it is not secured quite well. DreamHack, they got to hit the open base that easily. 2-1. Finally, on match number 2.
Yeah, the victory is for DreamHack. The glory, well, can be, I don't know, maybe taken both for both, because Alpha 7 stands there as the very last moment, even in the very last moment, trying die fighting, and that's good. That's good to watch, and that's good to see. Well, DreamHack over there take advantage of two important things. Kingzilla hasn't been able to make damage on the early game, and seemed to practically disappear on the early game. Didn't help at all to get the victory. And by the other hand, DreamHack had an Aurora already making huge damage. B2 making a lot of damage. Blink being part of every single battle, and Rainbow with the teleportations doing the perfect job for surprises. So DreamHack work as a fine machinery, a good clock, just on point, and they managed to have the second game, the second victory on their hands, and for instance to have to take away this match and well, leave Alpha 7 with a lot of homework to do.
A lot of hard work that I really need to refine on. It's not about how you're trying to play it. It's more about how you reflect on it and what can you do to improve better in this short span of time, because knowing that tomorrow will be another best of 3 series for all of 4 matches, they would probably meet someone new. You can probably adapt, and I feel that it will be a very great moment for them to feel, because in the first day they basically got the quote-unquote GOAT team of Brazil. So you already got that information, you already got that insight, for tomorrow, it'll probably just be an improvement for Hito.
Yeah, I think that well, the recipe on both teams is good. Dream Mask has cleared what need to do to beat Alpha 7, one of the strongest teams in the region. One they have a lot of players with a lot of experience, and Alpha 7 need to tight some screws over here, because there's some details that need to be filled, that need to be fixed. And please, 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 ban Fanny. Don't ever let King Sila to play Fanny again, because it's a good hero. He's a good player, but together doesn't work fine.
Quite well, but of course it is one of the respected heroes of Kingzilla. Now we can see that by stats and also by data. Other than that, it's just simply a prio hero now, even though by damage wise it's not as hurtful as the Fanning before. If you try to do the math, don't do it because it's a very long time to count. But for comparison, it doesn't really hurt as much, but it is still effective because of the mana cost and everything usually going out. So probably if you meet like old Fanny players, they would say, oh, at that time playing Fanny was so hard back in my day type of story. But right now playing on the Fanny, it will be just a very great advantage, especially if you're watching pro players play in the scene.
Well, they are pro players. They need to fix the things that aren't working quite good as they need. The role on Syndra here, for example, was low comparing the Syndra we saw on the second game. Also, Gusta La Gusta, he had Cloud before, but even more, even in a better way than we did just in the last game. So they need just to tie some screws, and we will see Alpha 7 coming back even stronger after just a little bit of conversations and maybe some free time together.
Bonding is the key, of course. Keys to victory, I guess, for this team. So it's okay. It's still the first day. It's still a long way to go. It is a adventure. It is a exploration adventure, I might say. So it may not be the best outcome of the first day, but they will still play until the next weekend. And we're talking about the MVP of the game. It's V2 on the 1-1. Most damage given, kill participation for 80%, and even the KDA is 517. The potential of this hero, and picked up just for the sake of a counter attack move because of seeing the Cho on the other side. And it finally paid off. Again, DreamHack was able to execute it quite well. It was able to protect V2 quite well, and because of the mobility provided by Rainbow and the range provided by Rainbow and also Blink, it was just utilized so well. So either way, V2 was a well-deserved MVP in the game.
Yeah, B2 with 1-1, and also B2 was the one who was playing with Carry. I don't remember quite well, but
V2 was playing with Carry.
Yeah. Two very comfort picks, women say, but efficient ones. So don't be afraid of pick your favorite hero, because if you play it well, you're going to be winning. Maybe if you have a team also. If you have a good team too.
Practice is key.
Practice is the key also. Yeah, okay. Well, it has been a pleasure to be here with you, because I was really excited to be here broadcasting in English. It's my first time for Mobile Legends, and it was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot. So the next two games, guys, You can't miss it. It's going to be great, great. And the last one, I'll be watching there with you. So don't miss out what is coming up next.
And after this, of course, between our matches, after 1 or 2 matches, and bridging onto the third and the fourth of the day, we will have a little short break. So, guys, don't worry, we will come back. The live stream will still be
Don't
on.
go
so
anywhere.
worry. Thank you. Let me go to the restroom first.
New event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
My dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it...
Kalea!
A clearing of downed trees. Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it... Kalea!
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the Great Serpent's name.
Though the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
Hello, everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail.
Hey folks, nice to meet you. My name is Gabriel. I'm a Brazilian caster and I'm here with Vey. So let's go because the Pix events are already rolling. So let's go, Vey.
Ooh, let's see. Match number 3 between Rage and also Malfinas. Influence Rage
Yeah,
and
actually,
Malfinas. I've talked with Jerry before about this. He was very looking forward for match number 3 and 4.
yeah, of course, because Malvinas Gaming know very well the players of Influence Rage, because Chen and Fury used it to be players of the Malvinas Gaming, so they already know the style, they already know the partners that they are up against, and wow, Matilda, it's blocked for Malvinas Gaming.
Okay. So far, it's still the prior heroes that probably they've watched before, or probably through former players of the team, so they would understand the bans and picks more. And probably, would they ban a Fanny in this game?
Well, if they saw the last game, I don't think so, because King is an amazing jungler, but Fanny didn't work out really well during the last season. So hopefully not, or let's see, because I know the Malvinas Gaming jungler, he is a really good assassin's rogue.
Okay, quite well to see. And Eve is banned out, so no mobility slow, no joy, no Povius. So far, it's still a template prio ban, so it's not. To me, it's not really specifically they wanna open up any strategy so far. Unlike the first 2 matches, that is very specific wise on their bans, so you can actually see what their strategies are.
Yes, actually, they are very respectful because they are just taking off the meta and trying not to get respect banning or something else. But Harif is the first pick of Rage, and oh my god, I know the gold laner of the Rage. It will be really, really difficult to don't get Fury up.
Ooh, okay. It would be a heavy matchup, but there still might be a chance to go up against the Harith. But for a pure marksman, I think you really need that range. So I think it would be a very, very hard if you pick up the Granger, but it's still doable if you can make a good combination out of it with probably a good roamer.
Yes, it's really doable, and but to control the Harif, I think they need. Oh, Hayabusa and Gatatka, it was a really good match against, but I still missing the group control because if you just let Harry poke free, it will be a really problem.
True, I do really agree. But the question is that who can catch the Harith? Is the AOG enough of a big area to just stop the Harith during Zaman Force?
That's a good question. I think maybe Ruby would be a good match, but Chino just brought us the CC that it's really, really sustainable. It's a huge XP laner as a tank, and Alpha, it's online.
Oh, yes, quite well. Because from the previous two matches that we see, it's very assassin centric. So, looking at the alpha, it will be a very sustainable jungler instead of like full blown damage like the Hayabusa. So, it'll probably sustain more. But so far from Malvinas, I think it's a good pick if they pick up a mage. So, later on, they can just ban out a lot of mages on the side of Rage.
Yes, actually, I do agree. Because after the pick, they have the banning phase and they have the advantage of picking first after. So it could be a great strategy to guarantee your mid laner, your mage, or no, they just pick Irifel. Let's see what they are willing to do on the mid lane of both sides, but Irifel, it was a pick that just surprised me a lot.
I think it would be a very slow matchup between the Iritha and also the Heth. It'll be more of a dead lane unless both of the teams they are ready for the first exit out on gold instead of the XP. But we're talking about the overall games for Malvinas Gaming. Say, look at the composition draft between Rage, Influence Rage. Let's just close off the Hylos. They don't have a tanky body yet. They just have a TT. They just have an Alpha. It's just both semi fighters. So on the other hand, Rage they can close off a one or two mages. Yes, the Loi you can close it off for probably Vexana if you want to respect one of the heroes from Definite.
Yes, and actually they have Alpha and Chichi to do the front lane, but it's still missing not an engage, but a sustain tank. The banning of Hylos, it was a really great ban. They block really well, and I won't be surprised if they choose to block another sustainable doing in Roamer. Uh, but I'm willing to guess they will try Vexana to have a little group control and a lot of explosive damage. Jawhead, yeah.
Oh, Jawhead. Yeah, it would. It's actually a very, very smart ban for me because Jawhead and Alpha, with that much firepower in the early game, it will just mess up everything that Malvinas Gaming is just trying to build up. And Novaria is the last ban from Team Rage, Influence Rage.
Yes. I won't be surprised if Paquito decided to do his show because it's a great engager. It's a really good start of the team fights, and Paquito really loves this hero. Okay, Novaria was the last ban of Rage, so let's see what Malvinas will bring to us.
I think so far you can pick up the it's yeah you can pick up the mage. So in at the end of the draft you're still able to pick up a probably a fighter or not a
Wow.
Farsha. You opted out. Wow, playing on range burst damage wise against the Harith probably be good wise. If influence rage do pick up the show, it will be a very great composition to always suppress the erythal.
Yes, and also, for example, if the Harif increases his farm really well, it will be very difficult for Farsha could do it plays because she just opened the ultimate and Harriet go straight on the dash to Farsha. So it will be really hard to pick. And yes, as expected, Cho is on Paquito and Selena at the mid lane. Wow.
Ooh. Okay, this is quite interesting for me. It's quite gambling. It means you put on the range. It's very pick off. It's a very pick off draft instead of the
Perfect.
areas you see that you can cover off like Malvinas Gaming. So I'm quite excited to see how it goes. Especially the last pick from Malvinas Gaming is Lucas.
How Lucas is another front lane from the Malvinas Gaming, and wow, it really surprised me. Uh, in one hand, we have Rage with a really peak off, a really single play composition, and in the other, we have a group team with Lucas, with Hayabusa that can also be really good at 1v1, but the composition it fits better in the team fight. And we have Influence Rage against Malvinas Gaming. That's our third game of the third match of the night, the game one.
Okay, quite interesting to see two different compositions, but always just one outcome. Will it repeat itself, even though there's a different team between these two from the match before? Will they succeed on executing a great team fight composition draft? So far, so let's see how it goes. And I have a question for you, Gabriel.
Please.
What are your thoughts about Lucas?
I really like Lucas on the XP lane, and oh my god, CC is really going up against, and Lucas now had to retreat. Okay, I was starting to say that it's a really good soldier. I think really fits on the XP lane, but the matchup against the Chichi, I think it's really difficult to play because while Lucas is he needs to go to the wave to farm, Chi-Chi can just poke him and not let him do it.
Yeah, so far it's quote unquote as a natural counter if you put up with CC and also Lucas matchup. Ever since the buff has been going on from CC,
Oh my god.
very, very great help. For example, right now in the mid lane, First Blood just secured as fast as that by Joden on the Alpha is really online, and a great start for the early game to take on that good lead because both jungles need that early objective, especially the Hayabusa.
Yes, it was a really beautiful stun from for Selena, and the Jet duo of Show just finished it, so Alpha could just raise and get the kill. It was a really good start for Influence Rage that would have advantage for this first turtle that Alpha just started now.
And so far, because of Influence Rage pulling into that area, and with looking at that, Gino did such a good zone for Malvinas Gaming. They wouldn't even enter the vicinity. It's not even stepping. It's not even finding any vision. And so far, because of that, a free turtle for the early game, it's a very good gain for Influence Rage to just create a bigger gold lead against Malvinas Gaming.
Yes, and Chino is giving. Oh my god, during the mid lane. Oh, Forza get almost kill, and that's another kill for the mid laner.
Okay, mid lane with a roamer. Oh, that is not a good trade for an early game. But since it's still an early game and Influence Rage still has that point over far, they still secure on the and so far because of the Selena, it is a very, very good start to try to pull in that AOG jumping in into two. Paquito down again, and even with that, the Spirit of Alpha still gets to survive. Jordan gets another kill. A very great early, but oh ho ho ho. Deficit almost taken down. With that Farsha, of course you have the range, but use it wisely. Because if you just stand in the middle and with Alpha's firepower, oh, I'm just afraid it'll be that easily picked off.
Yes, and actually, it was a really beautiful defense player for Selena that just could not get killed by Farsha. And oh my god, now in the orange.
Okay, the Blade of Dragon pull in. Zaman Force helped out also. Joden getting stunned. Oh, finally! A shutdown revenge by Definite. And so far, Influence Rage know when to just move back. But for Malvinus Gaming, looking and knowing that the Lucas Unleashed the Beast is just that powerful, it is a great way to start a fight, knowing that it'll be sustained. And looking at how Influence Rage just took on that initiative on taking that turtle on first, even though they know that the Alpha is just buying time right there. And it's from Malvinus Gaming, they didn't really start it on. And so far, in the middle of the lane, even Farsha was forced to trigger the Wings by Wings this early, just before the turtle is starting.
Yes, I won't be surprised if Selena became first ban of the next match, because it's really good pick of Gem that is really connecting the stuns against the opponents. And on the bottom side of the map, Chi-Chi is just really planning the wave and helping at the fights. So it was a really good pick. It's a really good matchup against the Lucas that was last pick, and it is really getting difficult and difficult for Malvinas Gaming to increase the game, since it's 2 turtles against none.
But so far, I think for the EXP lane specifically, wouldn't be that much of a difference. Probably just a bit of a difference in the early game. So just as long as they can hit level 4 first, and then all you need to do is just focus on the rotations. Whoever gets to rotate first, whoever gets to get the objective first, will so far secure more and more things for the team. But as long as it's fair for like almost 6 minutes, Influence Rage still has that gold lead. But even though Malvinus Gaming has the early opportunity to actually execute the same type of team fight, because you know Oz is on the Hayabusa. But on the other hand, we can see a bit of a concealed gameplay here. Kundo and a Black Dragon form, okay, picked out from AOG, even from Keith, is forced out defensively. The Way of the Dragon kicked so hard that even the Gatot Kacha needs to move back.
Yes, and we have the first break of the game to Influence Rage. The bottom lane was taken by Alpha, and now they are focused on the mid lane. It was, oh my god, look at this Selena!
Every single hit of the Abyssal Arrow just never misses. And with the new skin, I can see a lot of pumpkins in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, what a beautiful skin, and oh my god, again, Selena connecting the Abyssal to their opponents, and Farsha is really trying to escape. It is really difficult for Farsha to achieve. It is a really defensive match for Farsha, because you cannot just open the ultimate to clean the wave, because you might have Selena watching for you.
Yeah, I think so far, because of the composition of Influence Rage, they are able to do so. For like example, right now both kicked out, and even the Way of the Dragon full committed. Keep taken down, and even Nice, you know, just leaving him on the back and try to protect. And so far, with the fast ranges or with the fast movement of Influence Rage, you're able to do so. And in the end, it's not even on the 8th minute mark. Alls needs to rotate down and play on the far lane. Even the Unleash the Beast is not enough to sustain all of the full firepower from Influence Rage.
Yes, and that's how the mid lane just went down. Rage had a really good early gaming. The late game, if it became soon to Malvina's game, it would be a really strong one. But so far, Influence Rage is nailing the game.
And since they know that what they can control, and so far what they can try to pull a team fight from out of Malvina's gaming, but so far I haven't seen that aggressive gameplay where they try to dictate on how the tempo of the game should be playing. And so far it's just having bit stunts, it's just opening visions, and as long as the Selena is free, as long as the Selena is the menace, Influence Rage will be able to like reach greater heights because of that. And look, on the 9th minute mark, you get 3 free turtles, you got the early Lord, and even Alls tried to split push on the far lane, it is even spotted out by Chino. So you gotta force out. The question is, what's next for Malvina's Gaming if they want to turn this moment back for them?
Yes, actually, Malvina's Gaming, they are not playing. They are responding to the offenses of the Rage Gaming, and now Hayabusa used his ultimate to try to escape, but oh my god, they are following, and that's another kill for the Influence Rage, double kill for the blue team.
And a lot of the trade-offs come out. I was shocked that Jordan already owns a winner crown. So in the middle of the AOG, he was able to trigger that quite early. So in case things happen, he's still able to survive. And through the 10th minute mark, Influence Rage is able to even invade up to the tier 3 turrets of Malvina's Gaming. And if they really want to turn this thing around, I wouldn't even say how to try to buy time, try to find ways of doing clearing. So you have a Farsha, you have a high ground defender. I suggest it will be used quite well, but so far finding a great moment here. Even All's shadow kill is just forced out just to clear out that Lord.
Yes, and now they are going to Lucas, who uses his flash, but oh my god, another amazing team fight for the Influence Rage, and even Farsa has a really good clean wave control. It won't be used because the Selena just tread it with the stun, so it's really difficult to Farsa try to clean the wave.
Okay, nice, being in the front line, and also the target base is wide open. Zaman Force is forced out, but no one is being pushed back. Core is wide open. No minions cannot go in, but finally, Chino is down, and 2 people are even down, and a double kill for Jordan, and triple. That somehow came back into the moment because we know that the potential of the Alpha is finally unlocked. And because of this, 2 people trying to go down. No Selena can help. Chan tried to open up, but the base quite open. Chan taken down, leaving Jordan on his own. The pressuring is finally a turn for Malvina's Gaming to finally have a breather.
Yes, it was an over of Influence Rage. They extended a lot more than they should, and now they don't have Chan. The Lord is just on the top side of the map. We can see the equipment of our heroes, and I think it would be really good for Malvina's Gaming try to contest the Lord, but no, they don't even try it because the front line of Chi-Chi with the Chino's Chi-Chi, it just don't let them.
I think it's also they're trapped a bit in a dilemma of like, should I go? Should I not? But if I try to fight this, Jordan is already full power. And how is it? And if we're talking about full power, just one Abyssal Arrow, no escape, even no full commitment of the Way of the Dragon for it. Another Menace here. Okay, Abyssal Arrow hits, 4v5, Lord entering in, base wide open, whoa, nice kick from the back, but again, the front, 2 Influence A victory for match number 3.
It was just an amazing and perfect match of Influence Rage. They started the gaming with a lot of kills, perfect kills on the mid lane, definite. Selena was an amazing pick for the blue team, just played really well. Chem just showed that you must ban Selena because it's really hard to play against. And again, it was a perfect match for Influence Rage.
Oh, but talking about how overall in the highlights, I must say for match number 3, game number 1, it was kind of one-sided. Even though in the early stages of the game, you can kind of see that they're trying to fight it out, who will get the tempo and everything. But since Jordan was rotating faster, since Jordan got that momentum on the first blood, he was just able to secure gameplay after gameplay after that. And plus also from how their teammates are playing and supporting Jordan, it was a no wonder fact that Influence Rage was able to just reach out further against Melvin in this game. Sadly, there is still one over two moments usually when you're too hyped up in the energy that you're already in. A little bit of overextending, but overall it's still okay. So since that, they're able to secure the first game just like that.
Yes, and as we were saying, the draft compositions, the Influence Rage was really peak of composition. The draft was really for solo plays, and they get the solo plays during like the 31st seconds of the game. So they started with an intention, they could get the kills. The jungle get the first kill. It was a really good increased power during the early game, and after that, Movina's Gaming could not bring back the game to control. So they were just following the influence rate rhythm.
So, in some ways, we can see how Influence Rage was able to dictate throughout Game One. But what I was curious about that both jungles has also hold on to that early potential that they can actually do. But the question is, what slipped up by Malvinus Gaming that the Hayabusa wasn't able to do so on the same thing?
The Hayabusa tried to help the middle, the mage, during the early game because Selena was rotating with Show really fast. They were just cleaning the mid wave and going to support or the jungle or the side lanes. And Hayabusa didn't get the support. Hayabusa was really solo playing, as we saw a lot of times. Hayabusa pushing the bottom lane, trying to split, trying to not get press dot by the influence rage, and as the same time, Alpha, the Jotun Alpha was just ganking, getting kills, invading the jungle of the Hayabusa. So you don't have your team to protect your jungle. You probably won't increase. You probably won't grow as same as the other jungle. So it was a little bit of that, and the influence rage was really strong during the early game. So it's really difficult to play again in this vantage.
And talking about the draft compositions between both of the teams, I would say it's quite stable for both because drafting wise, there are some tanky heroes, also many with like early game heroes, and also some late game insurance. Both of them match the criteria, but the outcomes is just on how you try to fulfill it during in the first game. So let's see what will be in store in game number 2. I do agree with Gabriel that the Selena should be res-
Yes, I also think Selena should be respected. As we can see now, the team fight participation, Selena has 93%. It was Selena was everywhere in the map, uh, with the abyssal flashes or with the first skill that could bring vision. It's a really damage skill, so it should be respected.
They should be respected. So probably a few heroes will be shifted in the first phase. I would actually want to see the Phoveus let go on the second game. So that trade off.
Yes. Yeah, me too. And Phoveus against Cheche would be a really good matchup. We
Yeah.
want to see who get the level 4 first to start ganking other lanes, to start helping the teammates. And no surprises, the MVP, the most valuable player of the game, was the jungler Jotun with his alpha. And he was really online, Vey.
I really do agree with the KD of 10-1-2, and looking at how he plays, it just goes so well on how the friends from Influence Rage, the players, they just layered the skills other than the way of the Dragon Kick, layered in with the Spear of Alpha. So, like, it's quote unquote chain CC all day. And since, well, it's an alpha, you get an online, you get an early online sign in, technically. So, it'll just be fun all the way up until the late game.
Yes, and I'm really willing to see the next match because we were seeing assassins on the jungle, and now the influence just brought us alpha. So it's a soldier in the jungle. We know it's a really powerful soldier. It's a really good jungler, and it was an off tank building. It had only one attack item that this attack item also gives you some shield and resistance, so it's an hybrid item. And the off tank building only with the true damage that Alpha has on its passive, it was a really good matchup.
And we're talking about the overall matchup. I was actually shocked that the Alpha could take the lead on from the Hayabusa. So probably there is a chance it might be respected too, but I think it will be prioritized more to the Selena over than the Alpha. So either two ways. You still want to go head on, face the Alpha with the Assassin Jungle, but you have to be as much as more aggressive, or you go head to head with a fighter jungle also.
I'm not sure if it would be respected. Alpha was a really good pick. It was a problem, but if you choose to ban to block Alpha, you let, for example, Zuxim open? You have a lot of things that won't be banned. So you need to choose. Oh, I follow the meta, or I just blocked the thing that just killed me in the last match. So let's see, because now we have the peaks and bans on your screen.
Okay, second game of match number 3. Let's see, our friends from Influence Rage, they ban out the Loyi from Malvinus Gaming too. Second ban, probably Chusin again. So far, Chusin for today is still really focused on as the first ban in the first banning phase, and it's so far always secured on the red side. So it's
Yes.
kind of a template answer for it.
Yes, and as we can see, they are focused on banning the mid laners. That Louis has an incredible ultimate that could bring you to the bottom lane to the upper lane in a 3 seconds. So and has all the control, the damage. It's a really good ban, and Zexing, in my opinion, is now the best mage of the meta. It's really amazing mid laner. So they're not respecting each other. Harif, okay, could be not a respect ban because I was expecting even more than Harif showed to us. But it's a really strange, it's a really strong mage to use on gold lane.
I think for the sake of banning the Harith, it would be a very good time to pick up the Granger. I thought the Mathilda. Well, it will be in the banning phase usually. You pair up with the Patrol is not getting into the base. Mathilda to come in. Wow.
Yes, oh, okay. So now they need to choose. Are they letting Selena open again? That's a really hard choice for them to do. You have Fovios, you have Hylos, you have a lot of good things open. It's a really difficult choose. I'm not sure if Rage would get the first pick and Selena, and I'm not sure either if the Malvinas game in mid laner definite uses Selena. So no, Fovios banned and Suyu open. Oh my god.
Ooh, Suyo first pick. And so far, track record from the day, it is a hit or miss with the Suyo. So I really hope that our players from the Influence Rage team, they can actually execute the Suyo pretty well, knowing that how they played on the alpha. As long as they hit that early mark, it's still quite good. Movinas Gaming, on the other hand, got that Katja Granger. Be a very good pick right now for the first picks.
It would actually. It would be an amazing pick. And Suyo is you carry your team or you drag it down. So far, and the championship is going that way. Okay, Chichi and Ivy. Oh, really good response. I really like the counter pick.
So it's just straight up counter pick instead of prioritizing any meta hero. Still good. So either way, are slowing down the Suyo entering in any way possible, and you already have frontliner to just be a menace and probably tie a curtain call be so enter, or probably a mid lane, probably somebody in the front. So it'll be hard for them to move on later on. But it's two influence rich. Gatot Kacha and Granger.
You have Gatot Kacha and you have Granger. You have Suyu at the jungle, Granger on the gold lane. Wow, the early game of the Influence Rage is really strong, and Alpha just changed the teams. Now is for Malvinas Gaming.
Okay, so far that probably will sustain more going up against like Influence Rage's hero, like taking a lot of damage from Suyo or probably Granger, but at the same time, you're able to melt that Kacha in case if he just jumps instead of.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Malvinas Gaming just try to pick the carry, because if I'm not wrong, the gold laner of Malvinas Gaming used it to be the best carry in Argentina. So
That'd be a very, very spicy statement day. But looking at hero, it's also buffed. It's almost one of the top pick men here, but because it still favors on against the Hearth Ranger or like Ranger Irithel, but didn't close off the idea that could actually work because it was perfectly executed with version number 2. So it would be a very very good combo between for Malvinus Gaming, because like double true damage. So whatever Influence Rage tries to get, it'll just be melted down anyways.
And for the okay, they just banned Irithal, and Novaria was the respawn ban for the Malvinas Gaming. I'm not sure if I would be the coach of the Rage. I would say for China to pick Cho again. Oh no, though. Yeah, I wouldn't say that because probably Gatkacha will goes to the XP lane. I'm not sure if they're going to do it roaming, and it not necessarily needs an engage, a power engage, but it does need a sustain more than Gatakacha because okay, you have Gatot and they focus Gatot. What else? You don't have the sustaining to sustain the team fight.
I think for Influence Rage, if they want to opt for like a semi-fighter instead of a full-blown tank, Khalid is still wide open if they still want to go up. So either way, if you want to go against like Gatot Kacha against the Chi-Chi, you want to go against the Khalid and the CC, it'll just be a dead lane. Hyla to seal the deal for Malvinus Gaming. So it was taken away, kind of denied pick for closing down the Influence Rage.
Now they have Glue and Forza.
Ooh.
It was a good pick. It got the sustain that we're talking about. Oh wow! I'm looking at the Influence Rage composition. I'm not feeling synergy between the heroes.
I think in order to make it work, it just needs to like bait out a few things from Malvinus Gaming and like on how they try to target it. Because from Influence Rage, if they really just want to commit with the glue, I think it's just for the sake of the laning wise. But if it's for the overall team fight, it will be heavy on Gatotkacha. And the last pick, Carry. Wow, Gabriel. Nice prediction.
Yeah, I'm able to work as an analyst or no? Yes, Carry was a good pick because you can easily, on the late game, get to Gatakacha. Glue, you also has a really drift damage, so it won't be just hooking you around. In this match, I think the best composition goes to Malvinas Gaming. I feel more synergy between them.
And we're talking about overall how they're going to execute play between Pierce and their one team. Let's not forget, jumping into the left again, MPL LATAM Season 3, match number 3, game number 2. Who will win, or probably someone will rise?
Yes, and we have the starting of the game. Chino again, oh my god, look at how damaging he's getting. But we know it's a Glue. Glue has a really good recovery. And oh my god, look at the mid lane.
Okay, starting up a very good team fight. First blood, then secured quite well. Influence Rage again and again, getting that early stage for Jotun in order him to just hike it up a notch for the early game. And because of that setup is quite well, invading the jungle of Malvinus Gaming almost happened. So still okay for overall. 1k gold lead for quite early, so it would be a problem though if Influence Rage keeps pulling gameplays like this.
Yes, and the killings wasn't very good distributed because Chino gets one and the Paquito gets the other. Flash used it by Fury to escape. Okay, the Malvinas tried to respond on the upper side of the lane, and now Fury has more experience, but oh my god, Karen is going up against him, and okay, Ranger has a lot of dashes, it doesn't have anything to worry about.
I feel like on the turtle right here, Keith will try to enter, but Chino zoned them out quite well. Okay, Snap Snap is just triggered in. AOG even jumping in with the Feather Strike commenting onto both. Finally, Jordan gets that kill. But again and again, Malvinas Gaming, they're losing their objectives one by one, and slowly but surely Influence Rage, they're able to do so. But on the other hand, let's talk about the top lane. It is quite rare to see that Nyashino would try on the carry going front quite further away from the turret against a Granger. Usually if you see a carry, you're just gonna play it quite slow unless your teammates are on top.
Yes, and Hylas should be protecting carry because the Granger on the match 1v1 is really stronger, and now Glue is escaping from the initiation of Alpha. And in my opinion, Malvinas Gaming, they are the enemies of the early game because okay, another early game they don't accomplish to play. They're just responding. They are not getting the start. They are not getting the initiation. They're just responding what Influence Rage is doing. So I'm not sure if that's the best strategy. You're not playing your game. You're playing against the game your enemy is bringing to you.
Maybe that's why they call it influence, huh?
Good one.
Okay, but an influence that started here feel taken down just like that. All Swerve Alpha didn't get to hit no much. Glorious Pathway even gets to slow down, but even the real world manipulation didn't really trigger anything front. Too tanky, too able to even melt down a bit from Influence Rage.
How's that even possible? Another perfect team fight to Influence Rage. Now the turtle cam. We saw Glue starting the turtle. Paquito is just trying to piss off the Hylas, but it won't be even contested. Don't have any clue. And oh my god, look at how strong Farsha is right now. Just a combo between the first and the second skill, Half-Life of the Chi-Chi that should be a sustaining for the Malvinas Gaming.
Ooh, okay. For me, the early game of a Chi-Chi, if it's not level 4 yet, it's just gonna be hard for a team fight. Even for the early, it'll just be focused on team fight, not tanking anyone at all. You need your emblems to work for you for that. You need your items to work for it. But on the other hand, a 1v1 battle down there, like, Joden gets to rise on top of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's even fair because Jotun is like 2 levels up against the Owls and it's really strong. Now it's 205, it's going to get the purple buff from the Owls. And okay, I'm not sure Alpha was a good pick here in this matchup.
To be honest, you cannot really handle on just for the sake of holding on to the sustain factor of the hero. You really need to farm for that to happen too. But here's the thing that we talked about during the first game. It'll be the same for unless right now. A moment making out a flicker just to pull out offensively. Nashino taken down with the Feather Airstrike, bursted out quite good. And again, Influence Rage, they are still on top and controlling the tempo slowly by surely. And so far in the middle lane, a retribution was out 14 seconds before the turtle just to clear out the minion wave?
Uh, I would say that it was okay. And oh my god, where is Hylas? It should be a tank, but Fury supposedly don't know that because it just vanished. And killing spree for Jodan. And oh my god, the influence rage is really going and going and going. Another kill, double kill for Jodan. Almost Fury got the carry of Niazinho. And okay, a perfect match so far for Influence Rage. 11 kills up none.
And this is quite heavy if you're playing on Malvina's gaming side. And you probably cannot pick anybody off. Your main handler should be Nyashinho, but you gotta wait at the same time. So you gotta decide that if you want to funnel into alls or you want to funnel into the carry, because it will be wise if you want to funnel into the carry because it will take some more time. But knowing that the bottom lane, even the far lane, was triggered that easily, and no more passive, and even a mega kill now, Chan taken the carry down. This will be a very big problem if Malvinas Gaming don't step up for this time.
Yes, okay, where is Carry? Forza didn't know that. And it's really strong game for the Influence Rage that should keep it calm to get the the further Lord to just finish the game. An overextended now could be a huge problem. Like you have 40 seconds to the Lord to Born, so oh my god, look at Forza damage. It's amazing.
It's amazingly hurtful and burning to see. And to see that from Influence Rage, they tried to put pressure on Malvinus Gaming. Just stay at your tier 3. Let us buy time so that we can get the Lord. And if we get the Lord, it will be a sure push at least. Take one tier 3 turret down. Because if you're looking at the passive, it's just only the middle lane still active. Other than that, it's just both broken already. And from Malvinus Gaming, I don't think that it's wise if you want to try or even contest on the Lord. So it's just better. It's okay. Let them come in. Let them come into our high ground, and we'll use that to our advantage. You have the carry. You have the Eve. So I think it'll be better we try to fight it inside.
Yeah, of course. You have Influence Rage has an advantage of 2,000 gold more than Movinus Gaming. So you need all the help you can get. And your turrets and your bricks is the help you need so far. So for example, the blast on the mid lane help to clean the wave. Don't have the blast on the bottom lane. And oh my god, Jodom is really damaging your opponents.
And finally, we get to see the Soul Severed trying to milk every single damage that they get to give up. But even Keith, they get to secure and clean out the Lord. But let's not forget that the team fight is just fully online here. Even though you initiate with the Spirit of Allah, it's not enough. But even Fury gets the double kill. Face wide open. Keith cannot deal with this alone. And since all of that, our friends from Influence Rage is still online here. It'll be a very clean game. For number 2, right here, match number 3 secured a 2-0 for today. Congratulations, Influence Rage.
And that was the GG, a perfect match from Influence Rage. That in the early game, don't let Movinas Gaming play. The jungle, it helped every lane. He was on the bottom, he was on the upper. The turtle, it achieved this first team fight of the turtle. It was really amazing. In that team fight, I will say, please take a look at Paquito. Paquito just help with the health. It just heal the teammates that was going to get killed. And this 1v1 play, the Jeton kills, also it just showed how far Malvinas Gaming was from Influence Rage.
And because of that gap they created from the early game, and it invested in a lot, and then it create a bigger gap until to the late, it was a very clear goal that from Influence Rage they can just finish up the game like this. It was a very fast game. Also for this category, I wouldn't say it wasn't even dragged into the mid to late game, so it was just a secure point for them.
Actually, in this match, we didn't have the late game. The match finishes in the middle game because Influence Rage was unstoppable. So, again, it was a perfect match for Influence Rage. A good draft, a good rotation between the lanes. Paquito was always getting level 4 before his opponent. And, okay, you are the explainer. You get level 4 after, uh, before your opponent. You can really help the team. You can get vision. You can help the control of the waves, and it's an advantage that it's really amazing and necessarily.
Hmm. And so far, from our friends from Influence Rage, they are able to just secure all of the objectives quite nicely. They know what they need to win. And so far, with this kind of really one sided match, I'm so sorry, but with a 17 to 0 kills in match 3, game number
Wow,
2, this is just brutal.
that's brutal. And you have 8 turrets against one. A lord, it only takes one lord to influence rage, win the game. The turtles, it was really not contestable because the Malvinas Gaming wasn't getting a lot of farm to try to even reach the turtle. If they probably get off the bush, they will get killed. But the strategy was try to farm, trying to get carry up, and the late game of carry just never came.
Hmm. I think for the fact that in order the carry should work, it needs to be like above 15 minutes or so. Because you miss the early key points for the alpha, you really want to handle onto the carry, and you're bringing in Yves. Yves will be a very, very good partner if you're trying to open up a team fight, if you're trying to slow down a team fight, a full blown utility mage. But if you want the Yves to like expect a burst type of damage like a Farsha, it would be very, very hard for them.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the MVP of the match, it became Jotun again, because 409,
Mm.
it was really amazing. It was, as you say, brutal, and not just the keyword assist, the participation that Suyu had in the game, getting turtles, getting killed, getting buffs. It was really, really brutal.
And I think also for the fact that Jordan knows when and where and what to invade in order for him to like gain more gold than the enemy. So like he from the way that he was playing during the first game and even the second game that I've seen a bit, it's just he knows when to entry in to get a few those little fire beetles or probably some lizards so he can actually gain a bit more. And so far for the overall stats damage dealt of turns out it was the same, 34 and 5, but overall it will be just uh, over the top for the turret damage, and that is the most significant thing that you can see in this game.
Yes, and I was actually surprised to saw that the damage dealt was the same. It was really surprising because the difference between the gold of both teams was the gap was really big. It was huge, and it was a really nice game to watch. It was a lesson of influence rage, how to play and how to neutralize your opponent.
So a great lesson for all of us too. But overall, it was a very satisfying game to see, and I'm happy that Suyo gets to be utilized well today. So it's not all bad track records here for day one. And for the next match, our last match of the day, and I think it would be also interesting to see how our friends from Infinity and 9Z Globant go head to head.
Yes, and as expected, Jotun, the MVP of the series, not of the match, of the series. Both matches, the most valuable player was the jungler, using a really good alpha and now using an amazing Soyu. And you have the highlights of this player. The next game, we will have the Infinity team, and it's a team that I really, really like it because the Funboy, the Roamer, used it to be my player while I was on the DreamX Global, so I miss him a lot.
Ooh. Well, it's time for you to connect your inner thoughts, I guess, for later on for match number 4.
Yes, and folks, if you don't know me, nice to meet you. My name is Gabriel. I am an analyst and a caster of Mobile Legends. If you could please follow me on the social media, I will be very glad. And this beautiful woman next to me is Vei, and it's Vei.
Yeah, it's Faye, but since I am here on the live stream, I'm here. If you open up at IG, I'm there, but it's still here.
And yes, and folks, if you just get it now and you don't know what's happening, we already had three matches now on the game. The DreamX Esports won against Alpha 7 2-1 in the first series. In the second series, we have actually the first series was NTT7 against Corinthians, and it was 2-1 for the NTT7, a really beautiful match. And after that, DreamX Esports 2-1 against Alpha 7. And now you just watch the Malvinas Gaming against Influence Rage, where the Influence Rage gets the 2-0 and now leads the regular season.
And because of that very, very fast point rack up, you really gotta keep track of it because it will be placed down later on. Because remember, guys, for MPL LATAM Season 3, we will be going through the Swiss format.
Yes.
Okay. And throughout the Swiss format, we'll be heading on a few days here later on. So far it will be a very, very fun thing to see, and it'll be a fun days to like play on Mobile Legends. But do you know, Gabriel, where is a very, very fun place to recharge your diamonds?
Oh, it's on Bonox. And please, you need to do that. Just recharge your diamonds with 5% discount using this code. If you're not seeing the code, BNXMPL3 on Bonox.com. I want it.
Ooh, you even get the code. You want it. I also want it, but I can't. I'm in Indonesia. So it's just exclusive for you guys.
Yeah, it's exclusive for the LATAM region, and we also have beautiful skins, Vei.
Ooh, so anyone who is watching right now for the global, so you don't have to be only in LATAM to get your free skin now. So don't forget to redeem our code right here. It's B18TO4Q1V. Ooh, I wonder who gets what skin here, because we will be giving away a lot of skins during and throughout the whole season of MPL LATAM. So guys, stay tuned and keep watching, and don't forget, redeem as fast as you can.
Yes, redeem as fast as you can, and we always want to see which skin you got. So when you redeem your code, just take a screenshot of the skin that you get, and please send to us on Instagram, Gabriel and Itzvey here. We want to see with you guys what you got redeeming this code.
And even if you post up a good story, don't forget to use hashtag MPLLAS3. So better yet, MPL will up that for you. So to show you some gratitude from the MPL LATAM Season 3, that you get free skins during the season.
Yes, and folks, we are willing to. Actually, we are really anxious to the next match, and for you guys to know a little better of teams, the Infinity is the team from Peru that has Rusi on the XP lane, ZZ on the jungle, Lionel on the mid lane, Doom on the gold lane, and Fanboy as the roamer. And the ninth team has the Arctic on the XP lane, Hidon Bush on the jungle, and he's probably hidden on the bush. Shin as the mid lane, Ur as the gold lane, and Erwing as the roamer. And ninth team is from Argentina, an Argentinian team.
Okay, so two different regions here, so trying to compete. So let's see what will happen. So a few names that I'm actually quite familiar. Probably it's because there's Hidon Bush from there. And as Gabriel said, Hidon Bush, as a jungler, you have to be very careful. And hearing that, even though I'm not in the game, I feel like I have trust issues with the bush.
Yes.
I don't want to.
I used to be afraid of Natalia, but now I need to be afraid of everyone because, well, I use it to play as mid lane, so I use it a lot of mages, and my fear was a jungle, another mage, and marksman hide it on the bush.
But sometimes when playing the mage, it's actually a perk that you have long range skills that you can actually check first. But sometimes if I play on the mage, I usually play gold. So if I play the mage, I'll just walk around thinking that something will never happen, and then suddenly I just die.
Yes, and for you guys that don't know me, I use it to be top 1 global Sicilian last season, and I miss a lot playing with my mage.
Ooh, top
Yes, for 3 weeks.
1.
For 3 weeks, yes.
For 3 weeks, that is a very long time though. And now I have to ask, what is your highest stack per minute?
My high stack per minute. 112 stacks per minute.
Wow! I heard that standard pro player hit 100.
That was my top, my maximum stacks per minute. But on the match that we were getting, the early game really strange. So I was like 30 seconds of the game, 3-0. So I already had my mana boots. I already have the first item of the watch. So it was easy to farm.
Okay, so it's situational wise, of course, but well, on the Sicilian, it takes great patience to build up those stacks needed to actually finally just like snap with the bat feast and you're gone. So
yes,
guys see Gabriel on the Sicilian run. just run. He's a pro at it.
I use it to be, but I have a really love for Sicilian and also Linux. Linux I never entered to the world ranking, but I really like to play with Linux. And what about you, Vey? Which is your mains? Okay, I guess no sound for Vey, but I'm still here with you folks, and we have now 34 people watching. And if you don't follow the Mobile Legends Bang Bang yet, please take a follow. We want your like on our live, and I want to say thank you for Zeno to watch to keep watching here with us. Soapstar Movie, hello. John, hello. GM Kalea, nice to meet you. We just started on the game as well as our live. So, again, for you guys that weren't here, we already had 3 games today. Entity 7 against the Corinthians, 2-1 for Entity 7. DreamHack Esports against the Alpha 7, 2-1 to DreamHack Esports. Influence Rage against Malvinas Gaming, 2-0 for Influence Rage. And now we have the last game of the day. That is Infinity against the 9th team. And now you're back, Vey. I miss you.
I dipped a bit. It's okay.
And
I
while
dipped
you
a
were
bit
gone,
to when to see. I dipped a bit to see a few heroes that what are these going to play later on? So hey, I'm back now.
So since you're back, please answer to us which is your main and your favorite hero.
Oh, okay. So I at first was addicted to be playing Karina, but recently I love playing Melissa.
Oh yeah, I
So
really
it's a
like
switch.
Melissa too.
But it's very situational sometimes, because like during the meta right now, if you're going up against a Granger or probably a carry, Melissa would like have so much problems with it.
Yeah, you if you had a babysit Joe or a babysit Hylos or some tank who can babysit you, okay, you can increase, but probably your team, your mid lane will suffer. But that's okay. If you are up against 1v1 with Ranger, I would not recommend Melissa.
No. Whatever happens, even with just a Rhapsody, me hiding in the turret, it's not enough, guys. The range is just too wide.
Yes. And Abdallah asked, what is happening here? So, welcome to our live. That's MPL LATAM. It's day 1. We already have 3 matches, and we are just waiting for the next match that is going to be the 9th team against the Infinity.
Oh, okay. So, talking about the few players that you've probably worked with before, Gabriel, which team do you think will come up victorious in the 4th match of today?
Ooh, that's a really hard guess to say, but since I know better the players of the 9th team, I know Highland Bush, I know Erwin. Even though I trained at Fanboy, I know more the players of the 90 team. So I would go like probably a 2-1 to 90 team.
Okay, should be interesting. Should be interesting. Uh, I would trust your instinct, of course. You know your region more. I'm here to learn. I'm here to explore of the region LATAM because it's actually quite new for me too. So I'm very, very happy to get the chance to even cast in English here.
Yes, and actually the 90 team played a championship named Snapdragon Pro Series 6. It was the LATAM, and they got the third place. The first place was the Alpha 7, the second was Influence Rage, and they got the third spot, winning against Vasco Esports. So it's a strong team. Their players already has some experience in the pro championships. Uh, Iron Bush, if I'm not wrong, played the mid-season cup on the MSC, played the Liga Latam, almost went to the M5 series. So it's a player that it's a kind of old in the scenario, in the Latin scenario, so has a lot of experience. And now we have the peaks and bans on your screen. Okay, Moskov was a
Ooh.
surprising ban.
Quite
I
an
wasn't
early
expecting
ban
Moskov.
also though for Joy. For Jusen, it's still very very template. It's actually not a hard guess if it becomes the first ban. But knowing that there's a Moskov and the Loi is just off the table, I think they are trying to play something or to not let 9Z Globant have a split push moment so they can focus on more of a team fight situation for Team Infinity.
And now we have Suyu again. We just saw what an well-played Suyu can do. We saw Jotun teaching us how to play with this hero. So, okay, 9Z Gaming, be careful, open your eyes, learn about the last match, what you have to do up against.
And so far for the heroes that you picked, again, probably a Granger God Thought combination will come up since there's no Harith, there's no the natural counter of a Granger on the lane. It'll just be more freely, or probably you would like to opt out in the carry because it's starting to work, guys, and you can actually try it out on lane, or probably take on the Chi-Chi. So whatever XP or roamer you will get go head to head, you know that you can actually sustain and also deal damage at the same time.
Wow, I was surprised by Uranus and Irifel, but Ivy, Ranger, and Fanny is a really, really, really good start for 9Z Gaming. We saw the Alpha 7 picking the Fanny. It didn't work really well, but let's see. Who knows? Hide on bush. With Fanny, won't be hiding on a bush. It will be just scrolling all the map. And Getatka, that Vey just said, is banned. It was a really good combination with Granger, but not anymore. Blocked by Infinity.
Okay. Slowly, they'll just be closing down. There's no Badang, there's no Katot Kacha, and probably don't wanna waste it all. Take away the Esmeralda. If you really don't want 9ZG going up against a Uranus, but at the same time, there's also a powerful hero that I mentioned before, Chi-Chi. It's very wide open, so either one should be okay. It will end up as a dead lane though in the EXP, because you'll just end up hitting each other and going nowhere, or probably cutting lanes and then going nowhere. So whatever happens, I should better rotate than just try to hit 2 minutes straight at the Uranus and not get a single kill.
Yes, this matchup, Uranus against Chi-Chi, it's an infinity matchup because one never dies and the other don't have enough power to kill. So it would be an infinity matchup. And okay,
Literally.
Hilda, it was literally. Hilda was a great band. I think Hilda is really works against the Suyu and Faye. Okay, please do your job. You know better. Chi Chi on the 90 gaming. Okay, congratulations.
Ooh. Lucky guess, lucky guess. Okay, I'm guessing again. Next one is Layla Rome. No, I'm joking, guys. Please don't do that.
Please don't. Okay, I like
And
the Infinity coming back. Akai, it really
ooh.
stops the Fanny, and Aurora has an extra life, a lot of group control in the ultimate, a lot of group in the second skill, a lot of damage in the ultimate, and the first skill, a really good wave control, and Hylos for just. And Hylos is going on the roaming, and Chi Chi explain. Okay, a nice matchup. I don't have any favorite on this draft.
Yeah, I think so far it's still very quite matchy on this. I would really like to see how Infinity tried to work things out though between the Akai and the Uranus and also the combination between Aurora and the Irithel because I think it would be a problem if ever the Frigid Glacier wasn't on point, it wasn't on okay with the heavy spin and everything. So let's just see how these combinations will go head to head later on in our first game ever on the fourth match of the day. MPL LATAM Season 3, let's go! Infinity versus 9Z Globant.
And we have the first knowledging of the game. Funboy is trying to get Hylos not to invade, since we know that Hylos on the early game is almost an assassin, not a tank, as much as you can see what it did on Uranus.
Okay, well, I mean, for the early laning for these two, I think it'll still sustain for Rusi, but at the end of the day, yeah, I think I'll just better rotate faster instead of just trying to hit the Uranus. And for the early phase so far, what do you think about the emblem builds in this game, Gabriel?
I really like the combination. I think we saw Funny, Ivy, and Granger with the same master emblem. We know that I'm not sure the name in English, but in Portuguese is Raiva Impura. I will search and bring to you really soon. And I think it's a really good match for the carries of the team. The gold lane, the jungle, and the mid lane. Okay, they are probably the carries of the team. If someone will get kills, if someone will take damage, deal damage on the opponents, it probably will be those three. And we saw Funny getting an invade.
Okay, an invade did happen, and I think the purple buff is taken away. Can't really
Yes,
see
you're
a
right.
circling icon right now. Yeah, I think it's stolen away. I think
Yes, it was stolen by Suyu, because Funny don't have the purple, just get the orange now, and we know that energy now will become a problem for Funny, because without the purple buff, it became really difficult to get this recovery of the energy.
Yes, quite true. And even prioritizing item wise, they don't want to get the shoes done yet, but I think that is building up to a Hunter Strike. So priorities for the first item, whatever happens, let's just do a bit of penetration here. But a heavy spin, pinning down Erwin. And even with the glorious pathway, it's not fast enough for him to just run away. First blood by Doom secured quite easily. Okay, curtain call onto Lionel, and even the frigid glacier is not on point
Oh
hitting
my
on anyone.
god.
Thank goodness there is a passive for Lionel to survive.
But what a beautiful flash, a beautiful defensive play for Aurora. Lionel just get back with the spell flash, and wow, it was a really good defensive play. And now we have the game paused. So back to us, and nice to meet you guys. Faye, what you thinking about the game so far?
So far about the game, can't really see the outcome yet because they're still trying to rotate. They're still trying to find, can I dictate this tempo? Can I dictate this game? There isn't any visible for taking over moments yet, but we are. Let's talk a bit about the draft. Talking about overall, from Infinity's side of the draft. Overall, I would like to see it strive. It should strive in the early game because if it's not, it'll be a very, very heavy hit and miss on the Granger. But on the other hand, going up against 9Z with that type of composition, it would be a very, very heavy takeover team fight in order for them to win. So momentum wise, it will be they will need more crucial timing on that.
Well, perfect rating of the game. Now it will become a really, really difficult for 9Z Gaming because Funny don't have the control of the purple buff anymore. And if the Infinity game get the strategy right, they won't let Fanny get this purple buff anymore. So well, it will get really hard to Funny to increase, to farm, to get the energy the Funny needs. So I think now the 9Z Globant needs to prioritize the Funny purple buff.
And usually the Fanny don't really try to contest on the objective, but CZ, oh my god, entered it quite nice. Even the frigid glacier didn't get the freeze, and yet you're finally taking a kill. Doom equalized on the same footing. Both roamers down, and both kills goes to the gold laner. A good gain for the early game, but so far Infinity still on top. Doom almost taken down by the Rhapsody of Yur, buying good time, getting up a good laning so far, and forcing Doom to go home.
And CZ, you are a thief because the 9Z Globant was doing the turtle, and the Suyu just getting there and get the spell right. So the smite was better, the smite was calibrated, and there is 2 turtles to Infinity against none to 9Z Globant.
But yeah, to be honestly speaking, it would be very hard, no matter who the player is, a Fanny contesting an objective. But it's still possible, but it will be hard. But anywho, can still play on top, going top, but there's no action played on yet. I think it's just for a sneaky beaky move. But even 9Z Global is to take a read on that.
Yes, and now 24 seconds for the next turtle. We have movementation in the top lane, and oh, it started a really beautiful ultimate for Aurora, a necessary flash back for the Lionel, and a kill against Fanboy. The roamer of the Infinity get killed, and now they have advantage on the turtle. 9Z Globant almost killed Doom. The Granger almost get the kill, and okay, they need to get down because Uranus is doing the front lane. Now the Fanny just go to the orange buff, and okay, they just getting back on the turret. They need to be careful now.
I think for that trade, getting the roamer out of the picture is a sure deal. It's actually good timing, but at the same time, that timer is not that long. So 9Z Global could actually start the turtle way earlier, but right now, I think if they really want to commit to this objective, they have to buy a lot of timers down. Fanny can just come up, but at the same time, you have to go against CC right now. But hey, Lionel opening up the Frigid Glacier and an expensive mage player down. Chichi getting that objective, and even Erwin trying to stun in, but different unto two. Fanboy, hoo hoo hoo, taken a kill down and a killing spree for your that easily for 9Z Global.
Okay, and now you got two sides. Really beautiful play by Akai, zoning the opponents to CZ could easily get the turtle, but you gave a killing spree, 3 kills to the Granger. And oh, Erwin, why did you do that? You just stole your AD carry kill. Okay, so almost 4 kills to
no.
your. Granger is really, really strong now, and if I'm not wrong, Granger has two. We can see now.
Wow.
Oh no, we can't. But
Yeah.
the Itemize, they got 2 kills after he did the item.
Okay, Skypiercer is purchased down. Your is locked and loaded. Stag needed to be gained out. And because of that, knowing that they are in the position where they can try to get a chance and a kill, but both penetration items are just bought by Hide on Bush and also you're a bit of a moment created now. Shin taken out, and even Arctic tried to zone out. A lot of skirmishes happen, just a lot of trade-offs happen, but so far no kills or even fights initiated yet.
Yes, and okay, a lot of damage going up against Uranus, and Hidon Bush is easily trying not to get the wave to achieve the turret. And okay, Lord already up, so let's see which team goes to the objective first.
Okay, long objective that they're trying to gain, and go 9G Goban, they are trying to find a way, or and so let's just see how they try to go. Lord Dance is just going back and forth right now. Infinity so far they are not holding up the area as much as 9Z Globan. They're trying to force it out, but so far since they know both players are just flying here and there like Funny and Hide on Bush, they just really need to recall back and getting ready for the team fight. I think it's easy with the Soul Sever. They are just trying to find and trying to stack up a bit of the damage from the arrows, but finding a lot of ways to do so. Arctic slowly by surely getting half HP off, but because of that trade-off, no Lord started. But on the other hand, 9Z Global, they are still eagerly cleaning up the mess or cleaning up the minion waves coming in. But Lionel, okay, passive triggered right now, okay. With the real manipulation quite slowly. Oh, wow, ZZ got the Lord with the heavy spin. Trying to pin someone down. Erwin, goodbye. I don't wish God Fanboy as the kill, but you need to go back. Double kill on Rusi. You're moving back with the flicker quite offensively, but between two turrets, it's a shutdown. No worries from here, but again and again, Infinity. Somehow they just still rise on top.
And I don't know how Lionel still alive. A really beautiful defensive flash, a really beautiful ultimate to stop Hylos to kill him. So, oh my god, what a play for Infinity that has the Lord by your side marching up the top lane.
Okay, and so far from the top lane, they try to even invade on the orange buff. But so far, 9Z Globan is on the hunt on clearing that out. But on the other hand, in the bottom lane, both junglers are doing 1v1.
Oh my
Almost
god.
getting a kill, but oh, hide on bush. Even the cables couldn't help him.
Okay, so far we have, oh, Hylas, where are you going, son? Oh my god, it has an Akai in there, but not anymore. The team fight has started. A beautiful kill from Zizi. An amazing arrow for Zizi, for Suyu, and destroyed the turret of the mid lane.
Wow, wait, is that a draftsman aiming? On point, really, by ZZ. And because of that moment, wow, Infinity, somehow, they even got to push up until tier 3.
Yes, and well, if it wasn't a really important moment in the game, the shutdown up to Ur, and the shutdown became on Doom, and now Doom gets the advantage. This Irifel is really strong now, and if the team prioritize Iritel's farm, it would be really difficult to get it to there.
I think last item here for Irithel is building up to a BOD. Should be the last item sealing the deal for a typical burst damage marksman. From 9Z Globan, they're just waiting for a good moment because like they got the early, they got to fight back. But what happens if just one of them gets picks off? Or like Erwin just tanking too much damage? They have to move back. So the question is it better to forgo the Lord and play defensively, or we try to get it? We try to contest the objective right now.
I'm not sure if that's the right answer to do. Oh my god, look at that play! Chi get stunned by Akai, and the team fight just started. Arctic gets killed, and now the advantage is on Infinity team. Okay, Akai is getting a really good damage dealt. Fan is getting back. Oh my god, look at the Lord! Look at the Lord!
Okay, will it be a steal? But no, ZZ's retribution is still on point. Even they just taken one person down. Arctic against Rusi again and again. EXP with an EXP. But because of that Lord objective got secured by Infinity, it's just very lucky for them to be able to push back even further. 9Z Globan, sure, 5 people are all alive. Most of them have their should have their item spikes, power spikes. But the question is, can they defend it quite well? You have Shin, you have the high ground defensive quite well. You can play that, and you have the Granger. But the same question begs to differ. If Hydon Bush is busy split pushing this, can Infinity get to the base just using 4 people right now with the Lord?
And that's what we're going to see. We're about to see a Lionel gets the... Yes, Granger got a really good shot against Lionel. And for example, we know that Funny is not a good wave cleaner. So the splitting push that Hydon Bush did, it was a good thing because now the Infinity team needs to go to the bottom lane, to the XP lane to farm, to push, to get the control back. And we have Ive, we have Chi-Chi, and we have Granger to try to clean the wave. So it was a really good call, the split push that Hydon Bush did.
I think for the fact that the minion waves that they really need to manage though, because the timings between the top lane and the bottom lane is just both different. But Erwin here caught in the middle of the 5 fanboy with the heavy spin is just not enough. Good thing there is a flicker out defensively, but Hydon Bush spots the Panda out. Panda down, but fight is going on. Infinity 4v5, still standing strong. but it'll be just one panda trade-off. So it will be waiting on the Lord, the next Lord, of course.
And a really good team fight for 9Z Globant. A really important kill against the fanboy. And oh my god, look at that! Look at that! Ooh, almost Uranus got killed. Okay, now they're going up against the Doom. Doom is getting a really lot of damage. And Hydon Bush is going. Hydon Bush, where are you going, my son?
No, you can't dive in as much. There's still the passive, there's still the immortality for Doom. ZZ, on the other hand, you can just go out with the Soul Server. Hide on Bush came in right on time, but sadly, everybody was just standing inside of the turret. It's not wise for a fan to turret dive in front of 3 people because you gotta save your resources quite well. You have the retribution power that is on cooldown for 30 more seconds, but on the other hand, in Team Infinity, they already start on that Lord Dance. But hey, Fanboy triggered out quite early. Heavy spin. Didn't pin anyone down yet, but Glorious Pathway trying to find Doom. Heavy crossbow is also triggered, but Erwin, oh ho ho, taking a lot of damage. But Yor, on the other hand, try to find a way to melt down bits by bits in front of Rusi. Hydon Bush trying to get in, but even a mega kill secured quite well.
Oh my god!
But Hydon Bush tries to push on the bottom lane, but 4 people are going back. So this is a clear go. If they want to start the Lord, they should have started right now.
Faye, explain to me how you lose a team fight 5 against 4 with a funny splitting push the bottom lane. You started the engaging, you started the team fight, and now I think we're going to have another team fight on this Lord.
Another team fight surely, but a Lord Dance is just commencing. So far, it's still dragging here and there, more to the area of 9Z Globant. But the Glorious Pathway spots out ZZ, and even a big stun here. That's Sonata, open up, then immobilize. Open again. Take them down, Fanboy. No more Panda on the front, but even Hydon Bush gets the retribution quite well. And a shutdown, even a double kill. Lord slain, quite well secured by Community Gaming. But 9Z Globant, they are on a high for them to push. And to answer your question before, wow, for me, the same moment happened in between the Lord. The key is the early trigger of the heavy spin. It's just popped up way too early. Because of that, you're tanking too much damage from Nizy Globan, who still has other utilities that they can use during the team fight.
Okay, another team fight. Oh my god, Franny gets stunned, but Lionel gets killed, and Lord is marching on the Nexus, and the crystal is clear, and it's an amazing GG. What a victory, what a comeback for 9Z Globan.
Then wow, we can see from the highlights actually, there are a few moments where utilities are used wisely, where they can actually be a good hit. But from a few times that we can see that probably in just some moments right here, sometimes the heavy spin is just triggered too early. And since everyone from Infinity, other than Rusi and Fanboy, cannot tank so much damage, and when you're just stacked up that Sky Piercer quite well, it's just a clear go that they can be eliminated out or deleted quite early. And plus, Hydon Bush is on the hunt. Using the Fanny, which gives you advantage, you can just go in and out quite well. Even if you cannot help deal a lot of damage, but in the end, you can actually be a finisher. It was only one part there that it got quite overextended. It was on the verge of a gameplay where Infinity thought that they can actually win, and they even got a lot of turrets down. For example, like right now, the way they push back, the way they want the way they want to win so badly, it was just too rushed, I guess, up until the end. And 9Z Globan was able to smell that out. Okay, I think that we can actually take back this moment, and there, they actually did.
Yes, and now we got the double kill for Granger against the Zizi, the shutdown and double kill. And it was a really amazing comeback. We saw in the last match a really strong early game of the Influence Rage team, and the Malvinas didn't. It wasn't changing objectives. Okay, Influence was farming. Influence was getting turtles, and Malvinas wasn't doing anything. Infinity was farming. Infinity was getting kills. Infinity was getting turtles, but 90 Global was getting farm, was invading the jungle, was getting the Europe protected, so he could increase, so he could carry the game. And in my opinion, it's the biggest name on this match is it was Granger. The damage, the participation, the gold control, it was really amazing. So that's why this comeback, it was so beautiful to see, Vey.
Mm-mm. And since they were able to perform it quite well, like on the moment they know how, okay, I believe this is the time, and this is really the time to shine for the Granger. And it was executed so well. Even the other teammates from 9Z Global were just able to, okay, let's just support whatever happens. Let's just try and trigger the WON from the Iritel first. So you can just come in, shoot in Rhapsody, be the finisher. Even if somebody wants to escape, you cannot escape. There's the Death Sonata just ready to fire. And with this type of game, almost entering into 20 minutes, it's just a 3 kill difference. I don't think that it will be a very heavy discussion on between like the goal difference and also the kill difference. But let's just talk about overall. It's just a satisfying team fight on who gained the momentum, who looked at the moment right, who knew when to end the game.
And we saw a perfect using of Ivy because Sheen protected his teammates, was starting the team fights with the slow and the stun, and it was a really perfect use of Ive. So congratulations for the mid lane of 90 Globant, and I'm really anxious to see the next match. What are they going to do? Ivy would be respected, would be blocked, or no?
So.
What they're going to do? I'm looking forward.
I'm actually thinking that probably the types of bans would be the same. But let's just see first. Our MVP of the game, Shin, he's able to use it quite well. The main support system of the game, just as Gabriel just mentioned, a 407 KDA on the Eve, and it was just so well rounded during the game, and it was popped up quite well on how he used the real world manipulation quite on time and with good spacing too during the game fights and also the team plays.
Yeah, so congratulations to Shim. Shim that, if I'm not wrong, and if my stats are not wrong too, is his first official championship. So it's his first professional championship, and he just started his career showing that he is really good and he knows how to use these mages. So be careful because the rookie is on fire.
Ooh, we got ourselves a rookie that show his skills right onto the. Now, I kind of want to see next game. Will it be another Eve, or will it show another mage that you can also shine in the game?
Yes. And folks, for you that just arrived here, nice to meet you. I'm Gabriel, this is Faye, and we are broadcasting to you the MPL LATAM Championship. It's the third edition. Today we already had 3 games. The DreamX Esports against Alpha 7, DreamHack Sports 1-2-1. Entity 7 against Corinthians. Entity 7 just won by 2-1 again. The Malvinas Gaming against Influence Rage. Influence Rage 1-2-0. And now we are having the 90 team against Infinity. The first match was a win, a really beautiful comeback for the 90 team, the 90 Globand.
Yes, the fight was so immense that you can finally take a breather like, okay, they got to take the moment in and everything. And for you guys who are watching, you're not late. It's okay. We're still in match number 4. We're still finding out, is it a 2-1? Is it a 2-0? So you are not late at all. So whoever you're watching right now, so grab and share the link to your friends from the YouTube channel, from our MLBB official channel streaming on YouTube. And this is our English stream, so don't forget, tell all of your friends, hey guys, we can finally see MPL LATAM Season 3 in English. So come, guys, watch it.
And don't forget to subscribe to send you our like so you won't miss the next transmission, because tomorrow we still have championship day.
Of course, every week, unless it's a holiday week.
And we already have the peaks and bans in your screen. And okay, Joy is the first block for Infinity. And okay, I'm looking forward to this match. Both teams now know each other. They know what they're up against. So let's see what they're going to do. And okay, we already have Moskov again blocked by Infinity. They are insisting with this ban, with this block. And on the other hand, Matilda and Zexen blocked by 9Z Globand. Okay, Louis, it's the same bans, the same blocks they did in the last picks. So as they perfectly said, nothing new.
I mean,
and okay, we also had the Harif ban.
so far, I think
so you first pick again.
So I missed a lot. I don't want to.
Okay, now you're back, Vey. I'm glad to have you back because we have the same matchup. Suyu, Uranus, Irafel against Ivy, Granger, and I don't know, maybe Fanny again. Because it's the perfect same match we just saw.
Wow, okay, so I didn't miss much. Thank goodness. I wanted to see the draft, of course. Angela Fan again from Infinity. Will it be also another template thing? Gatot Kacha. Okay, say goodbye to it. Oh.
I'm not sure if Infinity blocked Hilda. Yeah, we have actually the same picks, the same bands, and the same match. I don't
know. If ever everything is the same and suddenly it's a different outcome, it's just giving me a flashback on what happened on Friday of MPL ID. Literally same picks but different outcomes. So let's see. I don't want to jinx anything yet. I don't want to say anything, but let's just see.
You already did.
No, I will not bring any fake curses to MPL LATAM, guys, so don't worry.
Okay, no, but not the same bands. Hilda, it's open.
Okay, not the
Chi-Chi
same.
was blocked by 90 Globand. Hilda is open. What else? Joe, it's open. I really don't know what to pick right now.
Right now, I think they just need a body first. Without the Hylas, without the Gatot Kacha, what's next for something tanky? Until the gun, Khalid? But it will not be that tanky. It should be okay. XP though. How about
Yeah, let's wait.
Esmeralda? So at least you can melt down the shield from Uranus.
But I'm not sure if they're going to pick Esmeralda, they would ban Angela because it's an extra shield for Esmeralda.
True.
Okay, we're waiting. Does Infinity pick? Not the Team Infinity, but it's taken a while. Come on, guys, we all want to sleep, so please let's.
What's tanky can go with Uranus, but there's no Chi Lucas? Or
I'm
Edith?
not sure. Edith
But
sounds
if it's
good.
Edith,
sounds good.
This sounds good for laning wise, but 9ZG would have a very hard time to help opening vision from the EXP lane. So it'll just solely rely on the roamer, and well, Khalid picked up. And Hilda for them.
Khalid and Hilda. Wow.
Okay.
What a strong comeback.
Yeah. And Infinity,
I
they
like
secured the
Faramis
Faramis
pick.
and the backshot. Oh, I
really
like the
like
Faramis
this
backshot
Faramis.
pick though. I agree. And wow, I think it'll be
really
a
surprising.
hotter match. Okay. 10 of the heroes already picked, and 10 of them are not the same but not the same. Not all of them. So it's all good so far. And for the game that's to determine, is it going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1? So guys, welcome to the Land of Dawn, match number 4, game number 2 between Infinity and Night.
It has everything to be the last game of this match, and I'm looking forward to see that. We already saw Lionel doing the help of the buff with the ZZ by the Infinity, while Fanny of 9Z Globan just started his purple and goes straight to the orange buff. And wow, I'm looking forward to this match, and we see Erwin trying to go to ZZ, and it achieves.
Okay, Erwin, quite early on an invade. Even Arctic tried to enter in. Wow, first blood! Just as easy as that. 9Z Globan. This is a really early invade, I might say.
Yes, a really early invade, and Arctic gets the kill. ZZ, who got the purple buff, don't got it anymore because he got killed. Erin is really good at invading. It's really good at trying to not let Suyu place, and here it goes again.
Okay, trying to find a good way or to maneuver around, because like Infinity, they are trying to find a way, because like all of the objectives are gone. There's no more jungles that they can take. And on the other hand, they're just waiting for a good moment the turtle to spawn. So both EXP laners, they're not on the 4th level yet, but since Arctic and Shin is already, it's a very good time to invade. But on the other hand, Lionel and also Fanboy is ready to hide everyone and anyone at all, so that Hide on Bush can get the turtle freely.
And it gets the turtle freely. Hidden Bush is almost going to level 6, while ZZ just getting level 4. And oh, Arctic, I'm not sure if you are well positioned at the but oh my god, what a beautiful play. And Irving is going to get killed, but no, Khalid gets a kill. And double kill to Hidden Bush. Oh my god, what a beautiful play for 9Z Global. And it's 4-0.
That is the only way for you to play the cable onto the wall quite fast. And the spamming cable of the Fanny, the signature one, can actually see it quite on point this time. So anyone who's just near the wall, it'll just be a very, very good spot for the Fanny. And actually, I salute to 9Z Global. They are able to like measure that out. They are able to just put Infinity. Okay, let's just make you close here, so the so Hidden Bush can just easily take you guys out, and that actually happened, and even created a 2 point almost 3k gold lead. On the other hand, top lane, Doom kind of got harassed a bit, almost by a sandwich gameplay, but still able to survive because 9Z Global, they're trying to find an opening right here. Erwin quite aggressive here on the gameplay, but even gets the 2 kills down. A double kill for Yor quite early with the Rhapsody without the Death Sonata. Even this is a great early start for 9Z Global. You see game number 1 is aggressive. This is aggressive-er with the at the back.
Yeah. Wow, what a beautiful start of 9Z Global. Infinity needs to do what 9Z Global did on the last match. You need to farm, change objectives. For example, Turtle just spawned now. Okay, you can't contest this Turtle. Help Irifel grows, help Irifel farm, and don't get killed like Rissy almost did. And okay, now it's Infinity time. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Okay, fake news.
The way that solo kill on top, but I was just about to mention the way that Arctic and Irwin zone, it's just straight up menace. It's even dive into the jungle territory, but on the other hand, you're finally taken down and a shutdown by Fanboy. This Granger just gotta stop, but even stopping him just once is not enough. That stack will just go -8.
Yes, really shutdown, an important shutdown, but in the hands of Fanboy, really, I don't think it worked really out. Okay, now 9Z Global has the control of the game. Khalid is really being unstoppable. And oh my god, look at the play on mid lane. Another kill for Infinity. And a really beautiful ultimate by Feramis. Wow, okay, Infinity is coming back to the game.
Getting back to the game, of course, but Rusi, being knowing that he's playing on the Uranus, you can just be a menace, you can just be present there. Opening vision would just be very easy for Team Infinity. At the same time, with the vision and the information that you can get early on, 9Z Global is just somehow always present there and ready for a fight. But if you're ready for a fight and being melt down like that easily, it's really hard to sustain even if you're playing a tanky type of hero.
Yes, for example, Uranus, it's a tank and just got killed by Ur. What a beautiful play again for Shim. Shim could get the knockup by his ultimate, and now Erwin is trying to take out ZZ's farm. Actually, Khalid is being walking ward because he's getting vision for all the opponent teammates.
And with the Khalid's fast rotation, and Lucy just tries to follow in here and there, but knowing that Erwin will always be together with Ur, I think it will be also risky if the way that Lucy tries to front and also find information. you're at first you're trying to find information, but at the end you're just feeding gold to the Granger. That I think that will be a more ineffective way to do so. But during the team fights, you know what is effective, like diving in right now. Hidden Bush didn't get a good target yet. Another round triggered quite early. Rusi burning from the effects. Thank goodness he is still able to go back. Even Arctic searching for a kill or even searching for a target. Good zone by 9Z Globan, and they're able to try to clear out the mid lane turret.
And actually, another beautiful. Oh my god, let's go, because tear it down. And another beautiful play for the Shin that could get the zoning, could get the stun, almost get the kill because Lionel and his Paramis is playing really well. And actually, it's a pick that matches really good. Hidden Bush now just get the purple buff of Zizzy that almost get the orange buff, but you're just get it, and now Funboy is getting a lot of damage. Another kill, killing spree for Fanny. Oh my god, it's 9Z Globant taking the lead again in this match.
So far, Infinity, they haven't had the answer on like how do we come back from this moment? How do we find our turn away point? How do we turn things around? Because like so far you can see 90 Globan is just like putting on a lot of pressure, knowing on which turn and take which minion to go and siege, which part they know when to press. Like for now, like Rusi, main target, Rhapsody tried to go in, Lionel even triggered the nether realm quite early. Heavy information out, silence is out, ZZ tanking a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. Okay, trying to enter in again, that's Sonata, not enough to take two tanky boys down.
Okay, we can see that Infinity players are really good at escaping. And okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. All those last 3 plays, the 90 Globan didn't get any killed, and the Infinity players almost died. Get a little, like, 3-4% of life, so they're really good at escaping, but let's see how far they can escape, because, let me see, Hidden Bush is growing, Yur, it's already really strong. Shin, it's getting almost finished off his items. So let's see how far they can get with this escaping thing.
Pressuring is totally on from 9Z Global. They're just waiting on the right moment to just bring out the good team fight for like now. Initiated started Rusi with the Datsunada tanking, still able to survive. All good. But 9Z Global was just pressuring and pulling the moment. So enter quite well Rusi. Slowly, Hydron Bush even can down a lot of damage from that.
Yes, and we can see now on the top lane, the Lord getting the turret down, and a lot of damage being dealt by Yur. And oh my god, another ultimate opened by Shin, another isolation, another zoom done by the Ivy.
Zoned out quite well, of course, Brian Globan. They know where to pressure, they know where to push, and they know where to hit. You see? Over in the front, cannot overextend. Win. Cannot be quick sand guard. 9Z Globan still able to survive, still finding great moments. And even Infinity, they have to clean up a lot of their messes. They have to clean up a lot of the minions that are coming in. And so far, even 9Z Globan, they don't even give them space that much, knowing that the Lord is on a countdown for 50 seconds. The Hilda is just there hiding, finding info. It's just there being present. That type of pressuring you get from a pro player team, it's just quite heavy or hefty to actually try to see or try to sneak out or even try to pick off.
And actually, it's now really confusing because, oh my god, let's see this play. A team fight started. Oh my god, look at ZZ just get killed by Yor. Another beautiful play by Shin. Another beautiful stun by the mid laner of the 9Z Globant. And another kill from the marksman of the 9Z Globant. Yor 5-1-2. And I'm getting a little bit confused because Yor was on the bush. So he was hide on bush. Okay, sorry for the joke. I won't do it anymore, I swear.
No, it's a fun joke. It's all about the fun. If the game is not fun, then it's not a game, right? Let's just enjoy MLBB that way. And hide on bush. Didn't hide on bush this time. Got the Lord, and even 9Z Global start another teamfight. Fanboy tanking too much damage from Fear. Any killing spree secured just like that from Yor. A clean push right now from 9Z Global. The Lord is even marching in. Pressure is on Erwin. Trying to spot out a lot of damage here, but even another realm triggered quite early. Hide on bush takes one out. Base quite open. Raging Sandstorm into two, but even a double kill for Shin. Base open. 9Z Global secures the last match of the day. 2-0, just like that.
2-0, just like that. And wow, what a beautiful play. What a beautiful match by 9Z Globant. If in the first match we saw an Infinity really playing forward, playing an aggressive game, we saw 9Z Globant playing even aggressiver this time, because the early game of the Argentinian team was amazing, almost perfect, had a little overextended, but yes, a really beautiful match, and 2-0 the last game of the night.
With a clear 2-0 here for closing in week number 1, day number 1, it's just really been an amazing day. From even looking at from the highlights, 9Z Global really know what they want to do, what they plan on to do, and they got to execute it quite well, since they got the early key momentums that slowly one by one they can try to accumulate. And then on the other end, they just really know when to open up the utilities that needed to take Infinity down. And so far they didn't even put like overextending any of the team fights. So even if they know there are 3 lanes pushing in, they prefer to I rather get the Lord first and then I push safe, instead of there's a chance that I might be taken out inside of the base without the Lord. That potential, it's just probably too scary for them. So let's just play it safe.
Yes, and for instance, we have a really beautiful, funny, getting used. Funny that show up today with not good appearances. It was a good pick, but the mechanic of King wasn't really as expected. King was a former RIQ Akira player, now an Alpha 7, and a really good assassin. But hide on Bush just nail it, and we can see the stats of the game. 9 turrets against them, 2 lords against them, 3 turtles against them, 9 orange against 3. And just remember, Erwin, the Khalid, just got the first orange of the Infinity team. So since the first minute of the match, the 9Z Globant was playing really forward.
And we're talking about the overall on the team compositions and everything. Again, both of these teams have really great combinations. I like them both. And even so, we were talking about before, like we see Erwin getting the Khalid and also securing the Arctic securing the Hilda at the end. It was already quite unique and it was already quite strong. But on the other hand, we can see Infinity grabbing that Fairness and even securing that Baxia. It was a unique pick to actually see Baxia again. So for me, it was both okay. But overall, execution wise, 9Z Globant, you guys got it.
You guys got it. And as I told you before the match, I know both teams. I know better 9Z Globant, and I know what the players were capable of. Highland Bush is a really great name on the LATAM scenario. Sheen is the rookie showing what he can do, what he's good for. So he's giving his welcome card to the LATAM scenario, and well, be welcome, my boy.
I'm happy to see a lot of new players popping up here and there as we shared before, and I would really like to mention it now again. At any region at all, regeneration is needed. New talents will always be needed, and since we already have a league and it's almost in every region, so it's really, really a good chance that actually esports really supports you that much. And so I'm really happy to see that even Shin gets to showcase one of his best heroes for today for a good show, won even for a 2-0, and even got an MVP in game number 1.
Yes. And let's see, let's hope to. Who would you say it's the MVP of the game two?
I think I would give it to Yor.
Yes, you really did an amazing game. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think you are always right, Faye. You are never wrong. You're the MVP of the last match.
Wow, with a 7-1 for KDA, the Granger was just a straight up killing machine. A great early funneling, also helped by the friends of 9C Global. They really know what to do. You really know where to position himself. And even this time, he already knows that, okay, where to target. And I think from communication wise, it wasn't even diverse. You can actually see, okay, the frontliners go here, you also hits here. It's not like it's two different sides of directions. So I could probably say even from the communication wise that 9Z Kobo they were able to do it very.
Yeah, I couldn't say better. Uh, it was a really good combination, a really good synergy between all of the team. And again, it's really hard for you to start. I'm talking about the first match. Really hard for you to start losing the game. You lost the early game, and you keep growing to sustain the mid game. And when it comes to the late game, you got a really good 4v5 and kill two enemies, get the Lord, get Tower 3 wipe it out. So in the second game, the 9Z Globan just show why they are one of the favorite teams to get to those finals.
Ooh, okay. And so far, we've gone through 4 matches for the day, and there will be 4 more waiting for you guys later tomorrow. But we're talking about the overall of it. I'm really happy to see that MPL LATAM starts with the bang in the first day. Like a lot of moments to see, and even a lot of like gameplays. I was uh, surprise peekaboo gameplays during in the middle, and they could actually strive pretty well during that. A lot of the team fights that for me is very memorable to have in the first day.
Yes. And folks, for you to know, we have a great sponsor that is Bonox. And listen up, if you want to recharge your diamonds with a 5% discount, head over to bonox.com and use the code BNXMPL3. The purchase is fast, secure, and super easy. and get this code. Only available for a limited time. So please, you want some diamonds? I want some diamonds. Okay, so let's recharge using the bonox.com. And I really want some diamonds. I'm thinking about it.
I also want some though, but you know what, guys? This code for you guys. So it's a very, very good chance to redeem it. It's a 5% discount. And since there are a lot of skins available, a lot of events are going on right now. So it would be a very, very good chance to go shopping sometimes, looking for good skins in the game.
Yeah, of course. And we are ready. We also have the community game. The community gaming is a ultimate platform that offer esports competition, professional and automated payment solutions for community. They host tournaments of all types of games, especially Mobile Legends. So we provide tools and full support to organize your esports event. Whether you want to compete or host your own tournament, visit communitygaming.io right now.
Ooh, okay. So, of course, there is a community to support your dreams. If anyone wants to, I want to be a pro player one day. Community gaming is the first step to go.
Yes, of course. And hey, I guess that's all for today. So let's confirm, but I think we are heading to the bye byes.
Oh, yes. We ended 4 matches already today. Wow. Oh, since all of the matches from MPL LATAM Season 3 and Day 1, it was so amazing, a lot of good gameplays and everything. It didn't really felt like a very, very long day. I want some more games later on. When can I watch it though?
Uh,
Will
Actually,
there be any scheduling? See.
today was a really long game and really amazing matches. And for the people that don't know which matches already happened, we are talking again that the first match of the day was Corinthians against Entity 7, which Entity 7 win by 2-1. The second game of the day
Mm-hmm.
was DreamX Esports against Alpha 7, which DreamX went 2-1. The third match of the game was Influence Rage against Malvinas Gaming, was 2-0 for Influence Rage. And the last game you just watched, it was the 90 team against the where Infinity. Sorry, the 90 team against Infinity.
Infinity, and 90.
Yes, and
It's
two
a 2-0
zero
to.
by 90 team. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I think we have a pattern here for day one. So it's 2-1, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0.
Who knows? It can happen tomorrow again.
Ooh, true. Probably it would be fun to know if the audience predictions though. Knowing for a game day number 2. So guys, what do you think? Will it all be 2-0s? Will it all be 2-1s? Or probably it'll be a pattern like today? Comment down below in the YouTube comment section. It's very welcome.
Yes. And I'm really looking forward for tomorrow. We are going to have another matches, and actually we will show tomorrow the matches for you guys. So if you want to keep watching what is happening on this MPL LATAM Season 3, go to MLBB Esports on Instagram.
And if you guys wanted to watch on YouTube, we do have the platform for streaming for English language at MLBB Esports. And that's the YouTube name of the channel. So don't forget to put on the subscribe button, to click on the ring the little bell. So you guys will always be kept on update on like any MPLs at all because it's on the weekends. So a lot of regions are actually playing on. But so far, since we're still live for MPL LATAM Season 3, so the top one should be us.
Yes, we hope so. No, we're just kidding. Yeah, the top one will be us. And again, if you want, is now on your screen. We will have the games for tomorrow. We have 90 Gaming against DreamX. We'll have Rage against Entity 7. Corinthians against Malvinas Gaming. Infinity against Alpha 7. Wow, what amazing matches!
Ooh, okay, a lot of shifts to see, and I cannot wait to see those best of 3 series on the blue box, the 1-0 box. Wow, the round 2 boxes are surely quite interesting to see, especially like Corinthians against Gaming. So like overall, it would be a very fun day to watch tomorrow. So I think it'll be a hotter match than today.
Yes, and again, that's the Swiss stage. So the teams that won are playing against the teams that won, and the teams that lost are playing against the teams that lost to do the matchup by the winnings and the losers. And wow, if today was a really beautiful day, a really amazing day, we cannot hope it will be best tomorrow. It will be best tomorrow. So I'm looking forward for tomorrow, Vay.
Of course, I'm also looking forward for tomorrow. Can't wait to see the matchup. All against these teams, they're very, very, very strong also. So I'm gonna see how the outcome is. Probably it'll be different from day one. Probably not too. So let's just see. This is our tomorrow schedule. Okay, guys, we are still on the same timelines. For Brazil time, we start at 5 p.m. and so on. So for you guys probably who are in Southeast Asia, depending on where you stay, we start at 3 a.m. in the morning or 4 a.m. in the morning, depending on where you are.
That's really early or really not early. So here in Brazil, it's 5 p.m. and we are looking forward to have you again tomorrow. And folks, first of all, nice to meet you all. My name is Gabriel. My nickname is Gabriel. If you want to know more about me and my works, please follow me on Instagram. It's Gabriel, just like that. And Vay, if people want to know more about you, what they do?
Same as me, with me on my IG, and down here it's Faye here. It's as the same as Instagram, it's the same as TikTok. Just learn to publish a lot of videos, a lot of casting videos. So you guys are very welcome. Come and join, look at my profile, and let's link up.
And guys, I guess that's all for today. So okay, it's back to
And
us
looking
again.
forward to tomorrow.
Yes, I miss you very much. That you're looking at me right now. I miss you, and I really want you to be here with us tomorrow again.